Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm going to tweet out a link here. Send this out. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, what Ron Jaworski said the Bills by trading up for Sammy Watkins, they're a contender now. Woo! Day 3. This is exciting. I love day 3. Pumped up. The Mormon rush. Oh man. Yes, the Lions moving to the BYU. Yep. Yeah, you gotta take that risk if you're the Bills. I think Michael Sam gets drafted. I think it'll be 6th or 7th round. But I think someone will take the chance. Wouldn't surprise me if no one does, but I think someone will take the chance and should. Should take the chance. Let me pull up the draft tracker here. Because I'm going to need to, every pick, I'm going to need to, bring up who's already taken by which teams. So I still don't have it all organized in my head here, but it'll be good. No, I don't want to buy a jersey. But welcome. Thanks guys. Yes, got the Red Bull. I had my coffee, so don't break out the tea. Keep my voice fresh. Philadelphia starting us off today. Marcus Smith, Jordan Matthews, and Josh Huff so far. Pretty good. Gonna see some quarterbacks, gonna see some running backs, a little bit of everything coming out. Woo-hoo! Here we go. Dimitri's here and ready. We're ready for a good day. Good day of draft goodness. Yeah. Teams that have moved down now, got a ton of picks. San Francisco has a ton of picks today. It's gonna be pretty fun. Yeah, we'll see where McCarron goes. I think he's gonna go pretty early today, but I don't necessarily know who's gonna take him. I mean, think about it. Houston. They have a compensatory pick this round, and they don't pick till round 6. Other teams need quarterbacks: Tampa, St. Louis. Joe Duncan gonna get drafted, probably really late, but I like me some Joe Duncan, so I'm pumped up. And yeah, I mean the wide receiver and corner depth is very good. I'll run through my best available real quick, but I think there's some good talent out there. Dallas could move up. Let's take a look at those picks, because with 4 7th rounders, they actually have 1, 2, 3. They have 6 7th rounders. Dallas 6th, 7th rounders, including the 3 compensatory picks. So three of those they can trade. So you have to think they trade up a little bit, but that's crazy. 6 picks in the 7th round for the Dallas Cowboys today, if they don't trade any of them away. But yeah, let's hit the big board here. Let's see who we have. Best available players left today. Ba-ba-bum. David Yankee, offensive guard out of Stanford. Dakota Dozier, offensive guard out of Furman. Antonio Richardson, offensive tackle out of Tennessee. Those are my top 3. Deion Bailey, safety out of USC. Cyril Richardson, offensive guard out of Baylor. Rashad Breeland, corner, Clemson. Keith McGill, corner, Utah. Cameron Fleming, offensive tackle, Stanford. Jalen Watkins, cornerback out of Florida. Chris Smith, defensive end out of Arkansas. Pierre Desir, cornerback out of Lindenwood. Lake Seastrunk, running back out of Baylor. Christian Jones, linebacker out of Florida State. Brandon Coleman, wide receiver out of Rutgers. Martavis Bryant, wide receiver out of Clemson. Telvin Smith, linebacker out of Florida State. Jordan Tripp, linebacker out of Montana. Zach Mettenberger, quarterback out of LSU. We'll see what happens with him. Layman Barrow, linebacker out of LSU. A.J. McCarron, quarterback out of Alabama. Bruce Ellington, wide receiver out of South Carolina. Tom Savage, quarterback, Pittsburgh. Andre Williams, running back, Boston College. Those are the guys that are left in my top 100. Still on the board. Hey, maybe they trade. They get Mallett for a future pick. Maybe Houston might be looking at some other quarterbacks. Maybe Kirk Cousins. I think Houston is probably trying to trade for some quarterback here. One of these backups, if it is, a Kirk Cousins or Ryan Mallett, someone like that. But thanks everyone for coming out for day 3. Well, Ryan Mallett, his contract's up. His contract's up at the end of the year, so the Patriots kind of taking their guy early. If they really like Garoppolo, then they could sell Mallett. The thing is, with Mallett, his contract's going to be up. You're not going to re-sign him probably because he's going to want to go out and try to get a starting job somewhere. So if they want to if their goal is to groom a quarterback for when Tom Brady leaves, make sure they have someone ready, that they're not going to be stuck in no man's land, then I understand the pick. And I think it's good value for Garoppolo, who's supposed to go high in the 2nd round. But I just wonder if the Patriots, if you're trying to make a run, this year, then that's not what you do. But they're trying to continue to build, I guess, for the future and just keep this cog running. I can understand it. I probably wouldn't have done it, but that's me. I criticized the Ryan Mallett pick at the time, too. And I actually argued with Scott on the podcast about it. Scott said they'd flip him for a pick, and they still haven't. So, welcome, Daddy Shelton. I mean, you could try to re-sign Ryan Mallett, but he's going to want to get a starting job somewhere. He's going to want to get paid, Yeah, well, that would have been crazy if they had taken Bortles in the 1st round, the Patriots. The people would have freaked out. But Jacksonville's taking him no matter what. A.J. McCarron. A.J. McCarron just thought thought it was a 1st round pick, I guess. I just wish he would have done everything. I wish he would have played in the Senior Bowl and thrown at the Combine, and then I'd say, hey, fine. That's perfectly fine. But Got to go out and compete. Yeah, no Florida corners. Now Roberson and Purifoy have some character issues. Now that Jalen Watkins, who is the um, I expected to be gone by now, and that Jalen Watkins is Sammy Watkins' brother. So he definitely watching him at Senior Bowl, I was really impressed, and he moved up my board. I thought he could go as high as the second round, but I was pretty surprised that Jalen Watkins still out there. Just show that competitive factor, show some competition, show that competitive factor, and see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I think all three of them. Purefoy isn't really. Purefoy has that size and length. I think Roberson and Watkins, you could argue, are more nickel cornerbacks. I think Watkins could step in as a nickel corner right now and be very effective, though. I mean, Desir is the upside of the corners available to develop into a starter. I don't think he's quite there yet. Aaron Coleman's a player. That's interesting. With his injury of where he's going to go. So pretty bad injury at the Senior Bowl for him. Yeah, I mean some huge depth in this draft. It's been a really fun draft. Um, it's just a really deep and impactful. It's going to be a very impactful draft. You're going to see a lot of veterans get cut. I think you're going to see a lot of undrafted free agents stick with teams. Thanks for joining. If you need to sign into the chat room, please do. Above my head, there's a login link up here somewhere. Chat room login. You can open it and log in, then refresh this page. You should be able to get in. Yeah, I love the Texans getting Knicks. I mean, they haven't really had a big nose tackle in a long time in Houston. I think it's a great pick. I think it's well worth the move up, especially with the compensatory picks that they have. You move up, you get him, you finish off that line. Looks like Jadeveon Clowney's going to be playing outside linebacker. So I'm gonna be interested to see how this depth chart works out. But this is going to be a really fun front seven to watch, especially if Cushing is healthy, and Whitney Merciless starts to play well. You have to think that you could, you put Clowney at the right side. Uh, and Merciless competes with Brooks Reed for that left outside linebacker spot. Maybe you can even move Reed inside and try that out. It's going to be a really fun front seven if all goes well. I mean, imagine if they find a defensive end, because there's rumors they wanted Stephon Tuitt to play right end for them, and that was someone they were targeting in the second as well. Well, good, Brentford. I'm glad you liked it. That luck draft was awesome, and this year's draft is fun, for people that really enjoy it. So it's gonna be a good third day though. It's gonna be fun, good, fun day. My top 3 centers available. Let's take a look. Gabe Eichhardt out of Oklahoma, Brian Stork out of Florida State, and Russell Bodine out of North Carolina. My top 3. I think all 3 get drafted. Corey Lindsley out of Ohio State is another one to keep an eye on, and Matt Paradis out of Boise State is another one to keep an eye on. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of creativity that Houston can do with their defense now. So we'll see how it works. We'll see if Romeo Crennel can tap that up. Vidai is here. Gonna have a good day for the Chiefs today. D4 Philip Gaines. Now it's time for some offense. Here, 4, 5, 2 6-round picks. No yellow shorts today since you guys made fun of me. I retired them. Made me cry. I'm sure there'll be a couple guys drafted today that most guys drafted I'll have heard their names. There might be a couple late that I'm like, I need to look at my notes and see. Guys I watched early and maybe rejected. So we'll see. There's always a couple surprises. There's at least no one yesterday that was way out in left field. I mean, Britt was pretty bad, but it was a pretty bad pick. A reach. But, Missouri, it's not like this was a small school player out there. And I feel more comfortable with some of the small school players that might get picked in the 6th, 7th round than some of the big school players that, to be honest with you, because I kind of have been hunting and pecking them out. Goose Moss here. Welcome, man. How's it going? Let me know how you, digging that Steelers draft so far. Yeah, wide receivers are plentiful. Martavis Bryant, Brandon Coleman, Bruce Ellington, Kevin Norwood, Robert Huron, Jared Abbrederis, Michael Campagnaro. Let me cross off some of these names I haven't yet. Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, I'd like the Steelers draft other than Dre Archer. I don't know what they're going to do with them. Return-wise, great, but I wouldn't take that in the 3rd round, so. But I love the first 2 picks. Hopefully they get a corner receiver here in the 3rd day, and I'll be pretty happy with it. Lots of guards still on the board, offensive guards still on the board here. I think that's a position that's pretty bountiful at this point. Terrence Brooks is gone. Gotta cross off Terrence West. Let's see, Lake Seastrunk still on the board. He's going to be an interesting cat. How about the Anthony Thomas? We'll see him go today, get drafted today. The Anthony Thomas out of Oregon, one of the bigger names. Kane, can't spell my name right, but welcome. I wouldn't take a kick returner, punt returner in the 3rd round, so that's just me. For undrafted free agent signings, anypatriotsdraft.com is definitely the best one. If I can, I'm going to try to be putting in some work on Twitter for that as well. I have a couple agents that I can call, but anypatriotsdraft.com is the place to go for undrafted free agents. I think they're a little crazy, but it's fun. Is Seantrell Henderson going to get drafted? We'll see that today. I don't know. Linder, Schofield off the board. Spencer Long off the board. Justin Britt. Yeah, I think I only have had one 7th rounder on my value board get drafted so far, so that's not too bad. Oh, no, 2. I think I got John Brown in there, too. Oh, well. I mean, I'm sticking with ESPN. You can watch what you want. Sometimes the picks come a little crazy, come during local commercials. So, I'll try to be on it as much as I can. I'll try to give you a little preface, be like, on the Buccaneers pick, and then we're going to wait for that or whatever, so you can start talking about them. I don't know. I don't know where Dimitri went today. He's around. I'm sure he'll probably sleep for most of this, but yeah. Well, look, Trey Archer probably got to place a wide receiver, but we have that. We have deep threats. We have Marcus Wheaton. We signed Darius Hayward Bay. Come on. I think most teams had Jeremy Hill over Carlos Hyde Bazoo. I think Jeremy Hill's a little bit better in the short area, a little better at breaking tackles, plays a little lower. So I like it, and not as good in pass protection. Maybe not quite as tough, but I think Hill is as good, if not better, than Hyde. And I think he fits. I think he might be a better fit, too. I'm not a big fan of Shane Scobb from Stanford. I think he's too slow to be a starter in the NFL. Better in a 3-4, maybe as a thumper. 4-3 if you're going to play him an outside linebacker or inside linebacker. I think you're going to be sorely disappointed. But for a third-day pick, he's very productive. I think he's going to get picked pretty soon. And I appreciate everyone that's tweeted out the link or retweeted the link and getting it out here, trying to get some people in here. If you want to sign into the chat room, above my head on Draft TV is the chat room login link. Log in, you can register and log in, then refresh drafttv.com, and the chat room should work. I like Chris Borland in San Francisco. I mean, Navarro Bowman is suspended, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he'll probably back up that spot and maybe could fill in for Willis at the end after Willis is done. So I like Borland. I think he's just a good down-to-earth football player, great instincts, great vision, can read the quarterback. So he's going to start. I think he's going to start probably to start the season, right? Maybe I'm making stuff up. I don't know. Favorite guy still available. Kind of a personal favorite guy. Man. I mean, I like Dakota Dozier out of Furman, the offensive guard. I think he's really good. I mean, David Yankee I've rated a little bit higher, but I think Dozier might have some better success and probably going to go pretty soon. And these corners too. I mean, I love Breland out of Clemson and Watkins and Desir and McGill. They're all very good. Best draft so far? Yeah, I mean, I think Minnesota. I think Oakland had a really good draft. I think the Browns draft as a whole has been pretty good. I read that Raiders draft. I mean, I really like it. I like Mack. I like Carr. I think Gabe Jackson was a steal. Absolutely. The Falcons second day. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, I do like Rashid Hageman, and I like that pick a lot. I think he has huge upside. He can play him at DN, play him at D tackle. I mean, Atlanta addressed their two biggest needs right off the bat, 1 and 2. Three biggest needs, so let's say that. Desmond Southward at free safety. I think he's fast. I think he can play one deep. I don't think he's very physical. I was a little bit down on Southward because I don't think he can tackle very well despite his size. So he just doesn't quite fit anywhere perfectly, but I think I think it fills that big need, and I think he'll have a shot to start. I wonder if the Raider fans were against him in the first round, but in the second round they were fine with him. But that's what happens, and that's what happens. I got Dolphins fans trying to justify Jawan James to me and not trading down and all. That's what happens when a team drafts someone for the most part. And if you aren't on board with it, then you get ousted. Best Madden draft so far. At the Steelers draft, Shazier and Dre Archer are going to be pretty good. The Eagles, man, I think Huff and Matthews are going to be some Madden beasts. I guess the Browns, too. I mean, Manziel just in himself, I guess, wins at Madden probably. So welcome everyone to the Day 3 stream. I'm excited for you to be here, excited to give some analysis, answer some questions in the chat room. You can log in with the link above my head and refresh drafttv.com to get back in the chat. I want to get people in the chat giving some thoughts. I'm glad Tom Savage fell to round 3. I hope he gets drafted. I think he's a good person, but with the talk of him over Bridgewater and stuff like that, I would have flipped out right here on the stream. I would have flipped out if he had gone above Teddy Bridgewater. But Savage still has that arm, size, and intangibles and toughness. He's a tough player. So I think he's well worth the pick. Honestly, if he's the next quarterback off the board, Mettenberger has the character issues. AJ McCarron, the reports that interviews turn teams off. I would not bash a pick of Tom Savage at this point. Yeah, Madden doesn't take into suspensions, so you're good. I think Derek Gilbert of SMU does get drafted, the former Texas quarterback. I think he could go in the 6th or 7th round. A lot of teams that will be looking for backup QBs, the Lions, the Raiders, the Panthers. Some of those teams might take him. Good question, JTW. How many of my Day 3 steals got drafted? Let me see if I have that typed out. Trey Turner was one. I know. Day 3 steals. Let's take a look. I have this here. Tom Savage didn't. Storm Johnson, J.C. Copeland, Martavis Bryant, Rob Blanchflower. So Trey Turner, Marcus Martin was one. I don't know if we did the full O-line or did center. That was one. He got drafted. Christian Kirksey. I think Scott may have taken from me, but he got drafted. I think we just did linebacker as a whole. So, 2 or 3. I got drafted in the second day. What? What? So I don't know why that happened. It happened yesterday too. I'm not even signed in there. I don't know. That happened yesterday too, but I was talking about my Day 3 Steals podcast with Scott. I think I had 3 or 4, or 2 or 3 guys get drafted. Trey Turner, I know I definitely had. At least Marcus Martin, I had listed. I don't know if I said it on the podcast, and Christian Kirksey, which I think Scott may have stolen from me, but. You gotta think San Francisco trades up at some point. So many picks. Who knows if any of these picks can make the team at this point, so. I don't know. Best overall draft so far, I love the Raiders and the Vikings. I think are my 2 favorites right now. I think the Raiders did a really good job. I think the Vikings with Barr, with Crichton, Jerick McKinnon's an electric player who I like more than Dre Archer. I think the Raiders, man, with Khalil Mack and Gabe Jackson, just 2 very solid leaders, good people. So Worst draft so far? Oh man, I always hesitate to say anyone had the worst draft so far, but um, I don't know if there's anyone that stands out as like horrible, head scratching draft. 'Cause I think Miami came back with a pretty good draft. After that, I don't see anyone I can really say was bad. I mean, Seattle, I love Paul Richardson. Probably a little high. Justin Britt, I think, was a little bit high. But I've bashed Seattle's drafts before, and that hasn't worked out for me. So I probably should not do that anymore for the Seahawks. I mean, the Patriots draft, I guess. I didn't really love the easily pick, and Garoppolo's a luxury pick, so you could say that. So, pick two of the best teams, two of the best run teams, and say they had the worst draft. Usually works out for me. Not so much. Best players, bad fits, I wonder about like Ego Ferguson's fit for Chicago in terms of their, drafting a run stopper like that. That's one that kind of baffled me a little bit. Let me see other bad fits here. I don't know if there's anything too bad. I'll be interested to see how St. Louis uses LaMarcus Joyner. I think that could spell trouble if they don't use him correctly. But we'll see. No, I loved Richard Sherman. I love Richard Sherman, actually, because I met him down at the Senior Bowl. I talked to him. He was a late addition to the Senior Bowl that year. I talked to him and really fell in love with him. I thought he was a great player. I didn't like Russell Wilson. I didn't like Bruce Irvin. So I'll be honest. Brett Smith, I don't think Brett Smith gets drafted, especially with some of these quarterbacks falling. Quarterback out of Wyoming, kind of a Johnny Manziel light, if you will, for Brett Smith. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Brett Smith. I think he's good. I think I would take him in the 7th round or so. Tweet the link out one more time. Copy this. Boom, boom. Retweet. Done and done. Here we go. Day 3. I don't know. The draft's gonna be might move around the country. It'd be fun. Next quarterback we drafted, I'm gonna guess will be McCarron. Scotland Saint. Scotland Saint is here. It's exciting. Marcus Height, top long snapper of this draft from Kansas State. Probably not getting drafted. Tyler Ott, the other long snapper, worth it. Thank you, Grant, for the tweet. Much appreciated. So I'll keep taking questions. We'll see. It's gonna be fun. I love third day. Love getting in deep here with some of these players. See where some surprises, players falling. First kicker, I think gets picked. I'm gonna say 6th round, and I'm gonna guess it's Chris Boswell out of Rice. Though, watch out for Nate Freese out of Boston College. It could get drafted, and there's another kicker out of Washington as well, whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, though it could get drafted. I think Rob Blanchflower out of UMass gets drafted. I actually think he could get drafted pretty soon, because I think tight end, you're starting to dry up that well. Xavier Grimble, Joe Don Duncan, Marcel Jensen. So Rob Blanchflower could be going pretty soon. It depends on, health and whatnot, but the pace gets pretty fast and furious today, so don't you worry. It's going to go quick as long as the networks, I guess, stay on it. So, I'm going to try. We'll see how the networks are covering it. I doubt they're going to have many picks, up close and personal. Cole Ayerla out of Oregon, I don't know if he's going to get drafted. He could go this round. He could go 7th. He could go undrafted. It's going to get pretty crazy. Eagles got this pick because they moved down when Houston moved up to get Louis Nix. So the Eagles are sitting at pick 101 to kick this draft off. They've drafted 2 wide receivers. They drafted Marcus Smith. Maybe they get someone in the secondary here. Would be a good fit for the Eagles to take one of the corners that have fallen. Yeah, I saw Kuiper had Bruce Ellington, the wide receiver out of South Carolina, in the first round, which was surprising to me. I thought maybe he'll go in the 3rd, and now he's here in the 4th. Should get picked soon, but who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? And that's the fun of the 3rd day, is that when you start running out of picks, you just start taking the players you want, not worrying as much about value. Now, I still like Mel Kiper. Without him, we would not be here. So get it moving, get it moving, get it moving, get it moving. Got my golf pencil. Crossing off names here. Some good running backs still available. I mean, I think all the mainstream draft analysts are good at what they do. I thought Mayock got spread pretty thin this year doing the NFL stuff. I still like Kuiper. I think he's still pretty locked in. McShay, I think, has gotten better over the years. I think he's improved, so I'm fine. Nice, Fide. Don't need to get these picks online now. You got the streams to the NFL, so we'll see if Iowa has some more players drafted today. Maybe some other linebackers. They have some other good prospects. It could happen for sure. Pick is in for the Eagles and kick this off. Yeah, I mean, Jeremiah knows what he's doing. Jeremiah passed up jobs in the NFL to take this analysis job at NFL.com, so pretty good. Pretty good. But hey, yeah, I actually look back. This is actually year 5 of the stream, which is kind of nuts. But 5-year veteran there. A couple of you guys are. So, Jalen Watkins going to Philadelphia. Good pick by the Eagles. Jalen Watkins, one of my top corners available. First pick of the 3rd day. And that's an excellent pick. I think it was a pretty big need for Philly. And Jalen Watkins is actually the brother of Sammy Watkins that went to the Bills in the 1st round. Watkins of Florida, kind of the 3rd cornerback for them. Purifoy and Roberson were the starters in a lot of situations. When they have 3 corners out there, Watkins would play the nickel, and he was very effective. He's very fluid, very fast. He's willing to hit, and he has good ball skills. He can track the ball very well and bat it down. So there you go. Florida Gator, Jalen Watkins comes off the board. I thought he could go as high as the 2nd rounder as a playmaker and as a very solid all-around corner. Definitely fits this Eagles defense really well. So I'm a big fan. And he's got that speed, of course, too. So Bazoo, I like LaDainian Washington at the wide receiver out of Missouri. Washington can go down the field. He's big. He's fast. He can't catch the ball very well. Hasn't really improved too much. I don't know if he gets drafted, but I like him more than a lot of people. Washington up next with pick 102 with the 2nd pick of day 3. Washington taking Trent Murphy, the linebacker out of Stanford, Morgan Moses, the offensive tackle out of Virginia, with their first 2 picks. And, I think Washington without a first-round pick has done pretty well. Because I think Murphy and Moses both could have had first-round grades. And then Spencer Long, the offensive guard out of Nebraska, I thought would go a little bit lower due to injuries and things like that. But, apparently he might play a little center, might play a little guard. We'll see what happens with him. They've addressed the offensive line, probably the biggest hole on this team. Do they go for a defense for the secondary? I think we could see a little run of guys in the secondary here for the Washington Redskins right after Philadelphia takes Jalen Watkins, who is very good. And the Redskins draft, is not flashy, but it's a good, solid draft. I think you're getting contributing players. So now it's kind of time for the flash to take a Keith McGill, to take a Pierre Desir, if they want a safety. Bashad Breeland or Brock Vereen, someone like that. And they do take Bashad Breeland, the corner out of Clemson, so I was kind of right on with that. Breeland, another player that I'd rated as a second-round pick, corner safety tweener, but and came out early, but he's another one that's very good at tracking the football. He seems to always turn around. And be able to notice what the quarterback's doing, and I had him listed as a safety for a while, and then the more I watched him, I think that fluidity was good enough to play cornerback. He's not super physical at the line of scrimmage, but he can lock onto the hip of opposite receivers, and once again, the ball tracking skills are very good for a corner. He seems to have really good instincts of when to turn around and how to follow the receiver and mirror. So I think Bashad Breeland has a ton of upside. There might be a little bit of some technique issues of his back pedal, can be a little bit suspect at times, but he definitely has some physical talent. So I like that pick, and I think it's the type of pick that the Redskins needed. You have a versatile defensive back. If he doesn't work at corner, you can move him to safety, and then it sheds some of those weaknesses that he has as well. Heck, I would have drafted Keith McGill out of Utah a round ago if you want a big physical corner. So I like that. So I like that. So, man. I think with these cornerbacks flying off the board, that's where the value was. Those are the players that should have went yesterday that fell off, and Breeland and Watkins, two players I had on my value board as second-round picks, go right off the board of the first two picks today. Now the Falcons are on the clock at 103, and the Falcons we've seen address the line with Jake Matthews and with Rashid Hageman yesterday, and then they took Desmond Southworth. They're addressing need. Could it be a running back here? Could we see another running back go off the board? Steven Jackson, not very effective last year. Jaquiz Rogers has not been a very effective NFL player. They could take Andre Williams out of Boston College. You could take Lake Seastruck if you want more of a compliment. Kadeem Carey out of Arizona, still out there, very productive. Kind of fits that Falcons offense pretty well and can block. So, I think running back is a bigger need for the Falcons than is led on. Tight end, right? Still a huge need for them, and I don't think there's really good value at tight end. I think we saw a little bit too many go off the board yesterday. Crockett Gilmore went off the board yesterday, I think a little earlier than I expected out of him. So I don't know if they're going to find someone. I don't know if they're going to find a tight end here that's going to be able to start for them. You're going to have to find something on that roster if Levine Toilolo can do it, or maybe you find kind of a 1-2 punch. Maybe they get a fullback later that can be kind of an H-back type. So, in going back to the Eagles, all four of their picks, Marcus Smith, Jordan Matthews, Josh Huff, and Jalen Watkins all played in the Senior Bowl. Falcons selection is up at 103. They do take a running back. It's Devonta Freeman, the running back out of Florida State, who I had rated on my value board as a fourth-round pick. Great pass-catching running back. I know James Wilder kind of got the press for a while, but Devonta Freeman came in and snatched up that job from him very quickly. Good nose for the end zone. He can catch the football. He's not going to give you much blocking. A good outside runner. Kind of a good complement to Steven Jackson. I think Devonta Freeman is what Jaquiz Rogers probably should have been ultimately. But Freeman's a tough a tough player with good speed, can get to the outside, and he also has that quickness. Now, I wonder if he can run up the middle. I don't think that's a strength to his game. I don't think he's he's necessarily a player that's going to score as many touchdowns as he did in college, that you're going to put in short yardage situations. But I really like Devonta Freeman. I think he has a good top speed, gets to that top gear quickly, and I think as a third down running back, he can be very good and might have potential to do a little bit more. We'll see what happens. But he was definitely a bigger part of the Florida State offense than people let on. So I like that Devonta Freeman pick, and I think it's a perfect fit, too, for the Falcons, like a lot of these smaller running backs would have been with what they've done already in the past. All right, the New York Jets on the clock took Jason Morrow yesterday, took Dexter McDougal yesterday. It was a little bit of a surprise, and Calvin Pryor in round 1. Do they go with another weapon? They go with a receiver. Do they go with the offensive line? Still a lot of guards left on the board, which I think could be enticing to them. How about a wide receiver? You still have Martavis Bryant out there, out of Clemson. We still have, I think, a ton of wide receivers. Even if they just want someone for like the nickel, you get a Kevin Norwood, get someone solid. That would be great. Hey, 49er Nation, I'm drafting Johnny Manziel in my fantasy football league. If he starts, he'll be my backup quarterback for plenty of teams. I'll say that. Brandon Coleman's still out there. I do like him. I think it would be a fine pick. Robert Huron. Bruce Ellington. I think the more weapons the Jets can give Geno Smith, the better. Take your cue from Buffalo and Tampa Bay. I think Bishop Sankey could be offensive rookie of the year. I think they could rely on him a lot in Tennessee. I think he's a solid all-around player. Scott, that scouting report on Manziel was fake, just FYI. The beat writers of New England proved it was fake. It's not even the grading system they use or the logo that they have on their scouting reports. So, don't take that as fact. I think Sankey's going to have really have a really good season behind that offensive line. A really good season behind the offensive line in Tennessee. Catch the football from Jake Locker. I think they're going to use him well. Yeah, well, actually, PFT was deleting comments from that article that said it was fake. But even though it was, which is interesting. But thanks, guys, for coming out. Nice. Over 50 people for day 3 is pretty cool. So, happy to have you here. The Jets pick at 104. Jalen Saunders, wide receiver from Oklahoma. So they do go with an offensive weapon, but they go. We're seeing a lot of these speed upside players now go early in the draft, in the top 110 picks here. And Jalen Saunders, Oklahoma, is small. He's never going to hit 200 pounds. He might be 180 pounds soaking wet, but he gets down the field very quickly, and he is that deep threat. He's going to stretch the field for you. You have to pay attention to him for him to get down the field. So if I don't think he's going to give you much in the ways of a slot receiver going across the middle. If he gets jammed at the line, I think he's going to have a lot of problems. But if they find creative ways to use him, put him in the backfield, use him out of the backfield, find a way to run some option routes with him where he has some choices of where to go and to get down the field, you can see if Geno Smith can hit him. Also, a return specialist. I think that's where he's really going to make his money. Kick returner, punt returner, elite speed and athletic ability, but very, very small, very, very frail. So that's the one thing I'm scared about with Jalen Saunders. Knocked him down my board for that. I think I would have rather taken one of the bigger, more pronounced slot receivers. But Saunders he lit it up when he had the opportunity. He played extremely well at Oklahoma, and when defenses couldn't stop him, they really couldn't stop him, couldn't figure out how to stop him. So it's going to take a good offensive system, a good offensive mind to use him correctly, and I think it's a good pick if you think you can do that. Yeah, well, good call with zero line with, Geno Smith had Tavon Austin, had Stedman Bailey of guys that could get down the field. Maybe this is to have a little bit more comfortability with a smaller receiver. So I think it's a little bit of a reach. I mean, I would have much rather seen them take some of the other receivers on the board that we've already discussed, but I guess I can't knock Saunders too much. I had him in the 6th round. Yeah, I mean, D'Anthony Thomas is still sitting out there on the board, and with these players like Dre Archer, like John Brown, like Jalen Saunders going off the board, does D'Anthony Thomas get picked pretty soon? Brandon Linder, I don't think was that much outside of value. I think I had Linder in the 4th round. He's a little bit dumpy, but he fits the Jaguars system. They like to just have kind of those solid offensive linemen that aren't going to give up a whole lot. Got to keep Blake Bortles upright. And I do think Linder offers some things in the run game, too. I don't think he's going to pull very much, but he can at least get to the 2nd level sometimes. Caddy's back. Patriots pick at 105. We've seen easily in Garoppolo. Now the Patriots will take Brian Stork, center out of Florida State. Definitely has an interesting story for Brian Stork. I talked to him at the Senior Bowl. Kind of a very low-key guy. Looks a little crazy. He's had some, definitely had to overcome some adversity in his life to get to this point. He's another player that's just a very solid center. I don't think he offers a ton of athletic ability or upside or very good strength, but, for Florida State, he called the line plays, he called the assignments, high football IQ. He knows what he's doing, which fits what the Patriots do, though. They've taken more upside types at the offensive line position before, so I'm a little bit surprised by the pick. And I think Stork could have some potential to kick outside the guard if you really need him to, but the Patriots need a center, and they need a center that can call the line blocking assignments. I think that's what Stork is going to be good at. He can get pushed back a little bit. I don't think he has a great anchor in the run game. I think he's a little bit better at pass protection, but he definitely has an aggressive mentality in terms of work ethic, in terms of really going after with that killer instinct. That's something that Brian Stork has. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of his, and I had him as in the 4th round. He gets taken in the 4th round as the center position dries up. If you want one, you're going to have to jump on it pretty quick here. 49ers are on the clock. We've seen San Francisco go with some very good football players, some highly rated players in Chris Borland, Carlos Hyde, Marcus Martin, Brandon Thomas. I thought was a great pick at the end of round 3. So it seems like corner would be the pick here. There's good value on the board with Pierre Desir, with Keith McGill, as two players that I think would fit the San Francisco offensive system very well. Even if they dipped a little bit lower, I have a number of corners rated in the 4th round, like E.J. Gaines and Walt Aikens, that could be intriguing. So I think that would be a good position. I can't imagine after trading for Stevie Johnson they grab a wide receiver, but they have so many picks. You really don't have to worry about position too much. They're going to address every position at some point here if you're the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe pass rush. Do they take someone to maybe develop in case Alden Smith and that whole situation blows up or doesn't work out or something else happens? But at 106, the 49ers select Bruce Ellington, wide receiver from South Carolina. So they do take a wide receiver, and it is a very highly rated one, a slot wide receiver. Once again, a player that's different, that can stretch the field a little bit for the 49ers. That is the receiver they don't have, right? You have Michael Crabtree, big possession receiver, physical presence. You have Anquan Bolden. You have a physical presence. You have Stevie Johnson, who's a little bit more of a finesse outside receiver. You don't have that deep threat if you're the 49ers, and that's what Bruce Ellington is going to give you. Big athleticism, slot receiver, kick returner, punt returner, and boom. Ellington is just a really, really good athlete. They're showing his basketball highlights on ESPN here. And, I think the 49ers are picking value all over the place, and now they get a position of need. So, I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, the 49ers, I think they could take a quarterback later, but Blaine Gabbert should be a fine backup. And Bruce Ellington, just like Ace Sanders last year, he's not very flashy. I don't know if he's going to be a dominant player, but I'm digging it. I just pulled a Romeo. What was that? Yeah, 49ers just going to go with the value. When you have this many picks, you can go with the value. They had 3 third-rounders yesterday. You can keep that going. So I like it. It is a position of need too. They have another 4th-round pick late in the draft with their actual 4th-rounder. So the Raiders on the clock at 107, and the Raiders have had an excellent draft in my opinion so far. It might be my favorite. I'm going to be honest with you. It might be my favorite draft. If they take a receiver here, I think I'm one of the highly rated ones. I think I'm going to really enjoy it. Alex, I think this is being recorded, Justin.tv this week. I'm going to try to upload it to YouTube if I can, if Justin saves these long enough. That's my only fear. So, no, I think Ellington's a very different player from Jalen Saunders. Ellington's built a little bit more. He has a lot more athleticism in short space, where Saunders can get down the field a little bit better than I think Ellington can. And I think Ellington's a more natural hands catcher. Saunders has that type of trouble, so. Man, if my day 2 wasn't recorded, I'll be pretty upset, but oh well. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I deleted my first day, so oh well. Oh well. That's what happens. We're doing it live. People got to catch it and see it. Yeah, Justin.tv, I guess, deletes them pretty quickly, so I should have focused on that yesterday. But, so yeah, I lost the first day. The second day is listed as the first day. So that's what happened. If people miss the stream, they miss the stream. That's how it works. Maybe next year I'll stream to YouTube or something. No way, it'll just automatically save. I like the McKinnon pick. I thought it was a little bit early. Scott Fish, Jerick McKinnon, the running back out of Georgia Southern, played quarterback for them. Definitely a dynamic option that's much different from Adrian Peterson. He needs some development along, but he's explosive and more athletic than I think DeAnthony Thomas is. More athletic than even Dre Archer is. Doesn't and has kind of the full package. Can catch the ball. So. Yeah, you can stream on YouTube now. Raiders 107 here. They select Justin Ellis, nose tackle out of Louisiana Tech, another one of my favorite players. So, man, they're continuing to kill this draft. Oakland Raiders. How are they making a good draft? Justin Ellis, I haven't seen him get moved back. It's so rare to see him get pushed off of the line of scrimmage. He's not going to give you much more than a space eater, but man, line of scrimmage, he is just going to eat up those 2 gaps, and he has a little bit of power. So he's not going to penetrate very much, but you get your big nose tackle, and even at the Senior Bowl in 11-on-11s, he just kind of sat there and took care of of two gaps and they try to run through him, and he wouldn't let them run through him. He's going to free up your linebackers, free up Khalil Mack, free up Seal Moore to make plays. That's exactly what he's there for. So I'm loving the Raiders draft. What is this? What year is it? I mean, what happened? I can't believe it. But they're picking very solid football players and players I think will help them and improve them. So, yeah, I mean, Kenzie and Dennis Allen, this is a make or break year for them, and they're having a solid draft. I mean, Derek Carr, I think if they sit him and let him learn, Gabe Jackson's an instant starter, Khalil Mack's an instant starter. I think Justin Ellis, has a shot to play for 2 downs, depending on how they run their defense. So. And Ellis is never going to be dynamic. We're never going to hear his name again, probably. He's not going to be making the Pro Bowl anytime soon, but I think he's a solid player to eat up space. And you need that big nose tackle. Oakland struggled against the run, so. Oh, the bubblefish is saving me, man. The bubblefish, if he's going to make these, he's going to make individual reactions for me to upload. I love him. I'm going to give Bubblefish a hug. It's very true, Daddy Shelton. The next coach might be the one to work it. So Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Jake's in the chat room, so I can't ignore the Seattle Seahawks. I love Paul Richardson. The Brit pick was very questionable to me. I think Seattle's going to keep going with players that fit their system. Maybe they go with a defensive lineman here. You go with an Ed Stinson. You take, who's a player we haven't talked about, Aaron Lynch out of South Florida, had a lot of upside. So he's someone that people thought, hey, this could be a top 15 pick, transferring out of Notre Dame. Didn't really live up to those expectations. Spinward Saunders, I love it to stretch the field. I think that's the type of player you're getting, so you can get down the field. Could help Geno Smith maybe take the top off of defense, but I don't think he offers much more than that other than the return game. So I wonder what that usage is going to be. Now, if you feel like you can still develop Stephen Hill into something as a starter, I think Saunders is pretty good. Yeah, offensive line for Seattle could definitely be a possibility as well. No, they already went with Britt, so I wonder if they would go with 2 offensive line if they really want to rebuild that. But I think defensive line would be an ideal pick here. Dimitri's, I don't know where he went. I think he's sleeping. He's sleeping in the bedroom. I don't think he'll make too much of an appearance today. He sleeps all day. Darn cat. Dun 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 dun. I mean, here comes the Seattle Seahawks pick, 108, coming fast and furious. Seahawks select Cassius Marsh, defensive end out of UCLA. I like Cassius Marsh. I had him as a 6th-round pick. I was a little bit surprised, but it's definitely an area of need for the Seattle Seahawks. And Marsh is definitely one of those violent players, has kind of violent hands. He's in 6'4", 270 pounds, can play defensive end, can move inside a defensive tackle, plays with really good leverage. He's a player that's violent with his hands, but stays down low. He's not very athletic. He doesn't have a great first step. I don't think he's gonna use athleticism to beat you at all. But Marsh is an inside-outside player. He's a bigger defensive end, which we've seen Seattle use in the past, where they've been able to move guys around. He's one of those types where you can move him around, you can stand him up a little bit, you can move him inside for a play, because he's kind of in that tweener range. So that's why I thought he would go a little bit later. Very technically sound defensive end. That I think the leverage-wise can be very effective in the NFL. I just don't know if he has the athletic ability to make a big impact or ever really be a starter. But you're talking 4th round. You get a rotational D lineman. I don't think it's a bad pick. Who's the oldest player in the draft this year? It's a good question. That's a good question. I'm trying to think. Is Ioane Unga? I think he's 26 from BYU. I mean, I guess he's not going to get drafted, but we'll see. How old is Mike Flacco? I don't think he'll get drafted either. All right, we got commercials. Let's see if we get this pick in. Round 4. Flacco's 26 as well, so some of these older players. All right, let's get this Buffalo Bills pick. Buffalo Bills pick 109 selects Ross Cockrell, cornerback out of Duke. So corners are tough to predict. It seems like Cockrell's a player that had a lot of visits. Let me see where I put him on here. I put him in the 7th round. He's a little bit bigger of a corner, just over 6 feet tall, almost 200 pounds, who definitely uses his physical presence to move people around. Teams didn't target him very much. He plays a little bit too upright for me, a little bit too stiff for me. So Cockrell has kind of the look of a number 1 corner, of a starting cornerback. He just doesn't play like it. I think he's going to struggle against wide receivers that are a little bit more athletic, but he's going to do better if he can jam them at the line and hopefully win that way. I think he's more of a reserve corner, nickel dime type of cornerback, but he's had some good play, for a Duke team that struggled on defense this year. I'm pretty happy with him in the 4th round. I would have taken him a round or 2 later, but I understand it. First fullback and when? I'm going to guess 5th round. I'll say Trey Millard out of Oklahoma, maybe J.C. Copeland out of LSU. The Rams pick at 110. St. Louis gone very line heavy, and they take Maurice Alexander, safety out of Utah State. Maurice Alexander is a versatile safety who, once again, has a lot of size to him. Probably a strong safety type, in my opinion, for St. Louis. 6'2", over 210 pounds, and he's a tackle machine. He played way up on the line. They even rushed him as a passer at Utah State. Rushed him as a pass rusher at Utah State sometimes to go after the quarterback. Now I know he had a suspension at one point in his career, so there's some off the field concerns with him. Not gonna really be a coverage safety. So I had him rated much lower because I felt like he's Ahmad Dixon. He's one of those type of safeties that is just going to play up in the box, and that's about all that you're going to get out of him. So I'm a little surprised that he went this early. I had him in the 7th round. Special teamer, maybe strong safety in the box, can tackle, can pass rush. That's about it. Seattle back on the clock at 111 here. David Yankee is just not very athletic. I think his workout numbers were a lot poorer than people thought, and so there's a fear that that he's just not going to have the athletic ability to work in the NFL, especially against defensive tackles. 3 techs are getting smaller and smaller. Where do you play him? A Yankee can't pull like David DeCastro could, and I think that's going to be a big problem too. Lorenzo Taliaferro is Coastal Carolina. He could play fullback, though I've heard he doesn't want to play fullback, so we'll see. Seahawks, the Seahawks traded a pick. Surprise. Who would have thought the Seahawks would trade? They traded the Cincinnati Bengals down at pick 111. So Cincinnati, moving up. Moving up. Who could they be moving up for? They got a corner, they got a running back, they got a defensive end. Could we see a quarterback go off the board here? Could they move up for Logan Thomas? Try to get an upside corner here. Is there a wide receiver on the board that they like? There's been some thought they could be looking at wide receiver. So, how many picks do the Seahawks want in this thing? Whew. Seattle's moving all around. They have to. Yeah, offensive line would make a lot of sense. Pick 111 by the Bengals here. Let's see who it is. Russell Bodine, center out of North Carolina. As center is Running dry, you have to move up to get your guy, and Bodine was a player that could have went in the top 100, has a ton of experience, and now we're really seeing centers come off the board and start to see that run a little bit dry. Now, Russell Bodine is kind of a solid all-around presence. You know, he stood up well. I didn't think he played particularly well this year, and I even think he could be a better guard ultimately. But he's decent size, 6'4". He's in the 300-pound range. And you know what? He can take guys down. He gets his arms inside and can drill players to the ground. He had a fair number of pancakes when I watched him. At the same time, he is a little bit slow coming off the snap and getting his hands on players. If he gets his hands on you, he's very effective. But if you have a very quick defensive tackle opposite him, he doesn't do so well with that. He actually does better against the bigger, fatter nose tackles because they can be a little bit slow. So I don't think he's super dynamic. I don't think he's going to be athletic enough to pull around. But I think Russell Bodine is he was a little bit overrated. I'll be honest. I thought he was a little bit overrated coming into the draft. But fourth round I think is solid for him. He does play very stiff, but he's got to get his hands on you. That's what he has to do. I don't know. I remember him taking guys down, pancaking defensive tackles often when he didn't get beat. Very inconsistent player, in my opinion. So Seattle got 123 and 199. Got all the fish in the house today. The Tennessee Titans up at 112. Seattle moving down. I think Tennessee's had a pretty darn good draft. I mean, I like Taylor Lewan. I like Bishop Sankey for not having a third round pick. I think they've done pretty well. They have 2 fourth round picks. I like Martavis Bryant from Clemson a lot. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's fast, and he got better. He improved so much during the season. Beginning of the season, I thought he was undraftable. By the end of the season, I thought, hey, this guy could be a third-round pick to me because he started to give a little bit more effort and dive for balls and improved his hands. You can tell there's a lot of improvement. If he can continue that, he can be a starting receiver in the NFL. I think he has that potential from his size and speed perspective, but it's just which Martavis Bryant are you getting? He's a risk. He's a risky player as compared to some of these other wide receivers. So that's going to be that's going to be an interesting part of who takes him. Can you develop him? Can you develop him? The NFL Network showed some bad. I hate that when you have a player get drafted and then the tape they show is just bad. I don't think San Francisco has a quarterback. I think they're probably happy with Blaine Gabbert at this point for a year, but they might. They could with all these picks. You never know. It's tough to say now if our team's going to address this position, that position. Who knows? Yeah, Bodine, I think he had the most bench press reps. He's right up there. But he doesn't get that functional strength because he plays so upright. Because he plays so upright. And like I said, if he gets his hands on you, if he actually gets that leverage, and sometimes he can do it when the other guy's playing upright too, he gets that leverage, he takes him to the ground. He has that strength. But that's my issue with him. Titans at 112, select Daquan Jones, defensive tackle out of Penn State. I think that's a great pick, a great value pick. And Daquan Jones moving to the 3-4 could be a 5 technique, could play defensive end for them in this new 3-4 defense. Very solid, not very flashy player, but plays very technically sound, a lot of lower body strength. He drives very, very well. I saw that up close and personal at the Senior Bowl of Daquan Jones driving pretty well. So I like it. I don't think he's going to be great, and I kind of like him in that 3-4 defense a little bit better than I would have liked him in the 4-3 defense. So, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that. Sure, fish balls, go for it. I don't know how you do it, but you can change it. So, yeah, I like that pick from the Titans' perspective. I really do.
Well, I mean, it sounds like Jacksonville is willing to sit Bortles and let Chad Henne, play a little bit. I think that's fine. Bring him along slowly. Daquan Jones could be a nose tackle. That wouldn't surprise me either. I could definitely see him play nose tackle for the Titans, especially if they want to go with the undersized nose tackle, which we've seen that defense use before and use effectively. He definitely plays more like a nose, though I think size-wise might be a little bit of a problem. So if that gets announced that they took him as a nose tackle, I could definitely see it as well. All right, Giants pick 113. So the Giants at 113 take a running back, Andre Williams, running back out of Boston College. This was the leader of the NCAA in rushing yards this year, Heisman finalist Andre Williams, who definitely can't catch the ball. He's not going to catch it. But I guess if David Wilson gets healthy yesterday, have him to do kind of a replacement for I guess for Andre Brown. They have Rashad Jennings there. Andre Williams would be a nice foil with that. Andre Williams he plays very upright. I don't think he's very explosive. I fear he's not going to have the explosiveness. Now, his combine numbers were very, very good. He had a very good 40 time. There's a lot of upside there. There's a lot of upside there with him because he has the size and the speed. But it's all about, hey, what more can you do? He has the size to block. Not going to catch the ball very much. If you have him in a running back by committee situation, I think it can work. It's the type of running back we've seen the Giants use, the Brandon Jacobs. They've had that bigger player. So I think Andre Williams is going to create a nice duo with Rashad Jennings and have a little bit more of a power run game, if you will, for the Giants, which has been what's worked for them. Now, there'll never be another Brandon Jacobs, but I think Andre Williams in the fourth is fine value. I'm not the biggest fan of him because I like running backs that catch passes, but it's a good situation for him to be in with a pretty good offensive line. Jaguars at 114 here. Their selection is Aaron Colvin, corner out of Oklahoma, had the big injury towards ACL at the Senior Bowl. And who knows, people didn't know where he was going to get picked. Was he going to be in the top 100 in the second day? Was it going to be here very soon in that third day? He's kind of a redshirt player. I don't think you're going to get anything out of him immediately. And, this is surprising because we think Gus Bradley and Jacksonville, bigger cornerbacks. That's not Aaron Colvin's game. Aaron Colvin's very technically sound. Has started for a long time, faced a lot of good receivers, done pretty well against them. And he gets burned sometimes. He can get caught kind of peeking in the backfield, can't get turned around fast enough. But he has a real nice back pedal and a smooth release. So, I think he's a corner that can be a starter at the NFL level, but you gotta wait for that injury to come around, and I think you have to develop him a little bit. If he mentally can catch up to what his body can do, I think he can be a starter in the league. So I think it's a good chance to take in the fourth round, even with the injury of Aaron Colvin. A lot of people were interested in taking him and hoping they could develop him into something, and not, I would have expected Jacksonville to take Desir, to take McGill, instead going for Aaron Colvin. So maybe, maybe the league's not moving towards those bigger physical corners as much as people think. We see Dexter McDougal and Aaron Colvin get drafted before Keith McGill and Pierre Desir. Best center available, I know someone had asked before, is Gabe Icard from Oklahoma for me, who's undersized. I don't think he's necessarily a starter. So I don't know if there's a starting center that's left. Corey Lindsley out of Ohio State, Tyler Larson, Utah State, Matt Paradis out of Boise State, Matt Armstrong, Grand Valley State. It's going to be tough to find a center if that's what you want here. Thank you, Scott. Thanks for the tweet and thanks for coming in. And the Jets are on the clock at 1:15. Oh, there you go. Eagles trade Bryce Brown to the Buffalo Bills. The Bills brought in a couple of running backs. We'll see if you find out, as this or someone else, what the Eagles got out of that. And the Eagles signed Darren Sproles. They have Chris Polk there, who's kind of beat out Bryce Brown as it is. So, Adam Schefter reporting that Bryce Brown traded to the Buffalo Bills, definitely a high upside running back to maybe take over for Fred Jackson down the line. So I think that's very interesting. I think that's a very interesting trade. If the Bills, gave a 6th or 7th round pick for it, I mean, Fred Jackson's almost done. Let's be honest. He was very effective last year, especially in short yardage. But, the Bills have to find a replacement for him. I feel like they've kept drafting these guys potentially to be that replacement. So, don't worry, Scott. I'll always fear the pork fried rice. Guess my Ben Tate trade not going to happen with you, but maybe I'll have to pick up Terrence West. Yeah, I mean Bryce Brown was basically done with Philadelphia, so. Luke Belanco from Virginia Tech. Yeah, I have him as an undrafted free agent. He just doesn't fit the athletic profile. Not super strong, not super athletic or quick. I don't know if he's more than a practice squad type candidate. But hey, I've said that about guys before. They get drafted in the 4th round. So, wow, a 4th rounder next year for Bryce Brown. The Bills are trading all of their future picks. So the Bills traded their 4th for to get Sammy Watkins. Then they get a 4th potentially back, conditional 4th, to trade another 4th. Whew. And the Jets take another wide receiver, Shaq Evans, wide receiver at UCLA, one of the more impressive wide receivers for me at the Senior Bowl, and I wasn't sure where he was going to go. He was someone that's just always open, always making catches. He's a very good hands catcher, doesn't use his body very much. And, Shaq Evans, a transfer from Notre Dame to UCLA, extremely productive player. He's not super fast. I don't even think he runs, great routes. So, maybe a little bit of a reach. I would have taken one of the other receivers over him. But in terms of those, I'd take, say, a Jared Abbrederis, I think, over him. But I think Shaq Evans does have some upside. I think he could be very productive for the Jets. And he's another, once again, type of receiver that they just don't have. If you take Jalen Saunders to go down the field, Shaq Evans isn't going to stretch the field, but he's got to be a reliable slot receiver for you. So surround Jason Morrow, Shaq Evans, Jalen Saunders. I think it's a smart way to go about developing a quarterback. The Jaguars are doing it. The Bills are doing it. Just get more weapons if you have a young quarterback. Let them do their thing that way. So I'm a little surprised he went this early, but I like it. I like it. Yeah, I mean the Bills are trading future picks like there's no tomorrow. So the Oakland Raiders are up at 116, and I don't know if you get all these Bills trades worked out for me. Got to know what picks the Bills have. So a conditional 4th that could become a 3rd for Bryce Brown. Very interesting. I think Abbrederis is fine. I mean, he was cleared to do everything in the offseason, unlike Ryan Swope, who, tried to go to the Senior Bowl but wasn't cleared. So we'll see where Abbrederis goes. But I'll say about Jared Abbrederis, he knows football and he loves football. I got that within 20 seconds of talking to him. So I hope he goes somewhere well and has a shot. No, it's not Ricky Williams level bad, but the Bills are taking these offensive weapons for future picks and definitely investing in this year. They're trying to get something going in this year. All right, the Oakland Raiders. I've been loving the Oakland Raiders draft here. If they draft another one of my highly rated players, I might declare them the winners. Khalil Mack, Derek Carr, Gabe Jackson, Justin Ellis. I mean, these are just linemen that are big and are nasty. These are the type of linemen that you need to have a productive offense and defense around you. So, do they finally take a receiver here? Do they take a corner, which is a need for them? Where do they look? Oh, I think Bryce Brown's a talented back for what they gave up, but I think with running backs nowadays, do you really want to give up a potential third round pick, to take one like that? I don't know if you would do it, especially someone with fumbling issues. And it seems like he's kept his nose clean, but always a question. The Raiders at 116 select Keith McGill, corner out of Utah. Wow, see? I mean, the Raiders, I love this draft. Keith McGill, big, physical cornerback, can jam you at the line of scrimmage. Now, just like most big corners, turning and running, backpedal, not his strength, but he, and he's had some injury issues, but he's a super good player who I think is still learning the position. I mean, the Raiders get a big physical corner that has starting potential in the 4th round. I thought he could go as high as the 2nd round in this draft, and I really like Keith McGill. Big hands. He actually plays the ball very well, and if he intercepts a pass, I mean, he's so big, he turns into a running back. It's very tough to bring him down, so he can really make big plays with the ball in his hands. Very athletic for a player his size, just a little bit stiff. So I really, really like that pick. I really love this Raiders draft. Not something I thought I'd be saying. Best corners left on the board. Pierre Desir out of Lindenwood is my best cornerback on the board. Terrence Mitchell out of Oregon. Marcus Roberson out of Florida. E.J. Gaines out of Missouri. Rashad Reynolds out of Oregon State. And Walt Aikens out of Liberty. Yeah, I mean, McGill, Hayden, Chimdi Chekwa, I think they're kind of building a decent secondary there in Oakland. So the Bears on the clock here with pick 117. Safety's kind of welled up. Safety's kind of welled up for Chicago, which is still a big need. They addressed their attacking needs with corner, with defensive tackle. Do they go on the offensive side of the ball? They haven't done that yet. Do they take a running back here? Michael Bush is out of town. They definitely need a running back if they don't want to overextend Matt Forte, who's also getting older. So that could be a look for the Chicago Bears. Or do they take a safety? Do they take Ed Reynolds out of Stanford, Deion Bailey, Brock Farine? So the Bears draft, I don't know. I don't love either Ego Ferguson or Will Sutton. I mean, I think Ferguson has some potential. Sutton's just got to get back down to 280 and play at that weight, which I think they'll have him do. But yeah, I'm just not. And they might be good in tandem, but I had better defensive tackles. I had 3 tech and 1 tech on the board. What position has the most talent? I mean, is there any doubt that's probably wide receiver? There's still a ton of talent at the wide receiver position. I think interior offensive line, David Yankee, Dakota Dozier, Sierra Richardson has a lot of talent still on the board. If you want an offensive guard, you can find one. You can find some potential starters out there. I think Dozier can develop into a starter. Richardson in a power run scheme. Yankee in a power run scheme. So that will make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, wide receivers just super deep. I mean, Martavis Bryant, Kevin Norwood, Jared Abbrederis, so many good players that are going to be out there, even in the 6th and 7th round. You can kind of wait and just keep picking your choice. Brandon Coleman, yeah, you can't forget about that. All right, the Bears are up on the clock, and pick 117. The Bears select Kadeem Carey. They do take a running back out of Arizona. One of the most productive running backs in this class is Kadeem Carey. And look, Carey didn't have good workouts. He's a little bit small and not very fast. That's what knocked him down the board. Potential second-round pick goes in the fourth round because of that. But you can't fake this production in the Pac-12. Ton of touchdowns, nose for the end zone, catches the ball pretty well. He's a willing blocker. I think Kadeem Carey's solid all around, a good backup to Matt Forte, and you can bring him along. It's not like you're asking him to do everything for you. You can bring him along as a situational running back. So I think it actually was a pretty big need for Chicago to take a running back after Michael Bush was gone. Hey, I don't know. Scotty won't even show up. I don't know why he won't show up in here, but I think Dakota Dozier is good enough for the zone blocking scheme. That actually might be a preferred fit for him. So Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, have not addressed corner, have not addressed wide receiver. Do they take someone here that fits the bill? Do they want a bigger physical cornerback like Pierre Desir, or could they go somewhere else? This is about the time when they take a cornerback. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a Rashad Reynolds out of Oregon State or an Anton Exum out of Virginia Tech maybe going here if they want someone to kind of redshirt. So Steelers pick at 118, and they select Martavis Bryant, wide receiver out of Clemson. Love that pick. A guy I thought they were looking at in the second round, perhaps they get in the fourth round. There's your big wide receiver. There's your physical wide receiver. If you can bring Martavis Bryant along, I think that's a phenomenal pick. Well, no, he could bust out. He could not develop into something. This could be Lima Swede Part 2, or you can have a player that with the huge upside that develops into a number 2 wide receiver across from Antonio Brown. I think it's an absolute steal by the Steelers. It fits a position of need, and a player that they brought in for a visit, which they usually like to do. So now you have Antonio Brown, Martavis Bryant, Marcus Wheaton, Lance Moore, Darius Hayward-Bay. I think it's a good receiving core and enough that you can kind of bring Bryant along slowly. And we'll see. Maybe Dre Archer's got to play a little bit too. So great pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think making up for that Dre Archer pick. Yeah, Bills fans in the forum mock, you don't even have to pick. So right, Lima Sweet Part 2, a lot less worry in the fourth than the second round. So I like it. Dallas Cowboys, pick 119, and Dallas has had I guess they've been doing this more and more, really addressing the lines. Zach Martin to play offensive line, DeMarcus Lawrence they moved up for yesterday, traded that third round pick to go up and get who they had a first round grade on. So we'll see if they address the secondary here for Dallas. That's definitely a big position of need still. Could they take a receiver? Could they go a little more flash? Could they take A.J. McCarron? We'll see what happens. I don't know if the Steelers have beaten the Ravens yet, but I think both of us have to beat the Bengals first. As long as we beat up Johnny Manziel, I think we'll be good. I don't know if Derek Moore even makes the team, to be honest with you. But all right, Cowboys at 119. The pick is in. Coming up here, Anthony Hitchens, outside linebacker from Iowa. So Iowa gets another linebacker taken, and this is a fit for that cover 2 defense. Anthony Hitchens has a little bit of range to him, very good against the run. He's not going to give you, he's not going to give you a lot of pass rush ability, but he's very good at going out into, let me cross him off here, going out into the flat, can cover a running back, can tackle a running back that's trying to get outside, and I think it's probably more of a rotational pick with some potential to kind of stand up and drop back into coverage. So I don't think he's very dynamic. I had him rated as a 7th rounder on my value board, but he definitely fits the cover 2 defense where he has a little bit of range, and you're not, obviously you're not going to ask him to rush the passer. That's not what you do. He can sit back in the zone and watch for the run, make plays on against the run, and he can kind of sit back and cover tight ends and running backs. So that fits his strength. It fits the system. So Arizona up with pick 120. Well, pre-draft visits differ from team to team. Some teams really use it. The lists aren't supposed to be public. Actually, they're supposed to be private. So some get out. Usually, that's why you see some of these smaller players on a lot of lists. They'll get that out. Their agent will say, "Here's who they visited." Kind of pump them up. Where some people keep it quiet. And some teams use visits and take players from that. Some teams use visits to kind of address players, maybe, hey, down the line of free agency, could be someone that we want. The Steelers are a team, for example, just I know being here, that they take players to visit. They bring in players to visit who they want, and that's who they take, early, mid, late. Some just bring in late round picks. Some just bring in early round picks and kind of get their first and second rounders out of that. So it really differs. A lot can depend on how much time. Did they go to the Senior Bowl? Then maybe we don't need to because we talked to them there. Were they at the Combine? Maybe we don't need to because we talked to them there. So I think that kind of differs as well. So it differs from team to team. Some teams don't like to bring in players for visits and kind of tip their hand. Some teams don't mind doing that. Russell Bodine at center, I think, is a solid player, but let me address the Arizona Cardinals pick. I'll come back to that. Arizona at 120 picks their quarterback, Logan Thomas, the quarterback out of Virginia Tech, one time a potential number 1 overall pick, big, athletic, former tight end, playing quarterback. He's just not very technically sound, not very mentally sound on the football field, but a huge arm, a lot of athletic ability, and guess what? This is a Bruce Arians type of quarterback. I mean, this is Ben Roethlisberger Jr. here, a player with a big arm that can get it down the field, can run around a little bit, can take shots and keep on going. So Logan Thomas going to the Arizona Cardinals. I like this pick in the 4th round. You get a developmental quarterback who fits the system much better than, say, McCarron or Murray or whatever, and you get to develop him. Carson Palmer's the starter. Logan Thomas doesn't have to step in, and he fits that system to a T. And, you have good receivers there. You have Floyd. You have Fitzgerald. He's going to have the tools to develop, and you're going to have the time to develop him in Arizona. If you want to compete with Colin Kaepernick and Russell Wilson, Logan Thomas is a potential quarterback. And if he fails, if he's not good enough, then you can cut him. It's round 4. So, right, Thomas, not very accurate, not good at reading a defense, not good at throwing receivers open, not good at too much of the normal quarterback stuff. But he has those physical tools. So that's going to get you drafted in round 4. I think I actually bet someone a pizza that he would get drafted. So I win a pizza. But I think it's a good fit for Arizona. I really do think it's a good fit for Arizona. We'll see if they can develop him enough. And if they don't, it's not a big loss. If they do, you get a future really top potential quarterback. Thomas has a ton of upside. But going back to Russell Bodine, still want me to comment on him. I think he plays a little too upright, very strong. If he gets his hands underneath you, he can take you down to the ground. But if he's facing faster, more athletic players, I think he struggles. Could be a starter at center with some development, especially in the run game. But I have some questions. I think he needs some help and some coaching before he gets to that point. Well, I think when you start to look in the third day of the draft, if you're taking a quarterback, you want someone with a lot of upside, with some those big physical tools. That's not A.J. McCarron. That's not Aaron Murray. So that's personally that's my thought is McCarron's not going to throw too well to the outside of the hash marks. Murray, same thing. Plus, you add the injury to that. So I think these guys are going to go late. I think Tom Savage could go above both of them still. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm surprised some of these small school players are falling. Dozier and Pierre Desir, David Yankee as well. I mean, here's the thing: offensive guard is very plentiful. So that's that could be a portion of it. The teams are going to kind of wait on that. So I think a lot of teams don't necessarily need that or value that maybe in the fourth round. We'll see what happens. So Packers are on the clock at 121, and I've liked the Packers draft. I mean, Richard Rodgers is an upside play. I love Devontae Adams. I love HaHa Clinton-Dix. I think Kyrie Thornton is a great fit for their defense. See what they do here. I agree, Daddy Shelton. I like Cameron Fleming. I think Fleming is a good offensive tackle out of Stanford. I like him better than Yankee, so we'll see. D'Anthony Thomas is still out there. What's some landing spots for him? I think there's a lot of different teams that could use that. Could a team like the Saints take him? Could we see a team like the Patriots take him? So I think he's going to go pretty soon. I mean, I think a lot of Logan Thomas's problems are in his head, but also are just in his kind of rhythm and technique. I think because he's so big, it's more difficult to take shorter strides, to plant that foot and throw. So Logan Thomas at the Senior Bowl had some amazing throws and had some really bad throws. It was very inconsistent. Packers at 121, their selection is up. It's Carl Bradford, linebacker out of Arizona State. There you go, Packers fans. There's your new inside linebacker, Carl Bradford. A great pick. I really like Carl Bradford. I had a third-round grade on him, and he's very athletic, a very good coverage inside linebacker, very different from A.J. Hawk. And Bradford was very productive. They rushed him a little bit at outside linebacker at Arizona State. He was pretty good at tackling, a good tackle technique. He has some range to him. He's not super dynamic. He's not going to necessarily be a blitzer in the NFL. I think that was more in college. But I think he could be a good inside linebacker option next to A.J. Hawk and give a little bit more of a dynamic option, a pass coverage option for them. He needs some development. Came out as an underclassman, though he graduated early, so I don't think it counted against the underclassman number for him and Teddy Bridgewater. But that's a really good pick. That's a really good pick. I think it's very fitting. I like this Packers draft so far. A lot's going to depend on Richard Rodgers, but I think his first couple picks were good, and I think this one also for Bradford, potential starter with him. So Tennessee back on the clock at 122. Yeah, who do the Titans go with here? They've taken their running back. They've taken their offensive lineman. They took maybe a potential nose tackle in Daquan Jones. So I think they've addressed a lot of their needs here pretty early on. What about corner? What about quarterback? Could they be the ones that pull a trigger on one of these cornerbacks that are falling down the board to replace Alteron Werner? Do they want to take a QB and develop him? Because this would be a pretty good spot to do that in. They have a pick in each round, so maybe a guy like Tom Savage if you want to develop him. CJ Schneider back in the chat room. Thank you. Thoughts on the Ravens draft so far? I mean, I like it. I think it's solid. I don't think it's very flashy. CJ Mosley, Timmy Jernigan, and Terrence Brooks build up that defense. You have a free safety and Brooks that I think can make some plays. I think Jernigan will kind of stand up at the nose tackle but give you a little more dynamic option. And Mosley's pretty solid. I thought Crockett Gilmore a little bit of a reach, but he's a good blocker. He's a good blocker and can catch the ball soft hands. You know Gary Kubiak likes his tight ends. A little early for me, but I think it was a solid pick. I think it's a solid draft, but is it gonna? I don't think you're gonna have multiple Pro Bowlers out of this one. I think you have role players that are going to be able to help their defense. Two wideouts the Jets took, Yankee fan asks. I like Jalen Saunders as a deep threat only. I think Shaq Evans is a solid all-around wide receiver, not extremely dynamic. May not be a starting wide receiver, but could play the slot. So I don't know if you got a starting receiver out of it, but you got good weapons, two very different options. Evans a really good hands pass catcher, possession-type wide receiver, very productive. Saunders going to be a good return man and deep threat for them. Hey, we can have some Saturday school. Saturday school watching the draft. That's our Saturday school. Let's do it. I mean, I like Blitty Ray Wilson, fine, but I don't know if you want to rely on him to be your one of your top two guys. So Titans pick 122 is Marquestin Huff, cornerback / safety out of Wyoming, a two-way player that can play either corner or safety. Marquestin Huff, very interesting. I talked to him at the Senior Bowl, a very humble player. I was very impressed talking with him. I like him more as a free safety than a corner. A little bit on the bigger side, over 6 feet tall, almost 200 pounds. A pretty good tackler. He's not very fluid for corner. I think he plays very. He plays really stiffly. I wish he would drop into his hips when he went to his back pedal. And that's why I like him as a safety more, where he doesn't have to do that. Can play one deep, and he still has some pretty good ball skills. So I think I'll be interested to see what the Titans play him. Marquestin Huff, I apologize. I'll be interested to see where the Titans play him. If they have him play safety, they try to have him be that conversion corner. Maybe he would be a decent nickel or dime corner, and you could kind of play him that way. We're seeing quarterbacks like Logan Thomas go off the board. It's just about what teams need them. And McCarron doesn't have the physical tools. Savage doesn't have the play. So maybe Gil Brandt was talking up Tom Savage a little too much here. But we'll see what happens. I think Savage would be the guy to stash if you're looking to stash someone. Will Seattle actually make a pick? We'll see. They got Cassius Marsh, kind of a Leo defensive end. You can stand up, play a little linebacker, a little strong side backer too. They have this 4th round pick from the Bengals, then their own 4th round pick. Jake, who do you want here? What's your wish list for 123? They got the receiver, got O-line, got D-line. I mean, this feels like you could just go best player available and take your shot with that. Carl Bradford, inside linebacker out of Arizona State, played outside for them, probably inside in the Packers 3-4 defense. He's a pretty athletic player, rushed the passer a little bit. I think he's good in coverage, decent tackler, sometimes doesn't take the best angles on tackles, have the best tackling technique, but I think Bradford's a future starter. I had him rated as a 3rd round pick, so I think he fits next to A.J. Hawk. It's a very different option than A.J. Hawk is. Hey, Sky, you told me round 3. You want round 4? I think it's pretty good. I had had him going in the 7th of my mock draft. Now, I had him rated as a 5th round pick, Marqueston Huff. So, mock draft is not where I value players. You can go to the value board for that. And the Seahawks take another receiver, Kevin Norwood, wide receiver from Alabama. I think one of the more underrated players of this draft. Watching Kevin Norwood at the Senior Bowl, he was phenomenal. May have been the best wide receiver out there. And I think this is solid value for him, about where he should go. He kind of does remind me of a Golden Tate type of player, Doug Baldwin type of player, where just very reliable, good hands catcher, and definitely different from Paul Richardson. Richardson going to go down the field a little bit more. Norwood is not going to necessarily do that. But runs extremely good routes, very sharp on his cuts, and he's tough to cover that way. Very tough to cover that way. So I like the Kevin Norwood pick a ton for the Seattle Seahawks here, and I think they're adding some more offensive weapons, maybe going to pass the ball a little bit more. Wait for life without Marshawn Lynch, start to develop that. So I think Norwood can make this team and actually make an impact. Very, very good player. And you know what? He could be the best Alabama prospect to come out of this draft, ultimately, the best Alabama player, because I think he's going to make a living in the NFL for a long time, and he's going to find his place. He's going to find his place to continue to contribute. So the Chiefs are up at 124. Preston Brown has a little more athletic ability than Chris Borland does, but bigger size. I think that's why the Bills probably took him, is they're playing the upside game, and he's someone that they can move to outside linebacker if they need to. Borland would be kind of locked in at inside backer as a thumper, so I think they just want that versatility at inside linebacker if you're the Bills. So the Chiefs at 124. Do they take a wide receiver here? Is this the place where we see them go with that? They've gone defense so far in this draft. Phillip Gaines and Dee Ford so far. So you gotta think it's offense, right? I mean that's kind of where the Chiefs need some more help, is to get a better offense, get some more offensive talent, get another offensive weapon. Will Clark out of West Virginia, the 3rd round pick by the Bengals. I think he's kind of a base left end, not much of a pass rusher, but a very talented player, a good leverage player. He's very technically sound. He can be very tough off the snap, and use his hands really well. I think he's good. I just don't know if he's a starter for the Bengals in that system. Maybe can rotate in and play left end occasionally. But he has some upside. It wouldn't surprise me if he turns out to be very good. Waiting for this Chiefs pick. At 124. We'll see what happens. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Adrian Hubbard's still on the board if you want a pass rushing 3-4 linebacker. I think there's still a couple of those guys. Chris Smith from Arkansas. Aaron Lynch of South Florida. So Chiefs at 124. They do take DeAnthony Thomas, the running back out of Oregon. Wow, there's DeAnthony Thomas finally getting taken off the board in the 4th round. 1 point potential 1st round pick. So the Chiefs, I don't know. I don't know why you do that. Are you going to play him at receiver? Is this going to be another situation of picking a running back and trying to move him around? I mean, they took Niall Davis last year as a backup to Jamal Charles. Anthony Thomas has some of that Jamal Charles in him, I guess, so you can see what you can actually develop. I just don't know what you're going to do with him. That's my thing. Could be a good return guy, I think. Kick returns, punt returns. I don't know if it's a good pick. I don't know if I really like this pick of what you're going to do. What position is he playing? Is this going to be a backup gadget running back? You're going to play him at wide receiver? I don't know what you're going to do with him. He's your third string running back. Is that worth taking in the fourth round? But you got to find ways to use him. See, I'm never a fan of like Trey Archer and DeAnthony Thomas and running backs like that who like, oh, this guy will never start, but we'll find ways to use him, and it just never happens. It never seems to happen that way. I mean, Jamal Charles worked out because he could do everything. I don't know if DeAnthony Thomas can do everything. So I think he's going to have to make that conversion to wide receiver. And if people hear about what they're going to do with him, I'll be interested to hear it. But I'm pretty surprised by that pick. And I think he's a good player, very productive at Oregon, can definitely catch the football really well, has deep speed, but definitely does well with one-on-one and making guys miss. You know, that is where that's where he goes, it goes nuts when he's one-on-one with the guy. He's going to juke him out of their shoes and make them miss. Dealt with the injury issues, a little bit small. He can't get a big workload going here, but it's decent value. I just wonder, is that the offensive weapon that the Chiefs needed? Is that the offensive weapon that's really going to help this offense out? I mean, I guess Alex Smith can make it to him. He's coming out of the backfield. But I'm a little surprised. Dolphins draft so far, they've gone offensive line heavy. Jawan James, Billy Turner in the third round. Jarvis Landry, the wide receiver out of LSU, is a very good player. I think he can play the slot for them and catch the ball. He's got the big mitts. It can go up and get a football. So I think Miami is actually having a solid draft. I still would have liked to see them trade down if they really wanted Jawan James. Third round pick was on the board from the Saints, but they didn't do that. So now if I'm them, I think you take the best player available. Maybe you find, maybe find a running back here. You know, I think that's an area of need for the Miami Dolphins. I think there is a lot of potential there. I mean, I guess if they want a center, you could take Corey Linsley out of Ohio State, Gabe Icard, but I mean, could the Saints take a quarterback and have someone that they are going to develop for when Drew Brees is done? They've definitely looked at them. I think Aaron Lynch could play in a 3-4. You could stand him up. Be interesting. I'm not sure if I did have Crockett Gilmore on my value board. I should have. I should have had him on here, but I guess I did not, so. I mean, I'm going to be like 30 seconds behind because Justin.TV hates me, but, alright, so the Saints pick at 126 is Kyrie Fort, linebacker out of Cal, underclassman that comes out. I'll be interested to see where they actually play him, and that was a big issue for me with Kyrie Fort, was I don't know if there was a place I really felt comfortable putting him. 6'2", 242 pounds, a little bit of a tweener, so I would assume he could play on the outside, could play on the inside. I'll be interested to see in his usage. And he was never great at anything. I didn't never watch Kyrie Fort and said, oh, he's really impressive. He can really get after the passer, or he's a really strong tackler. I think he does everything okay. And I think there's some athletic potential there, but I just don't see anything that screams to me, this is a starting player. This is a rotational player who can, who you might have some success bringing him off the edge every once in a while. But I didn't think he had great football intelligence. I didn't think that he always understood his gap assignments and things like that. So I'm a little bit surprised that he went this early. I know a lot of teams brought him in, but, I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, and Cathal asked what my favorite team is, the Steelers. I'm born and raised here, living in Pittsburgh. Best draft so far, I might have to go with the Oakland Raiders. I love the Raiders draft so far. So, Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if any of those Michigan State players get drafted. I think Max Bullock will get drafted at some point. Isaiah Lewis on the bubble. We'll see if Nikos Allen goes. I don't know. I don't really like any of them too much, but Cleveland up at 127. This is a pick from the Colts because the Browns have to get all the Colts picks. They drafted Terrence West at the end of yesterday. I don't think Bigelow will get selected. I don't even know if he's going to get a priority free agent contract, to be honest with you. Nope, I'm in Pittsburgh. I've been in Pittsburgh my 4th year back in Pittsburgh, so. That'd be interesting, WMD. Desir, Bettenberger. That would be very interesting if that's the way the Lions went. Going to replace Sean Hill. I love Sean Hill. Let's see what Snapple says. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. Thank you for that, Snapple. Cleveland. I like the Browns draft so far. I think they got a solid amount of starters out of it. I have Larry Webster at defensive end. I saw him play defensive end very effectively the last 2 years. I think he has a lot of work to do. I think he goes in the 7th round or so. But thank you, Daddy Sheldon. Put that Steelers shirt on. Get that going. I don't know what Big Rick is talking about. Is that English? What happened here? Graduated. I don't know. Yeah, you get Snapple lid, facts, and draft information all in one. So you gotta love that. Pick 127. Pierre Desir gets drafted by the Cleveland Browns. Great pick by the Cleveland Browns. Another big physical cornerback to pair with Justin Gilbert to put with Joe Hayden. And Desir, he has a lot of technique work, very sloppy, kind of all over the place, but with his athletic profile, with his work ethic, I think Pierre Desir is a really, really good corner in the future and a potential starting corner in the future. I mean, the Cleveland Browns now, with just a big physical cornerback group to go up against the smaller receivers of Pittsburgh, go up against the Torrey Smiths and the A.J. Greens of the world. So this could be a very scary secondary. I think it's a good value pick. I would not have poo-pooed anyone taking him in the 3rd round or anything like that. It gets the ball in his hands. He can turn into kind of a running back on returns. And he played 2 All-Star games, got a lot of coaching, saw a lot of improvement there too. The Panthers at 128 have their selection in, and they select Trey Boston, safety out of North Carolina. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Trey Boston, and I know he kind of got talked up. Another just in the box safety, and maybe it's just me that I don't feel like these in the box safeties are worth taking in the 4th round or the 5th round. Boston, bigger, over 200 pounds, almost 6 feet tall. You know, he ran a 4.5, I think, at the combine, so he had that good athletic profile. I think that boosted him up. There's some red flags with him from a coverage perspective. You know, can he really cover one deep? I don't think that he can. He's going to come up and lay the lumber, but you're not going to put him against someone that's faster than him. You're not necessarily going to bring him back even on help coverage. So, Trey Boston is the pick for the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, Panthers moving quickly with that pick. I think there's better safeties on the board than Boston. If you want a pure strong safety, I'd rather have Ahmad Dixon or Deion Bailey. But I think Panthers could use some help in that secondary. Let me go take a quick peek at their depth chart here, because I know Robert Lester had to start for them last year. They didn't get drafted. I know they signed Thomas Decoud, so they needed strong safety help. I think they signed Roman Harper as well. I see on here, so need strong safety help. But I just don't know if Boston is going to give you any more than say Robert Lester has at this point. Lester can actually make some plays. I mean, 4th round, I'm not going to knock a pick too much. It's not like, it's a horrible pick or anything like that. Big Rick, say graduated more. Just make random things in your talk to type program. The 49ers on the board. How many picks the 49ers have? Let's count the ways, shall we? 49ers, their pick here in the 4th round is Dante Johnson, cornerback out of NC State. There's your corner for San Francisco. They go with a big physical corner. We've had kind of run at big physical corners with Keith McGill, with Pierre Desir, and now Dante Johnson. He's played safety. He's played cornerback. So I like it. I like the Dante Johnson pick for San Francisco. Not much of a playmaker, but at the line of scrimmage, he can get his hands on you. He has good tackling technique. Plays very, very upright, as would most of these bigger corners do. I think Desir does that. I think McGill does that. I think Dante Johnson also does that. He's another in that kind of safety corner tweener mold. Played a little free safety, played some strong safety. I think he's probably more of a reserve, a good special teams player. So he is a developmental physical cornerback. So I like this pick, and I think he fits. I think he fits San Francisco very, very well because they want to get a little bit more physical at the point of attack from the cornerback position. So I think it's a good fit in the type of corner that they're probably eyeing here with the value coming off pretty well. I think I had him actually going to the Seahawks at one point in my mock draft. And I rate him as a 5th round pick going in the 4th. Pretty darn good. Yeah, I don't think Chantrell Henderson gets drafted, to be honest, but we'll see. It only takes one team, especially in that 7th round. And so the Patriots are up, pick 130. New England's had intriguing draft. Dominic Easley, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Stork, addressing the lines, getting a future quarterback. The Patriots at 130 select James White, running back out of Wisconsin. Wow, I'm a little surprised he went this early. I'm a big James White fan. I think he's a very good player. Heck, I actually like him. Scott Fish still in the house. We talked about this a while ago. He's better than Monte Ball. James White can do everything. An excellent stiff arm, tough inside runner, can catch the football, very willing blocker. You know, this could be a player that takes Stephen Ridley's job, essentially. So I like James White a lot. I think he's tough. I think he plays compact, and he bounces off tackles really well. He fits the mold of a Patriot-style running back, where he has a specific role. He can fill in for a time and I think be very productive. This is going to be an interesting player. I had him rated as a 6th-round pick because I just did not think he would go this high, but I can't knock it with how the running backs have fallen. He's really the last kind of physical running back presence that's left on the board that I feel like is worth a draft pick, and we're already in the 4th round, so really good. Does Johnson become a starter after a year? I think he can with development. As he is right now, I would say no. But I do think that Dante Johnson can develop into a starter in San Francisco's system, maybe a number 2 corner. But so it's all going to depend if he can improve, if he can get a little bit more fluid and learn the game a little bit better. Big Rick, you don't make any sense. Just FYI, you will never make any sense. Yeah, hey, well, maybe Bill Belichick is changing his tune. Taking a Wisconsin running back, 5'9", 204 pounds. I like me some James White. Broncos are on the clock as we start to round down here towards the end of round 4. I like that fit on New England as well for James White. I mean, maybe Stephen Ridley headed out. Yeah, I do like Melvin Gordon too, but I want James White to start for once. Gosh darn it. The Bears have moved up. The Chicago Bears moving up to pick 131, trading up and taking this pick from the Denver Broncos. So we have the Bears now on the clock. And Chicago, they took Kadeem Carey in the last round. Is there a safety that they like? I still think that's a huge hole for this team at the safety position. Do they like Brock Farina, Deion Bailey? Safety's going to start getting thinned out here pretty soon. So I like this peach tea Snapple is pretty good. I think I have lemon tea in there too, but. Nope, Snapple, I wish someone was paying me for product placement, but let's talk about the placement of this pick by the Bears. Pick 131 is Brock Farina. As I mentioned, the safety out of Minnesota, I thought could go as high as the 3rd round in this draft. And he's a really good player, the brother of Shane Vereen, Brock Farina, playing in Minnesota. And he's kind of a strong safety type, and he's played corner. I actually think he actually has coverage skills to play free safety. Just about 200 pounds. A good violent tackler. Doesn't play the ball too well. Doesn't have great hands. I don't think he's going to make any big interceptions or anything like that. But he's very smart about the game, and I think he reads the backfield very well. He reads the running backs very well. So a very tough football player that, with his cornerback experience, can actually be a decent coverage safety. And even though he's not going to make the big interception, I wouldn't feel bad about him having to go up back in coverage or covering a tight end, something like that, against a big physical player. So I like that pick a lot. I had him rated higher than where he went. I mean, I had Ahmad Dixon as a 4th rounder, Lawson as a 4th rounder, so we'll see what happens. Snapple flavor value board. We'll bring that in for next year. I'll have to try all the flavors. Have a little Snapple draft. I haven't tried the raspberry, so we'll see. Let me know what the Broncos got if you find out. But the Seahawks at 132, they get to make their pick, and they take Kevin Pierre-Louis, outside linebacker from Boston College. One of the combine darlings, really blew up the combine, Kevin Pierre-Louis, and was a very impressive athlete on the field as well. It definitely translates onto the field. I had him rated right here in the 4th round. He's a very good tackler and has the athletic ability to play in coverage and rush the passer. Over 100 tackles. They used him as a pass rusher, often at Boston College. He didn't drop back into coverage as much as I thought he should, especially after seeing those combine numbers. And he could play, he probably is kind of stuck in a weak side linebacker role. I don't think he's big enough necessarily to always stand up against the run. I don't think he's going to do well against bigger running backs, anything like that. But I like Kevin Pierre-Louis. You get an upside player. Worst case, you get a very good special teams player with his athletic profile. Yeah, what did Denver get to trade down? That's my question. Broncos gave a 4th and a 7 for Chicago's 5th and 5th rounder next year. Well, that's interesting. So they moved down to the 5th. They also give a 7th to Chicago, then pick up Chicago's 5th rounder next year. So Broncos get a future pick out of that deal. I think Cassius Marsh probably more of the Leo role. I think that you would see Kevin Pierre-Louis play the other side, play on that weak side. Florida cornerbacks are falling because they have off-the-field issues. Purifoy didn't have a good year at all. There's a lot of baggage that comes with them. I think they're going to continue to fall. Maybe Roberson goes here pretty soon, but I think that's about it. All right, we got the Lions on the clock with the compensatory selections. Yeah, I think Kevin Pierre-Louis, you find the right place for him in that system. Maybe could play where Malcolm Smith played in the Super Bowl very effectively. Yeah, Bears probably standing up against the Lions. Will the Lions address the secondary? Is that something that we're going to see today from Detroit? Took Travis Swanson, which I think was a decent need. Now is there going to be a corner or a safety taken here? So Lions selection 133 is Nevin Lawson, cornerback out of Utah State. So they do address the secondary with Nevin Lawson. One of my personal favorites. I just think he's a very sound cornerback and nothing too flashy. He's a little bit undersized, 5'10", 190 pounds. Doesn't get a lot of interceptions, but I rarely see him get beat. Even with bigger wide receivers, he has kind of a tough nose and will stick in there and stick with them. Even if they're going to beat him, if he's not as talented as they are, he always makes it tough for them. He's kind of a little gnat that sticks with you and you can't quite get off. So I like that. He's not afraid to come up in the run game and take a shot. I don't think he's necessarily a starting cornerback or has that type of profile. Maybe similar with a lot of what the Lions already have on their team. But I think Nevin Lawson's a good football player. I think he's willing to do anything. He's played special teams, I'm pretty sure, at Utah State as well. So you already have a player with some special teams experience. I like that pick with Nevin Lawson. Ravens pick 134 is in. The Ravens select Brent Urban, defensive tackle out of Virginia. Brent Urban, a potential top 100 pick, was very, very productive in Virginia. Now, he's had a lot of injury issues, so once again, kind of ignoring the injury aspect, and he was drafted in the CFL. I think he has some. He was from Canada, so he was drafted by the CFL as well, and he's big, just under 300 pounds, 6'7". If he can stay healthy, he's a versatile defensive lineman. Can play defensive end, can play defensive tackle, does a little bit of everything. Kind of has played 5 technique, has played 3 technique. So he's very versatile and a very tough player. Gets pretty good leverage, has good strength. He's well built at the top. Strength and conditioning is not an issue. It's just all about if he can stay healthy. I think he could be a rotational player and make some good tackles. I like him. So Texans are on the clock with their compensatory pick. Is this Tom Savage? Do we see a quarterback finally get taken here by Houston, or are they going to keep waiting? And teams get compensatory picks, saw someone asked, because of free agency. That's when free agency started. Teams said, well, if we lose free agents, what do we get out of that? If you're going to change the system, we want something. So they use this formula to compensate teams that lose players to free agency. Round 5, we just keep on going. We truck all the way through to round 7 today. Don't you worry. Woo! Compensatory value is based on a number of things. It is a secret formula, but generally it's based on the contract of the player that you lose. So if you lost a player to free agency, take the Steelers. Lost Mike Wallace. He got paid a ginormous contract, so you're going to get a third-round selection. A lot of times, that is what's going to impact that. Also, if you sign free agents, then that counts against your compensatory pick. So if I lose a free agent, that would be a 6th-round compensatory pick. I sign someone that would be a 6th-rounder, then those equal each other out, and I don't get a pick. All right, Texans, 135. Let's get this pick going. Will they take their QB? Haven't taken one yet. You cannot get a second compensatory pick, and so James Jones. He might fetch him a third at best. You can't get a first or second. It only starts at the 3rd round. Oh, there's Tom Savage. Tom Savage going to the Houston Texans. Took to the 4th round, but they took him. Tom Savage, quarterback out of Pittsburgh. We heard the Texans love him. He is the physical profile. Played at Rutgers, played at Pittsburgh. It's kind of moved around. He's had to sit out 2 seasons. Tom Savage, not a very good player this year, but he's got the size and the arm strength. He throws some beautiful passes. He throws some beautiful passes, and then he'll about 5 a game, and everything else kind of sucks. He'll miss his receivers and not throw them open. He likes Ed Tinker. Was a receiver for Pitt that he kind of targeted a lot, and he's big. He's tough. He stood in there against the worst offensive line in the ACC at Pitt, and he stood in there and took a lot of shots. But yeah, he definitely fits Bill O'Brien's typical quarterback. You get that traditional type of quarterback. That's Matt McGloin was, and Tom Savage fits that with a big athletic profile. So we'll see what happens. Detroit at 136, their compensatory selection is Larry Webster, defensive end from Bloomsburg, my second alma mater, my graduate school. Larry Webster, big athletic player, basketball player. So some people thought, hey, this could be a guy that plays tight end. He played defensive end at Bloomsburg, had a great year 2 years ago, got an extra year of eligibility, and comes right back. This is a huge upside pick by the Detroit Lions. He's still extremely raw, but a very, very violent, athletic player. It was very tough to stop at that level. There were games where he would disappear, where he didn't know how to play the position. He still doesn't know how to play the position. He would just run at the quarterback, run and cover this guy. He kind of played backyard type of football. So that's Larry Webster, and I think you can get a player with this tremendous upside if you can develop him. I really like it. I guess the 4th is a little bit earlier than I expected, but I had him rated very highly, and I be very happy taking him in the 4th round. So the Jets are on the clock. Tom Savage. Yeah, no, Larry Webster didn't have too much knowledge. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. If Detroit can bring him along, well, I think Larry Webster could be a really good player. Very raw, but long, athletic, quick. He's a very good football player. So. Man, Savage is gonna be intriguing. I'll say that. Man, people DMing me. Wow. How did I miss all these direct messages? I swear I checked this today. I guess not. Waiting for this Jets pick. Let's see. Best quarterback fit for the Bengals. I mean, I don't know if you're the Bengals. With well, we'll talk about that. Don't remind me, Bazoo. We'll talk about some of these questions. Dakota Dozier, though, going to the Jets, I think that's a phenomenal pick. I had Dozier as a third-round pick out of Furman. A very, very tough offensive guard. I think he's going to kick inside offensive guard, and boom, he's going to knock you in the mouth. He's relentless and very tough to move. Good in the run game, good in the pass game, pretty light on his feet, a little bit raw. So there's times when he whiffs, even at that level of competition. But Dozier, I think that's a potential steal for the Jets as well. Let's see, does Savage start week 1? I don't know. I would say no, but I don't know who's going to start week 1 for the Texans, so maybe he will. Maybe he will. Who knows? Telvin Smith, definitely value. Both these Florida State linebackers, though they did fail the drug test at the combine, could knock them down a little bit. I enjoy 49er Nation. Enjoy your fishing. Joe Don Duncan. Got to get it. Best guard left. I think there's still some good offensive guards out there. David Yankee out of Stanford. Still my top offensive guard left on the board. Antonio Richardson at Tennessee. Cyril Richardson out of Baylor. Cameron Fleming, Stanford. Yeah, probably Ryan Fitzpatrick will start the year, and then you bring Savage along slowly, right? I think that would be ideal. I mean, you wonder if the Bengals are going to take a quarterback like Andy Dalton. I thought maybe, hey, go with someone with some upside. If you're going to draft a quarterback and want to develop him, then go with someone with some upside. Or if you have someone with hey, Bill O'Brien, we trust, I guess. We'll see how the Texans work with him. If O'Brien can do what he's done with quarterbacks in the past, with Brady, with McGloin, then we'll see what happens. Baltimore at 138, their compensatory pick is Lorenzo Taliaferro, running back out of Coastal Carolina. A little high as a running back, but he's definitely a big bruiser, potential fullback prospect. Probably works better as a fullback, though I've heard he does not want to play fullback. And one of the best blocking running backs in this draft. Very easily. He's huge. He's very tough to bring down. He was at the Senior Bowl and was extremely effective. So, Taliaferro is a big body running back that you need 2 or 3 guys to take him to the ground. And he's quick. He's quick for a guy his size. So I could see him playing fullback. I think that would be his best position. He could play running back, and really with how this running back board is falling, he might be the best running back that's left on the board too. A need for Baltimore with the Ray Rice situation, what's going to happen with Bernard Pierce, and Taliaferro definitely fits that scheme of Gary Kubiak very, very well. So look out for that too. If you hear where he's going to play, if he's going to play fullback or running back, I think he has a little LaRon McClain to him. I think he has a little Marcel Reese to him. So he definitely fits his own blocking scheme well, and I think we could see some short yardage contributions and maybe a fullback that can catch and that can move. Yeah, I mean, I think Mettenberger would be the ideal quarterback for the Bengals here over a McCarron, over a Murray, in my opinion. Take the upside. Take an upside player. If it doesn't work out, you're talking fourth and fifth round picks at this point. So we have the Falcons and the Patriots here to finish off the fourth round. Then the Eagles come back to start the fifth round. Bump, 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 bump. No, I'm not surprised because Millard has the injury and Taliaferro actually has running back ability. We'll see if he's going to be a fullback or not. In terms of zone blocking guards, I think you could have a little bit of trouble with that. We've had a lot of them go off the board. Kadeem Edwards from Tennessee State would be an interesting fit. John Halapio from Florida could be a zone blocking fit. I got to give the Texans credit, though, with all this talk, they could take them in the second round or the third round. You take them with your end of the fourth round pick. I think that's solid. I think it's fine value for Tom Savage and his athletic and his physical upside. So I would have definitely knocked him hard for the top of the second round, probably the top of the third round too. But fourth, I can understand it. Falcons pick at 139 is Prince Shembo, outside linebacker out of Notre Dame. Shembo playing at Notre Dame, you think, wow, they're going to bring in a lot of good athletes. I don't think Shembo's necessarily a great athlete. He's a little bit of a tweener, almost 260 pounds, 6'2". He's played some defensive line. He's played some linebacker. I just don't know exactly where you want to put him. He started a lot of games. He's a good tackler. They had him rush the passer a little bit. So I think he's kind of a situational pass rusher and a situational rotational player. I don't know if you want to start him all the time because I don't think you're going to see him hold up athletically and always be able to get to the play, be around the ball. I don't think that's Prince Shembo. I think he's someone on third downs you can bring in, let him pin his ears back, go after the passer. Patriots come right in at 140 with their pick. And they select Cameron Fleming, offensive tackle from Stanford. I think that's a downright steal. I think Cameron Fleming is a potential starting right tackle, a potential inside guard for the Patriots. I really like that pick for them. And Fleming has a lot of experience. He's a little more athletic than your typical Stanford lineman. I think he's probably a good right tackle or moving inside once again. And he fits. He fits the Patriots' style of play, where they usually like to have a little more athletic upside, but still have a player that started a lot of games, has a ton of experience. Fleming has a ton of experience and has been very solid. He's not going to maul you over. He's not gonna dominate every pass rusher that comes his way, but I don't think you're going to lose anything with him. Thank you, Cathal. Much appreciated. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Just, feel free. If you like it, tweet out the link, get the link out to people. We're starting the fifth round, so I'm going to tweet this out. The retweet going. Patriot. I really like that Cameron Fleming pick for them. I really do. I think I think he has starting potential. I do. I don't know if he's going to be, Nate Solder good or anything like that, and I'm not 100% sure on the Patriots depth chart. If they need a starting tackle down the line, I mean, they have Vollmer. Maybe kick him inside to right guard. I think he could be a very intriguing right guard and probably hide some of his weaknesses. It'd be really good. Eagles are on the clock. Got this pick from the Texans in the Lewis Nix trade. They took Jalen Watkins with the first pick of the 4th round. They've got 2 receivers, Jordan Matthews, Josh Huff, then Marcus Smith, the outside linebacker from Louisville. Safety would be a really nice pick, Eagle fans. I agree with you there. Deion Bailey still on the board. I had him rated as a 3rd round pick potentially, and I think there's a good chunk of safeties here. Or maybe address the offensive line. Could they take one of these guards? Now, I know they're kind of moving to a little bit more of an athletic line, so maybe you take one of the tackles, Wesley Johnson, someone's very versatile. Could play guard, play tackle. Yeah, I would imagine Cameron Fleming at right guard would make a lot of sense. Heck, I can see the Eagles taking one of those Florida State linebackers, playing him inside linebacker. Who's comparing every pick to Michael Sam? Because he's probably not going to go for another 2 rounds. Oh, NFL.com stream. I'm not watching that. I'm still watching ESPN. So we'll see. I mean, the Eagles' pass defense was pretty bad. Watkins could help. Heck, go with another corner or safety would make a lot of sense for them. Rams don't have a 5th rounder. It's all right. Rams have done pretty well so far. So. I want to kick this 5th round off. Let's do it. Eagles are waiting. I'm ready. Eagles are ready. Snaffle's ready. Maybe a guy like Deem Edwards could be an interesting pick for the Eagles. Interior offensive line could work out. He could definitely fit. Throwing possibilities out there. 141. Picked by the Eagles. Here we go. Taylor Hart, defensive end from Oregon. So Chip Kelly, this year he's taken his guys. 2 Oregon players drafted by Chip Kelly. Taylor Hart, the big defensive end from Oregon, can play inside a tackle, can play outside an end, play the 5 technique, and be very effective. He's super upright. He definitely does not can't get that bend at all, but he's still found a way to be productive. Very strong, big lower body strength, and pushing guys around. I think Taylor Hart's a good player. I think he can fill in against the run in a pinch. I imagine he's going to be more of a rotational player and a backup, but we'll see. Next quarterback off the board, I'll still guess McCarron. I think he's going to go here pretty soon, but it wouldn't surprise me if Murray or Mettenberger are drafted. And look out for Connor Shaw is a player that could be drafted pretty soon. Taj Boyd, I think he'll get drafted in the 6th or 7th round, maybe Carolina, but I think we still got a little while till Taj Boyd gets drafted. So, yeah, Taylor Hart, Eagles moving to the Oregon way here. Yeah, I mean, look, if you know these players well, if you're Chip Kelly, you say, hey, I know Josh Huff, I know Taylor Hart, I know they're good players, we're happy for them, then take them. Please take them if you know them that well. And I don't think you reached for Josh Huff. I don't think you reached for Taylor Hart either. It's not like you were drafting them 2 rounds higher than they should have went, so I like that a lot. I say go with what you know. If you know they're going to be good, then take them. Redskins at 142 make their selection here. And they pick Ryan Grant, wide receiver out of Tulane, who I like a lot. And I know the Redskins with Deshaun Jackson and Andre Roberts now, so maybe a little bit of a luxury pick here. But Ryan Grant, very quick in short space, one of the best route runners that I've seen. I'm surprised he went over Robert Huron of Wyoming, who I think is very similar, maybe a little bit faster than Ryan Grant is. But Grant has good hands, and you know what he does well is catch, secure the ball, and continue moving very, very quickly. So I think Ryan Grant is a really good player. He dominated at Tulane, dominated worst competition. It was very tough to stop if you're not ready, if you're not mentally focused on him. He gets in and out of his breaks very quickly. A good number 3, number 4 wide receiver. You know, maybe he can get a little bit of playing time this year, but probably not too much with the amount of wide receivers they have there in Washington. But I think it's fine value for Ryan Grant. And we all remember the original Ryan Grant of the Green Bay Packers. But I had him rated as a 5th round pick, goes in the 5th round. Still, Brandon Coleman's still out there. Robert Huron's still out there, too. Jared Aberdare's still available, too. And welcome, we got 80 people viewing on day 3. It's awesome. If you want to log in, above my head, there's a little login link. You can log in, refreshdrafttv.com after that, and you should be able to go in the chat room. Chat away. Was there a James White running back a few years ago, too? Maybe. I don't remember. James White, running back. I don't remember. I'm going to have to look it up. All right, Tampa Bay on the clock, 143. Pick is in. Tampa's gone heavy on the offensive weapons. Mike Evans, Austin Safarian-Jenkins, and Charles Sims. Do we see offensive line, defense? Here's the pick at 143 for Tampa Bay, and it is Kadeem Edwards, offensive guard from Tennessee State, a player that I mentioned a couple picks ago. Kadeem Edwards, a very, very solid player. Played kind of all over that offensive line at Tennessee State and was very effective at that. You know, has a ton of experience and a little bit bigger but light on his feet. 6'4", 290 pounds, so he's not this dominating mauler type of player. Definitely fits with a little more athletic profile. Was pulled a lot at Tennessee State. You know, you saw him kind of moving out into space and being a lead run blocker for the running backs there. So very, I was very impressed with him when I watched him. I thought he was pretty raw. Doesn't have a lot of functional strength. I think one-on-one, man up, can have some problems. That's why if he plays guard, you can get some help with him inside or outside. He can be effective. So I think it's kind of a developmental offensive line prospect for Tampa Bay. Oh, definitely a ton of value here in the 5th round. When you still have guys that are sitting on the board. David Yankee, Antonio Richardson. My last 2 second-round values, third-round values, Cyril Richardson out of Baylor, Chris Smith, Aaron Lynch, Daniel McCullers. Who wants to take the mammoth of Daniel McCullers? Karan Reed from Princeton. When's he gonna go? Karan Reed, a very good 3-tech. Spoke with him for a long time at the Senior Bowl. A great story as well. So, Chris, how about the Florida State linebackers? Jordan Tripp. Good old Jordy Tripp. Deion Bailey. Good value out there. Go get it. Needed that offensive line help, Caddy. I know you're happy. Jaguars here at pick 144. Jacksonville does select the Florida State linebacker Telvin Smith, the undersized linebacker safety hybrid, 218 pounds, and Telvin Smith is super effective. It flies all over the field, can tackle, and can really come off the edge. I think if he is a little bit bigger, man, he could have went 2-3 rounds higher. Telvin Smith just lacks in size. He makes up with tenacity. He runs downhill all the time. He's not afraid to take on bigger running backs. He's good at covering tight ends and running backs as well. So, I think he's very good. The worst case, you're getting a good special teams player if you can bring him along well. And I'm trying to think of which team he was on for the Senior Bowl. If he was coached by the Jaguars, I feel like he wasn't, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember off the top of my head. I get the coaching staffs and teams mixed up, but a Senior Bowl player at the very least that the Jaguars have taken. That's their third Senior Bowl player that they've taken: Brandon Linder, Aaron Colvin, and now Telvin Smith. So I like that pick. I like that pick. I mean, I had him as a third-round pick. I think if you find ways to use Telvin Smith well, then you're going to be happy if you're Jacksonville. Yohan Smallwood's a little bit too slow for me. He could go soon. I think he's another guy that's going to go very late. Ryan Carruthers had a good career. I don't know if he'll get drafted. Minnesota on the clock. The Vikings pick they got from the Browns here. First pick of today for the Vikings. Taylor Hart broke his foot, so he didn't go to the Senior Bowl. He was invited, though. So, because I know the Eagles taking all these Senior Bowl players, too. Minnesota, first pick of today. They took Jerick McKinnon at the end of yesterday, dressed front seven, Crichton and Bard. They go in the secondary here. You got some good players in the secondary. Maybe you take a wideout or something to complement Cordell Patterson, get someone you can bring along before Greg Jennings is done. This could be a spot for one of the Florida corners. The Vikings don't always shy away from the character stuff. Yeah, I think Telvin Smith probably a weak side linebacker. I think that is where he would fit in that defense, where you don't want to have his hand down or anything, but yeah, it's similar to what Seattle's done with that opposite side. The Vikings do pick David Yankee, guard out of Stanford. Another steal by the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, Spielman seems to be taking that best player available approach. They needed a guard very badly. I know David Yankee's not a great athlete, but, unanimous All-American is pretty impressive. He's not going to pull for you, but he has some functional power at the guard position. So I think he can play left guard or right guard, probably a little bit better at right guard. I love that pick in the 5th round. You have a ton of experience. Even if he's not super flashy, super athletic, maybe he athletically can't hold up in the NFL, it's well worth a shot at a position of need for the Minnesota Vikings. So I think it's a tremendous pick for them, and you get a good, strong interior offensive lineman that can help your run game out. Great pick. I mean, great pick by Minnesota. I really can't knock that pick. I think it's wonderful this late in the draft. David Yankee has such a wealth of experience and on a good team, and you watch him, he's pushing guys forward. He's helping that run game. Tyler Gaffney can really benefited from David Yankee. So I like it. And the Cowboys moving up again. The Cowboys have been moving and shaking throughout this draft. And the Dallas Cowboys so far, Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Anthony Hitchens. And not a very flashy draft from the Dallas Cowboys, but they moved up to pick 146 now. And made this trade to move up in the 5th round. Yeah, I mean, Yankee and Lodeholt, run Adrian Peterson to that side of the field and see what happens. So Telvin Smith was coached by the Jaguars in Mobile. Makes a lot of sense. And I can definitely see why they would have liked him there. So who did the Cowboys move up for? Can we get a flashy pick from the Cowboys? Come on now, Dallas. Show some flash here. Give us a wide receiver or a quarterback or something. Even a big-time corner. You think maybe they could address the secondary here with one of these picks? I think would be a smart decision. Safety, corner. They also still need that 3 technique. Pick 146 by Dallas. And it is Devin Street, wide receiver out of Pittsburgh. Wow, so they do go with a little flash here. Devin Street goes ahead of Brandon Coleman, which surprises me. But Devin Street had a lot of upside coming into the year. Had a lot of hype. He's big. He's athletic. He'll go up and catch passes. Hasn't had the best quarterback play at Pitt. Sometimes kind of gave up on plays, and he's had some injury issues this past year. But Devin Street is an impressive physical specimen and he gives them a different element. He doesn't have the speed of Terrence Williams of last year, but he's kind of a combination of that with more of a possession type of receiver. So I think Devin Street, I like the situation for him because he needs to learn a little bit how to run routes, how to get separation, how to use his length to his advantage. This could be the opportunity to do that, where you don't have to step in right away as a starting receiver. So, I like that pick. I thought he would maybe go later, but I had him in the 5th round. Goes in the 5th round. Solid selection for Dallas. If anyone gets those trade details, I would be interested to hear, of course. Atlanta Falcons up on the clock. Falcons took Devonta Freeman and Prince Shembo today. Falcons pick at 147 is back. He's under 190 pounds, and he can make big plays. I think he's a pretty big playmaker. Not going to do much in terms of tackling. When he got the ball in his hands, a potential return man as well. And I really think as a nickel corner that you're going to play to make an interception. You want a big flash play. You kind of let him free roam and watch the quarterback. He could work. So I don't know. Maybe a nickel or dime corner. I don't know if he's much more than that. Special teams player, especially after addressing the cornerback position last year. I see why secondary is a need for the Falcons, and this is a player that kind of fits in with that. So the Vikings back on the clock here with pick 148. And this is their actual pick. They picked Yankee with the Browns pick. So they trade Lions, 146. Dallas gives up 158 and 229. So not too costly. And the Panthers now moving up to the Vikings pick. So the Vikings trading down here to the Carolina Panthers. And we'll see if the Panthers can make a selection that can impact their team with this pick in the 5th round. They took Trey Boston, the strong safety, their last pick the first day. Kelvin Benjamin, Coney Ely, Trey Turner. Is this where we see another wide receiver go? Are they going to get Kelvin Benjamin some help? Maybe another big wide receiver like Brandon Coleman, or something like that. Yeah, if they find taking offensive tackle, perhaps. I think they're some of their biggest needs. Carolina has not done. I did see the Bryce Brown trade. We talked about that with Buffalo, trading more future picks away for Bryce Brown. So I'm going to see this pick and then head to the restroom real quick. Panthers selection at 148 is Benny Ben Wickery from San Jose State, another safety kind of corner tweener, and a free safety this time. This is the opposite of Trey Turner, Benny Ben Wickery. And what he does is he makes big plays, and that's why I think a lot of teams kind of saw him as a potential safety candidate from San Jose State. He was probably the highlight of their defense. So he free roamed actually a lot, even as a cornerback. They'd move him around to different sides of the field, but he wasn't always great in coverage. That's why I had him very low, as I never felt like, hey, this is a player that has the high football IQ, but he's a big time athlete, had the big vertical leap. He jumps up to go up and get balls. If there's a jump ball, he wins those situations. But he got beat a lot. He would often get burned, even if he was the more athletic of the two. So Bené Bawikari, I don't think I would have moved up for him, but there's a lot of big athletic, a big athletic profile from him. So Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, I like his potential. One of Scott Wright's favorites out of McGill in Canada. I think we'll see him get drafted in the 6th or 7th round. Sorry, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. If I missed the Bills pick, you can let me know. All right, so Tampa Bay has traded up to pick 149. So look at all these 5th-round trades. I don't know if I expected the 5th round to be the big trading round of the draft here. The Browns have been informed about whatever happened with Cleveland. So Buccaneers trading up in this draft. Let's see what they've done before we get this pick, I guess. So, they took Kadeem Edwards already in this round. Taken a lot of all offense in this draft so far. Because they have signed a lot of defensive players. So could we finally see them go on the defensive side of the ball here? Buccaneers pick is Kevin Pamphile, offensive tackle from Purdue, and there's your upside offensive tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who traded up to the Buffalo Bills pick. And Pamphile was definitely didn't get a combine invite, but he blew up his pro day at 310 pounds, almost 6'5", ran in the 4.9s. He's big, he's athletic, can play guard, can play tackle, and he was going to get drafted right around this spot. I'm trying to think, I have him in the 7th or the 6th. I had him in the 7th round on my board. He has a big athletic profile, doesn't do too much in the run game. I don't think he's going to give you a lot of strength, though his bench press was pretty good at 25. And I think this is really a pro day upside type of numbers game for them to take him. And the Buccaneers, the Buccaneers are a team. They brought him in for a visit, so I think I did have them taking him in the 7th round of my mock, somewhere like that. So makes sense. He has potential to be a starting tackle, but you just have to. Is it worth giving up in the run game what he can do in pass protection? San Francisco 49ers on the board here. I've always wanted when they like interview coaches or general managers in the middle of the draft that their team just like trades up right in the middle of this interview. I don't know if they're live. They probably aren't live, but they should be. Let's see if I missed any questions. I don't think so. Hey, Snaffle is underrated. I saw that. Don't you worry. I guess the 49ers making all their picks. They got 2 5th-rounders, a 6th, and 2 7th-rounders coming up. No, I mean, we'll see what the Giants are going to do. I think the Giants have had kind of an odd draft. I mean, they've addressed some needs. I wasn't sure I'd see the Beckham pick, but I love Richburg, love Bromley and Andre Williams. Maybe they go with the secondary. But the 49ers pick at 150 is Aaron Lynch, defensive end / outside linebacker out of South Florida. A huge upside play. Lynch coming out of Notre Dame, highly recruited, very athletic, very powerful player. South Florida didn't do all that much. I would never came away fully impressed with him. He got dominated a lot. He would make a big play here and there, but never seemed to make a huge impact. So there was a lot of expectations for him. Never really came through. But with the upside, maybe this is a player that you take, you try to develop to fill in for Aldon Smith if you have to. I think Aaron Lynch is one of those players that San Francisco can just sit on for a year. Sit on this guy for 2 years. Let him develop. San Francisco's drafting for the future, and that's all they have to do at this point. All right, so that trade, so Buffalo trades away a future pick, gets a future pick. Trades away a future pick, gets a future pick. 149 for 221 and 2015 fifth for Tampa. It's all right, Jack. Welcome back, sir. Glad to hear that you're back. Tennessee is on the clock. But yeah, Kane, I think maybe the Giants are going to go with a corner, go with the safety. Still some value at those positions. So let's take a look at my board here. I think with the Yankee pick, my only second-round value left on the board is Tiny Richardson. Didn't have a very good this year, but the big body, the physical profile can still work for him. So I'm going to write him on here. My third-round value still left with Aaron Lynch off the board. Chris Smith of Arkansas was a player I thought could come off the board a lot earlier than he has still on there. Daniel McCullers, if you want the big nose tackle, and Karan Reed out of Princeton is a player I like a lot. Christian Jones out of Florida State, the linebacker. Also Jordan Tripp, the linebacker out of Montana, also still on the board. And Deion Bailey, the safety out of USC, kind of the last one for my second day values that are still up there. Cat's sleeping. He's probably going to sleep. He sleeps all day. He probably won't show up till late. So the Titans pick at 151 is Avery Williamson, inside linebacker from Kentucky, about where he should have went. And, Tennessee's making that move to a 3-4 defense. They got Daquan Jones, potential nose tackle. Now you get a 3-4 inside linebacker in Avery Williamson. Just a very solid all-around player. Williamson is a very good form tackler. Not going to give you much in the pass rush game. Not going to give you a whole lot of range, but he's tough. Sticks low to the ground. I love his tackling technique. I think he's very tough to break tackles from. So kind of a special teams player, number 2 inside linebacker. Maybe can compete with Zach Brown for an inside linebacker starting position down the line. But I think Avery Williamson's a good pick. Top drafts, yeah, I love Oakland's. Minnesota's very good. So San Francisco's is growing on me. Packers draft so far, I like it. I think the Packers have done really well. I love the HaHa Clinton-Dix pick. I love the Devontae Adams pick. I like Thornton. I think Rodgers has a lot of upside, and Carl Bradford's a really nice fit for their defense, so I like that draft a lot too. Giants are on the clock here. I don't really think there's a tight end worth taking for the Giants at this point. Maybe they could take my boy Jodon Duncan, but I don't think so. I don't think they would take a chance on Laerla. Maybe Blanche Flower. But how about the secondary? How about the secondary for the Giants? I think it could use more depth at the corner position. And you have some good players out there. E.J. Gaines from Missouri. Terrence Mitchell from Oregon. Antoine Exum's still out there. Oh, the dog-cat debate. That'd be good. I'm sticking with the Cats, man. Less work. Less work, the better. Giants at 152. They select Nate Berhe, safety out of San Diego State. So they do go with the secondary, and they go with Nate Berhe. Strong safety and profile, very much so. You know, he's under 200 pounds. Had some pretty good workouts. Ran in the 4.6s, but he's kind of very big, very muscular, a good tackler, and he moves around very, very well. You know, I think he's a good kind of a good strong safety, and that he can read and react to the running back. If the running back's going to the opposite side, he'll kind of chase him down. I don't necessarily think that you're going to see him play against the pass very well. He's a little bit undersized with that, so he's kind of a strong safety playing in a free safety's body, and that's what knocked him down my board a lot, where you have a player that wants to play physical, that's good at that, and is built up. He's muscular enough to do it, but he just doesn't quite have the size, and he's not really good enough as a free safety, so I'm a little bit perplexed. Probably a good special teams player, and maybe a reserve strong safety. I like the Bengals draft. I actually had Jeremy Hill rated over Carlos Hyde. I think Hill fits their Bengals system a lot better. I think Bengals have taken some very good players. The Buccaneers they traded away, I think their 7th round pick and a future 5th to move up. I don't think there are any bad drafts at this point. I don't know if there's anyone that's really scratching my head or think is bad. The Bills have been intriguing, but I don't know. Well, the Bills are picking here at 153, and they take Cyril Richardson, offensive guard from Baylor. So hey, you want a power run game? You want to trade for Bryce Brown? You want C.J. Spiller to do his damage? Boom, Cyril Richardson. I like that pick. I think this is a steal in the 5th round. I know he's not a good pass protector, but he will take you down to the ground. I mean, Richardson is such a powerful presence and man, and if he wants to go forward, and then you're going to get taken down. Now, if he's going up against Aaron Donald, he's going up against athletic 3 techniques, then he has a lot of problems. They can get past him one-on-one. You give him a little help, let him use the center, let him use the tackle. I think he could be very effective, a potential starter as an interior lineman, and the Bills building up that offense and that offensive line for their run game and for E.J. Manuel. I like that a lot. Now, I haven't seen Scott in a while. I don't know where he's at or what he's up to, but Cyril Richardson makes it for me. Logan Thomas has some hope. You know, Arizona, Bruce Arians, good place to develop. Logan Thomas. I wouldn't be surprised. The Jets back on the clock here at 154, taking some wide receivers today. I like their draft today. I mean, Saunders and Evans are two solid prospects that have different strengths. I think Dakota Dozier was a great pick with their fourth round compensatory selection at offensive guard from Furman. So we'll see. See what the Jets do. So Minnesota gave up 148. Carolina's 168 and 225. So Minnesota picks up the seventh. Not bad at all. So what are the Jets gonna do here? I know they signed Chris Johnson. Could they take a running back? Could they take another weapon? How about on the defense? We haven't seen a pass rusher from them. A guy like Adrian Hubbard from Alabama, I think, would fit this defense very well. Give you a situational pass rusher. So, yeah, I like the Avery Williamson pick, inside linebacker, kind of a thumper. I think he can compete in a year or two for that number 2 inside linebacker spot on the team. I don't think he's very dynamic. Not really a pass coverage guy, but that's not what the Titans needed. They needed someone that can make those sure tackles, and that's what Williamson does. I mean, I think if you have Detroit as a backup quarterback, I think you get someone that can manage the game really well. Murray and McCarron. If you want someone that kind of profiles like Sam Bradford, Dustin Vaughn from West Texas A&M, you could take Garrett Gilbert from SMU. So I think in the 7th round, the Lions could take a backup quarterback. Here's the Jets pick at 154. New York Jets select Jeremiah George, inside linebacker from Iowa State. And Jeremiah George is another player who is kind of one of those solid all-around prospects, but he has a little more athletic ability than your typical Iowa State linebacker. And I was impressed with him. He's definitely racked up the tackles, and he comes in. He's undersized. He's under 240 pounds, playing in the 4.6s. But George was very, very productive. Very good tackler, plays very downhill, and he has the athletic profile to cover. I think that's the one thing that probably would attract him to the Jets, where he can actually drop back into coverage and has some functional strength. But I think he would get boxed out, going one-on-one against a tight end, against a running back. He's going to get run over, I think, in the NFL. So he's kind of a player with a good college career, but I'm just not sure if he's built for the NFL. He had a pretty bad combine, came back with a much better pro day. So which one's the real, kind of the real numbers? There was a big deficiency in his 40 time, and his vertical jump said he was hurt. His broad jump, said he was injured at the combine. So what do you kind of stick with numbers-wise? I think that's the difference between a 5th round pick and an undrafted player. At the very least, you get a special teams player, and potentially you get someone that can play downhill and maybe rotate in a little bit. So the Dolphins here, I think the Dolphins aren't over Lamar Miller. I think they want to see Lamar Miller succeed, but could take someone to kind of complement that with his own blocking scheme now. So far, the Dolphins have addressed their offensive line needs. Jawan James, Billy Turner. Took Walt Aikens, big corner. Jarvis Landry. Let's see what Miami does at round 5. Yeah, I think they've addressed a lot of their needs. I think running back's really the last big thing, but I think the value at running back is pretty poor at this point, other than Lake Seastrunk. Where's Lake Seastrunk? Is he someone that you kind of have to hop on and see if you can make him be that reclamation project? Dolphins pick at 155 is Arthur Lynch, tight end out of Georgia. They were looking at tight end in the second day. Arthur Lynch is kind of your solid all-around tight end prospect. Big hands, good possession tight end. He's big enough to block, He's not going to be a high volume tight end. He's not super athletic. He can be very sluggish coming off the line of scrimmage. But if the ball gets to him, he's going to find a way to catch it. And if he has to block in line, he will block in line. Can play a little fullback. Can play a little H-back. Very similar to Charles Clay, in my opinion. So, I wonder how much of a need that was. But, you have kind of some insurance for that. So. Someone asked me a question. Trevor Riley, does he find a starting landing spot soon? I think Trevor Riley should get drafted at some point. Just being a little bit older of a prospect with those injuries kind of hurts him. So I think 6th or 7th round, someone takes Trevor Riley at inside linebacker, and he should get drafted. He's a very good football player. Him and Layman Barrow and those guys. Broncos are up, pick 156. That's just NFL Network trying to get Aaron Murray to fall down the draft. Yeah. Denver Broncos definitely need an inside linebacker, one of their biggest needs in the draft. So let's see if they do that here at 156. They do. They take their inside linebacker and Layman Barrow, inside linebacker from LSU, kind of a 2-down thumper player. I don't think he offers you much in pass coverage or as a pass rusher, but he's a tough player. He'll find that gap. Very good at identifying the gap and plugging those holes. So I think Barrow's a good tackling inside linebacker when you have Von Miller. When you have other players that can rush the passer, you don't need him to do that. Then I think that can be perfect. He played inside linebacker at LSU, so I was surprised he was listed outside linebacker by ESPN there. But I think that's his ideal position. I think he could compete for us. But at the very least, I think you get a special teams player who can fill in. You can see if you develop it. But yeah, Steelers on the clock now, 157. And we're moving through round 5. Already halfway through. Mettenberger's still on the board. A.J. McCarron's still on the board. Aaron Murray still on the board. The Steelers have this 5th-round pick and a 5th-round pick as a compensatory selection. Do they finally take a corner, which has been one of their biggest needs and starting to run out of some options here for them? Do they take corner safety tweener, Anton Exum, Shaq Richardson out of Arizona? Yeah, Steelers are doing pretty well. Pick 157 for Pittsburgh is in, and it is Shaq Richardson, cornerback out of Arizona, as I predicted. So there you go. Shaquille Richardson, a very physical corner at the line of scrimmage. It was kind of a player that came, the NFL teams knew about for a while, but I think kind of came out. They brought him in for a visit, kind of came out late in that process, but bigger, over 6 feet tall, almost 190 pounds. And he was very good at jamming at the line of scrimmage and breaking up passes. That's what he did well. So kind of a developmental cornerback, very similar to a lot of developmental corners that Pittsburgh have brought in the past. So that's a good pick. That's a good pick by the Steelers. I think it fits their team very well. Detroit Lions are up. Yeah, that's crazy. I said it, and then boom, came up. Kind of got that one right. So we saw the Lions get Nevin Lawson and Larry Webster today addressing the defense. They still haven't taken a wide receiver. We heard about the Lions. They want another wide receiver. Now, I know they took Eric Ebron. That maybe kind of fits that void, but there's still a lot of good wide receivers left on the board. Could they take a slot guy to be the number 3? I don't know. Scott's in the house. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, EJ Gaines still on the board. I love the Raiders draft. I think the Raiders are doing a heck of a job right here. So they're having a really good draft. I appreciate all of you coming out and hanging out in the chat room. If you need to get in the chat room above my head, there's a link to log in. You can refresh drafttv.com after you log in and join the chat. Talk it out. Have some fun. You didn't take Tiny Richardson, Scott. Tiny Richardson's Antonio Richardson. You took Cyril Richardson from Baylor, who I love as well. I think it was a great pick by Buffalo that late. Could have some starting potential in a power run scheme, so I like it. I like him as a defensive end personally. Especially, they already took a tight end, so I would assume it'd be a D end. We'll see, though. All right, Lions pick is in, 158. They select Karan Reed, defensive tackle out of Princeton. Great pick by the Detroit Lions. I love Karan Reed. His parents were immigrants to the United States. He lived in New York City in the Bronx. That's why he didn't get any scholarships. Ended up going to Princeton, top of his class in high school. Went to Princeton and stuck around, for an extra year and didn't take classes this past year. Focused on football because that's the career that he wanted. And very good three technique. He's a guy in the 5th round I think can develop into a very good pass rushing threat. Kind of a backup rotational player, maybe behind Nick Fairley. You can find some ways to do it. So I really like him. Maybe if he develops, then Nick Fairley could be expendable for the Detroit Lions, with everything that he's done. So I like that pick, and I think it's great value in the 5th round. I think the Patriots are doing extremely well today, Midwest Pats fan. Thanks for joining us. And I think they're doing really well today. Brian Stork fills the need. I think James White is a tough running back that could take over Stephen Ridley's role. I think Cameron Fleming has some potential in a year or two to be a starting offensive guard in the NFL. Yeah, I think Richardson at right guard is probably more effective, but I like Gabe Icard. Icard's a little undersized, so you just need to make sure you have a scheme that can benefit an undersized center. So I think that's pretty good. I don't like Jackson Jeffcoat at all. I don't think he was a very good player. I think he's super duper stiff. He has one move to get off the line. I don't think he's very good. Yeah, Bromley was the poor man's Aaron Donald. I think Karan Reed plays a lot differently than that. Karan Reed has that kind of leg strength to get off the line very quickly, and then once he does that, he kind of jams into you, and it's very tough to stick him. He gets that good leverage. It's very tough to stick Karan Reed and stick him in place. Jaguars on the clock at 159. And this is the pick from the Baltimore Ravens here. From the Eugene Monroe trade, I believe. So the Jags pick. Chris Smith, defensive end from Arkansas. That's a phenomenal pick. Phenomenal pick. So I really like Chris Smith. I thought he even had some potential to be a first-round pick, defensive end, linebacker, tweener. So this could be that pass rusher that the Jaguars have needed. They've needed pass rushers for a while, and Chris Smith could fit because he could fit that Leo role pretty well, actually. I actually like that a lot because he can drop back into coverage, and they're not ideal for him. And he's not a super athlete or anything, but he's a pretty tough cookie who has some really nice lower body strength. I think that's where he excels. So they're cashing those Senior Bowl chips in. Right? The Jacksonville Jaguars coaching at the Senior Bowl and definitely taking a ton of Senior Bowl players here, Chris Smith included. And I don't know too much about Smith's work ethic or anything, but I know he's a player on the field that has a relentless motor, and you could bring him along as a potential pass rusher. I guess he is. There are two Chris Smiths. Okay, let me cross him off here. Reed's gone, Smith's gone. I'm getting some good value coming off the board. Still some good pass rushers out there. James Gale out of Virginia Tech. Michael Sam still out there. Jeffrey, some of the Alabama guys, Jeffrey Pagan and Adrian Hubbard still on the board. So we'll see what happens. There's Arizona on the clock. Where's Phoenix at? Is he still sleeping? Probably. And remember, the pick of the day for Arizona was Logan Thomas, the quarterback out of Virginia Tech. So he fits that offense. They got they got some offensive weapons. John Brown, Troy Nicholas. I love that Kareem Martin pick. But I like Arizona's draft, actually. I mean, I think Thomas and Brown have some upside and some downside, but could Arizona take a running back to replace Rashard Mendenhall at some point? A bigger back. Could they take a chance on an Isaiah Crowell? Could he come off the board here pretty soon? Yeah, I mean, I think John Brown could take over returns for them. Carson Palmer's still there. Carson Palmer's still the man for another 2 or 3 years, and then you see what Logan Thomas can do. Cardinals pick at 160 is Ed Stinson, defensive end out of Alabama, a nice reserve defensive end, already with experience in a 3-4 defense. Stinson, a very big guy that eats up space at the defensive end position. So he's definitely not someone that has a ton of upside rushing the passer. He's not going to get after the quarterback, but he's going to sit there. He has enough range to stop running backs that try to kick it to the outside. Just a very solid player overall. I don't think there's too much special about him, but he fits the Cardinals' defense pretty well, so I like it. I mean, I was a little surprised Rashard Mendenhall retired at 26 years old, but his reasoning was pretty good, and I definitely understand it and understand where his career was going. All right. Let's move on. In this 5th round, the Packers are on the clock. I think Traethler bailed today because I put in timeout yesterday. Bump, bump, Green Bay Packers. Bump, bump, Green Bay Packers. They took Carl Bradford earlier today, an inside linebacker from Arizona State. Oh, that's okay, Trey Thor. I just want you to know I still love you. I appreciate you being here, and hopefully WOW's going well. And the Packers have 2 5th-round picks. They also have a compensatory selection in this round. So I like the Packers draft so far. Doing really well. What's wrong? What do you mean Mike Tomlin evaluating offensive line talent? Mike Tomlin's not making any picks. At least not too many picks. Packers already got a receiver and they got a tight end. We're looking at another member of the secondary. Maybe they get some defensive linemen. Stinson could have been an intriguing pick for them. Do they take not that I think the Packers need a 380-pound nose tackle or whatever, but Daniel McCullers is sitting there. Kevin Colbert, yes. Now you can bash Kevin Colbert if you want. Hey, Colbert's done well. The Steelers' offensive line actually pretty good last year. I mean, there's definitely pass rushers. If Packers want a pass rusher, James Gale, the Alabama guys, some possibilities. Could use it. Yeah, Beacham's turned out really well. Just don't take Mike Adams. He'll be good. Marcus Gilbert was okay for a little while. Yeah, Velasco turned out pretty good. I mean, the Steelers have been all right. Man, Derek Sherrod, I thought he was going to be really good. All these Packers offensive line picks would be good. But at 161, they take another offensive lineman, Corey Linsley, center out of Ohio State, which I think is a solid value. I mean, with how fast and furious the centers have been flying off the board, I think Linsley was kind of the next best up. He's a little bit undersized. He's under 300 pounds. At least he played under 300 pounds at Ohio State. So he's a little more finesse, which fits the Packers scheme. He can move pretty light on his feet. Good hand usage. He can be a little bit punchy with his hands. And he's not like he's a big pulling center or anything like that. I don't think you're going to use him with that. But one of the stronger centers for his size, being under 300 pounds and being as strong as he is, I think is what got him drafted ultimately. That's not something you see all too often. Usually these finesse centers can use their athleticism. He has that athletic ability with strength. He's pretty good at everything. And he's a good pass pro, good in run protection. If he had a bigger frame, I think he'd be very good. If he had more athleticism, I think he'd be very good. So, potential starter down the line. He fits really well. Hopefully he just stays healthy, for gosh sakes. That's all the Packers need. Yeah. Bump up. Eagles are on the clock. Philadelphia. Taking all the Senior Bowl players, Marcus Smith, Jordan Matthews, Josh Huff, Jalen Watkins. Taylor Hart was supposed to be there, broke his foot. See if they take some more, because they have this pick and one more pick left in the 7th round. We've seen Chip Kelly now take 2 players from Oregon in this draft. Safety still a big position of need. Deion Bailey sitting there, Ed Reynolds, Ahmad Dixon, Craig Loston, Vinny Sunseri. But this Eagles offense, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to watch the Eagles this year. Nick Foles, Jeremy Maclin, Riley Cooper, Jordan Matthews, Josh Huff, LaShawn McCoy, Darren Sproles, Zach Ertz. This Eagles offense is going to be dynamic and explosive. I love it. I love it. No one's taking Brendan Bigelow. Now he's going to go in the 7th. I'm going to look stupid. The Eagles at 162, their selection is in, and it is Ed Reynolds, the safety from Stanford, one of the guys that I mentioned. Is a solid player, not spectacular. Ed Reynolds, I think, kind of profiles more as a free safety than a strong safety. I think that's where he's going to going to make his money. He had a very good pro day, very good eye for the ball, and kind of a very tough player. He's bigger, cover safety, so you don't find that too often. Over 205 pounds, runs in the 4.5s. And a solid combine performance. He doesn't always play up to that. I don't think he changes direction very well. If he gets caught on one side, he can get himself caught flipped around and can't really flip around and kind of get that closing speed or recovery speed up very well. So, I don't know if he's a starting safety in the NFL, but I think there's some potential there with his athletic profile and his playmaking ability. What do I keep saying? No tread on the tires, spectacular tape. What? So I think Ed Reynolds fits with Philadelphia nice. Definitely a need of their team at that safety position. I think they got two solid, members of the secondary. If they can bring Reynolds along slowly, and if Jalen Watkins is very good, and if he's a nickel corner, so the Chiefs are on the clock. See, I got you, Snapple. Drink champions. Yeah, I mean, depending on what they want with Anthony Thomas, I guess, is what we'll see here. Do the Chiefs take a linebacker, inside linebacker? Do they go on offense, maybe get an offensive lineman, get another receiver? Would be nice. I mean, still some good receivers on the board. You mentioned Jared Abbrederis, Michael Campagnaro, Brandon Coleman, Cody Hoffman, if you want kind of that possession receiver type. Upside, Jeff Janis, Torrance Allen, Jeremy Gallen, Quincy Enua, Albert Wilson. Yeah, I think there's a lot of draftable receivers still out there. My voice is actually holding up much better this year than in past years, so took it easy yesterday. I have some cough drops I was taking yesterday and this morning, so I think that helped as well. It's like Seastrunk going to come off the board. That's my question. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-da. What's my motto? What's my tagline? I don't know. Christian Jones still on the board? Yeah, I mean he had the failed drug test at the combine. I think he's a pretty darn good player. I'm surprised he's still out there. He's a little bit of a tweener. Is he inside linebacker, outside linebacker? What are you going to do with him? But I like him. I think he's got to get taken pretty soon. I mean, there's some safeties on the board too. If Kansas City wants to keep pumping up that secondary, I guess they could do that. Some strong and free safeties out there. All right, Chiefs at 163. Aaron Murray. There's Aaron Murray. The Chiefs do get a developmental quarterback here with Aaron Murray out of Georgia, and a player with a big injury this year, a little bit weaker of an arm, but a lot of experience, undersized. Definitely doesn't quite have that height, but he's not all that dissimilar, I guess, to Alex Smith if you want to look at it from that perspective. I don't know. I mean, I think the 5th round is fine value for Aaron Murray, for a player with as much experience in the SEC as he has. I don't think he's a starter, but if you get kind of a backup and that can fill in if something happens to Smith, or if the contract doesn't work out, I think Murray can step in for a year for a couple games, and I don't think you lose a whole lot. We'll see if he's ready to play this season or not, but I think it's a good value pick. I mean, 5th round's fine value for him. The Bengals are on the clock. And you know what, Murray? Murray's better than Chase Daniel was in college. And Murray sees the field very well. He's just, I think the air takes a lot out of his balls at Georgia when it gets windy. He has problems with those 10-yard outs, problems over the middle of the field. Sometimes the balls float a little bit, and he throws some really just dead balls. Yeah, I mean, Andy Reid has done wonders with a lot of quarterbacks, so you never know. Yeah, Mettenberger does have an injured back. He actually said that was the reason why his P was diluted at the combine. Bengals pick at 164. Wow, well, there you go. There's the Bengals quarterback right after Murray. Goes A.J. McCarron, the quarterback out of Alabama. He is, that's a really good pick, in my opinion, by the Cincinnati Bengals. I think McCarron's a very good value here. And I know a lot of people turned off by McCarron or his competitiveness, whatever, but he has good size. His arm strength is okay, and he's kind of Andy Dalton-like. So you get a capable backup. Once again, I think someone mentioned for the Chiefs using Aaron Murray as leverage against Alex Smith. Well, let's use A.J. McCarron as leverage against Andy Dalton. And if you like what you see from him, if you think he's not a downgrade over Dalton, then you don't have to pay Dalton all that money, and you get kind of a cheap, similar option to that. So, I mean, I like him. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's as good as even like Matt Barkley, someone like that, but I think it's a solid pick. For a need for the Bengals, too, if they don't have too many needs. The Chargers take their nose tackle, Ryan Carruthers, defensive tackle, out of Arkansas State, a player I thought was kind of on the draftable border, especially with where there were nose tackles in this draft, if you wanted kind of that bigger player, but 337, 340 pounds, 6'1", and strong as an ox. That's Ryan Carruthers. He's going to eat up some space at Arkansas State. He held up against the run, oftentimes filled 3 gaps sometimes with how big he was, and he had a little bit of range to him. So he's going to be a kind of a space eater, can compete for a starting nose tackle spot for the San Diego Chargers almost immediately. I like that pick for the Chargers, a huge need for them, and very solid. Yeah, Fish, I've been directing. I direct 2 shows a year, so I've been directing out there all around. Yeah, I mean, Carruthers is a solid player. Maybe he can fit that nose and go. So, wow, that's going to be a comparison, those quarterbacks, Murray and McCarron back to back. And the Chiefs go with Aaron Murray and McCarron to the Bengals. I think it's a nice spot for both of them. I think Murray's a little more athletic, which fits the Chiefs offense. I think McCarron, is a little bit more functional, a little stronger of an arm, which fits the Bengals offense. Colts are on the clock. I mean, Crothers is like such a different defensive tackle from Will Sutton. They're not even the same position. It's a massive difference. So far, the Colts have taken Jack Mewhort, offensive guard from Ohio State, Dante Moncrief, wide receiver from Ole Miss. Can the Colts get a member of the secondary? They haven't had too many picks. Knowing them, they'll probably take a running back or something here just to mess with everything up. E.J. Gaines out there on the board. I think that would be a nice fit for them. Deion Bailey, safety at USC. Be a nice fit. I'm not a big Will Sutton fan. I think Will Sutton over 300 pounds is sloppy and sluggish. I think Will Sutton at 280 pounds can work out. All right, Colts at 166. Here's the pick. It is Jonathan Newsome, defensive end out of Ball State, a player that they brought in the local visit days that I actually watched late in the process. I rated as an undrafted free agent, an outside linebacker in the Colts system. Newsome is going to stand up for them in the 3-4 defense. And he was actually a former Ohio State player that transferred out. Very athletic, has a lot of range to him, kind of a one-trick pony in terms of rushing the passer. I don't think he's great against the run. I don't think he's a great dynamic pass rusher. Not really super fast off the snap. Ran in the 4.7s, but he has a lot of length to him, so he can really keep an offensive tackle off of him and at bay. He sheds blocks pretty well, which you don't see all that often. So at Ball State, he was a pretty dominant player and moved down to that level, very close to Indianapolis. They know the Ball State staff pretty well there, so that was. That was an interesting pick. I thought you could maybe get him in the 7th round or so. Outside linebacker, pass rusher was a need for the Colts. I think he's more of a reserve, special teamer, rotational type of player. Saints are on the clock at 167 here. I don't think the Saints would take Mettenberger, but you never know. I think quarterback could have been on their radar. I thought maybe they could take a quarterback around this spot, Murray, someone like that. They've gone 2 defensive picks, Stanley Jean-Baptiste and Kayari Fort, and then Brandon Cooks in the 1st round. So, we'll see what the Saints do here. Do they take an offensive lineman? I mean, I think they need some interior offensive line help. Who else is kind of sitting there at those spots? Tiny Richardson, Charles Leno, Wesley Johnson be a nice fit. Saints pick at 167 is Vinny Sinceri. They go with the safety out of Alabama. Was hurt this year, but free safety, kind of a rangy safety that fit. He tore his ACL very late in the season and was a nice fit with that Alabama defense. He's bigger, 210 pounds. He played. He played very early on as a corner for them a little bit. Can make some big plays. He didn't have a ton of interceptions, but he's very good at forcing fumbles, breaking up passes, and would play in the box and play deep. They really, in Alabama, they kind of use free safety, strong safety interchangeably between him and Clinton Dix. So I think he's a redshirt player, probably not going to play this year, and you'll get what you can out of him later, maybe as kind of a 3rd safety. And if you play, you play Vaccaro up against the line, you can bring in Sinceri on 3rd downs. Deion Bailey, probably free safety. But the Vikings make another trade. The Falcons move up to this pick 168. So the Falcons move up from 182 to 168. If anyone finds out the details of the trade, let us know. But the Falcons, they've had a lot of picks today. Devonta Freeman, the running back of Florida State. Prince Shembo, Notre Dame. Ricardo Allen, corner from Purdue. You actually cannot trade the Mr. Irrelevant pick because it's a compensatory selection. Yeah, they really don't announce those on TV anymore. I have no idea what they end up being, so. Could this be for a tight end? Is there a tight end that the Falcons might like that could step in, perhaps? We'll see what happens. Because I really don't think the tight end value is good, but we saw Arthur Lynch already go off the board. I don't think the Falcons would take a shot on a Cole Ayerla or anything, but you got Jodon Duncan, Xavier Grimble, Rob Blanchflower, Marcel Jensen. Hey, wide receiver's not out of possibility. Maybe Toilolo is the guy. I'd be surprised, but if he's able to do it. But we'll see. Falcons at 168. Their selection is Marquise Sproul, inside linebacker out of Syracuse. I actually like Marquise Sproul a lot. He's a very good player. I think very underrated. Always around the football. You know, he's a player that racked up a ton of plays, undersized, 224 pounds, but when he was a team captain, very well respected, high intangibles, and he just flies around the football field. He's very good at reading and reacting, and he has big athletic upside at that. Let me pull up his pro day numbers, because if I remember correctly, those were very, very good. Guys, that's where I was like, whoa, I gotta watch this guy a little bit more, and I came away just super impressed with how well he played. So Marcus Sproul has a lot of athletic upside, and for an undersized linebacker, maybe a weak side linebacker, I like it. Atlanta did just take Prince Shembo. You know, Sproul could be an inside backer, perhaps Shembo as an outside backer. I like Sproul better than I like Prince Shembo. I think Shembo is probably more of a special teamer, where Sproul actually has some pass rush ability and a little bit more functional FBI. If Aaron Murray's the next great thing at quarterback, then I need a new profession, I guess. This isn't my profession, but probably need that too. Saints at 169. If anyone finds out that trade, let me know. I'll try to peek without getting Yeah, I'm interested to see this Falcons defense this year. See what they do. I'm weak at scouting quarterback, but Aaron Murray that's pretty bad. Oof. New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints. Here come New Orleans. Second to last pick for the Saints here. Aaron Murray isn't bad. He's below average. That's not bad. It's just below average, which is good. Okay, not good. It's below average, but see, Experto likes him. All right, the Saints at pick 169 select Ronald Powell, outside linebacker from Florida, a big recruit coming out of high school. Florida signed him, heavily disappointed. Didn't have a very good workouts before the draft. I was kind of surprised about that because I thought, hey, this is a very high upside linebacker. I'm guessing he would play inside in the Saints scheme, and I don't know. Maybe they could move him to outside linebacker. Let me get the the actual size, but lots of linebackers for the Saints. Powell's gone through injuries. He had multiple ACL tears. He comes in at about 240 pounds, 6'4". So, yeah, I kind of like him an inside linebacker, too, along with Fort. I don't know. But so that's an interesting pick. A high upside pick. Could be a good special teams player. Has a lot of physical potential. So it wouldn't surprise me if that pick works out. But had a battle through injuries, battle through a lot of conditioning issues. I want the Chiefs to take Geno Smith. I still wish they would have in the second round. '49ers on the clock, pick 170. Hey, you know Experto's an expert. It's right in his name, so it must be true. He does the weather. He's good at that. Woo! 49ers. Just ignore Experto for now. Just let him go. Let him say his piece. Don't feed the trolls. So the 49ers' last pick was Aaron Lynch, defensive end / outside linebacker out of South Florida. Let's see who the 49ers take here at pick 170. Keith Reiser, cornerback out of Florida Atlantic. Another kind of workout type of warrior with some size to him. So, Keith Reiser is kind of one of those players you watch. He's about $190, almost 6 feet tall, but very athletic. I think he probably profiles more as a nickel or dime cornerback. Definitely not the big player that Dante Johnson is. Kind of a polar opposite of Dante Johnson, where Johnson is big, doesn't have the athletic profile. Reiser is small, can run all over the field, and could even do a little bit of returning. So Reiser is a player I think I had rated. I put him as an undrafted free agent. No, I put him in the 7th round, which I thought was pretty fair for what he could do. But he just doesn't quite have the size, I think, to match up as a starter in the NFL. Miami Dolphins. So our GM has been around longer than 1999. I think Ozzie Newsome, when did he take the job? Because he wasn't like the GM per se, but 1996, yeah. 96, I think. Miami Dolphins on the clock took Arthur Lynch, H-back out of Georgia. Their last pick. Walt Aikens today, a big corner out of Liberty. Where's the running back? Do we see the running back here? Let's see my boy Kevin Colbert. He's been around since the 90s as well. 2000, I guess he was a pro scouting director for a while, but yeah, look, but officially became the GM is just the title change. He had it before that. He ran it from 96. And I love this pick by the Dolphins at pick 171. Jordan Tripp, linebacker from Montana. I had rated as a 3rd round pick. A very, very good tackler, good rangy player, outside, inside, and is a pretty good coverage linebacker, which I think the Miami Dolphins needed a lot. Jordan Tripp was a dominant defensive player, good at wrapping up, very tough, and he would move running backs that were bigger than him, he would drill them and move them. He has that type of quickness and really got up to speed very quickly. So I love that pick, a great value pick by the Dolphins at a position of need, and I think he gives them an element on like third down that they don't really have out of their current linebackers. Dolphins did take Jordy Tripp. Really good pick. Really good pick. Yeah, I don't know exactly when Bill Belichick got full control in New England. So, I mean, he took over as coach in 2000. Yeah, Tripp is really good. I really like him. I'm surprised he fell this far, to be honest with you. All right, let's see. We got the Seahawks on the clock. I love that Chip Kelly right now on ESPN is on a wheelie chair and just wheeling side to side as he's doing the interview, which is awesome. he's just moving. You can't see it, but he's moving. Yeah, Seahawks draft has been pretty nondescript. It's been a lot of kind of wide receiver trench selections. At 172, the Seahawks take Jimmy Staten, defensive tackle out of Middle Tennessee State University. You gotta love that. You gotta love that name. And this is another kind of defensive tackle, three technique type of player, over 300 pounds, penetrating defensive tackle, but he plays a lot more like a nose. He can get into the backfield. I think he has that ability. They didn't allow him to do that a whole lot at Middle Tennessee. Oftentimes had him taking up blocks more so and not really rushing the passer. When I watched him, I felt like, wow, when they actually let him loose and let him try to get some penetration, he did well. So he's kind of So he's kind of like a nose tackle, a one tech, a three tech kind of tweener, which I think works for the Seattle's defense. So, Minnesota could take Mettenberger late. I think that they could take a backup quarterback, Mettenberger, Dustin Vaughn, maybe even a guy like Jeff Matthews or something in the 7th round could make a lot of sense if they're not going to have a quarterback left. Though I imagine they want to get a veteran in there too. Steelers are on the clock at 173. And the Steelers, take a receiver, saw them finally take their corner, and Shaq Richardson. They have 2 6th-round picks and a 7th after this. Do they take an offensive lineman, some offensive line depth? Do they maybe dip at a nose tackle here? 173, here we go for Pittsburgh. They select Wesley Johnson, offensive tackle from Vanderbilt, and Wesley Johnson is a very versatile prospect. I've heard he can play all 5 positions on the line. I talked to him briefly at the Senior Bowl. Didn't have a very good, Senior Bowl week, but he is solid. He's kind of a swing backup. Could play center, could play guard, could play tackle. He's played them all in college. Just under 300 pounds. He moves pretty well. Was a nice polling player at offensive tackle for Vanderbilt. I thought he played his best at guard for them. I think that's his ideal position, but kind of a swing backup that I would never really want to start. But with the injuries that the Steelers have had along the offensive line, I think that's the type of player that that the Steelers need it. They need to get someone just in case, because half their offensive line is going to fall down to injury again. So I like that pick a lot. I think the 5th round is good value. I think I had him as a 4th round selection. It's pretty solid. Giants are on the clock. Pick 174. Yeah, I mean, like, director of football operations basically is general manager. They just changed the title so it looked a little bit better. Same thing that happened with Ozzie Newsome, was that. So, Dimitri's here. Made it in time for the Steelers pick. We're ready. Yeah, I like Charles Leno out of Boise State as well. Another good versatile offensive lineman. So Giants are up. Here's their pick at 174. Took Nat Burry and Andre Williams today. What they're going to select. Devin Kennard, outside linebacker from USC, as a defensive end, outside linebacker tweener. Actually, a player I really liked before the season. Didn't think he had a very good year, and is one of those players that you just didn't know where to play him. I think he's going to play outside linebacker in the pros. But started at both defensive end and outside linebacker at USC. So we kind of saw him do both. Not a very good pass rusher, but very good against the run. You know, and at 255 pounds, usually you want someone that can have a little bit more pass rush for the New York Giants. So, or for any team. So I didn't really think he was going to get drafted myself, but he got drafted over Morgan Breslin, who led the Pac-12 in sacks, and Kennard's basically a rotational kind of run stuffing outside linebacker. He's a little bit undersized, so it just doesn't quite fit. So I think you just see some, maybe a practice squad type of candidate there. I think Ben Gardner out of Stanford can get drafted. Tyler Gaffney, the running back out of Stanford, could get drafted. So I think we can see some more Stanford players coming up. All right, Dimitri, you can get on screen now. So Baltimore on the clock. Let me try to go back to their draft here. I thought they've had a pretty good day. Brent Urban and Lorenzo Taliaferro in the 4th round. They have a 5th rounder here and then a 6th rounder. Then they're all done. So we'll see what. Still haven't drafted a wide receiver in Baltimore. This would be a really nice spot for a wideout for the Ravens, because I do think they need that depth. And even with Steve Smith there, I mean, you're getting older outside of Torrey Smith for that squad. So I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen a wide receiver yet for the Baltimore Ravens. Brandon Coleman's still out there. I think would be a nice fit. Maybe you take more of like an undersized possession receiver as well. No offensive lineman either, and I think that's a big need. So. Yeah, Jerry Jones never hired GM. Now he gave Jimmy Johnson full control when he hired him. Ravens pick at 175 is John Urschel, offensive guard out of Penn State. A very prominent offensive guard in Urschel. Lots of starting experience. And just well-rounded. I don't think he does anything great. I don't think he's a road grader. I don't think he's a big athlete, but at 300 pounds, he moves good enough. And offensive line definitely a need for the Ravens. Has a ton of experience. So I think Urschel is is just kind of a solid. I can't have a big weakness about him, but I don't have a big strength of him. I think he stands up well. He gets moved back a little bit, but not a whole lot. He's not knocking guys over, but he's not giving up position very well. So I think he's a nice swing kind of guard backup. So I think it's a decent pick. I can't complain about him. I have him on my list. Yeah, I put him in the 7th round, so pretty solid. I like it. Packers are on the clock. Let's get Green Bay on here. They took Corey Linsley with their last pick in round 5, the center out of Ohio State. And now the Packers coming back. What are they going to take here? Urschel listed as center. I know he has played some center, and that could be a position of need for the Ravens. So, not too bad. Like I said, swing offensive guard. Yeah, I guess he could play center as well. Just a nice late round pick, swing backup. I don't think he has starting potential too much, but it's my thoughts. I mean, what about Green Bay? I think they could use a nice, still more offensive line, another nice swing backup. Defensive line, they took Kyrie Thornton, but they have a guy that could play nose tackle. I don't know if they go with the big weight guy like Daniel McCullers, but you have a Shamar Stephen, Zach Kerr, some other potential defensive linemen. Panthers are getting their pick Skyped in, and yet they're still moving up in the draft for people, so. But, what if it's, in the middle of the ceremony? How do you Skype in the middle of a graduation ceremony? It's a small college, too. Kyrie Thornton went to the Packers. Kyrie Fort went to the Saints. Kyrie Fort. Kyrie Thornton. Packers. Yeah, there's John Urschel's academic background. The back room of the graduation? Oh, okay. When do graduation ceremonies usually start? I thought it was usually in the afternoon. Maybe not. Packers pick at 176. Jared Abbrederis, wide receiver out of Wisconsin. They take the hometown boy, another wide receiver, very good possession receiver. I mean, Abbrederis, a phenomenal year for him, dominated Ohio State, and is a great hands catcher, very long. I was surprised seeing him up close how long he is, and he really loves football. He was, out of all the players I've talked to in my 4 years at the Senior Bowl, I think Abbrederis was the one that was the most detailed to me about for the game itself of football. He breaking down plays. He was using verbiage with me as a member of the media, which you usually don't see at all. So I'm really impressed with him. Not a lot of speed. He's not going to get down the field. He's not going to get behind you very well. But I think he's a very good player. Yeah, hands catch. He'll extend his arm and use his hands. He doesn't really use his body to catch the football. Good leaping ability with him too. So I've been pretty impressed. What do you think, Dimitri? Good pick? No? Okay. Dimitri doesn't like it. I don't know if you want to move Abbrederis below Street in your fantasy rankings. I got to look at that this week probably, but that's pretty good. Houston Texans are on the clock. I think Daniel McCullers might keep falling. He could go 6th or 7th round and be maybe not even be drafted. He's just weight. He's all weight. So great value pick, close to home pick for Green Bay as well. Yeah, I mean, you have Abbrederis, Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, Randall Cobb, Jarrett Boykin. I wonder what they're going to do. Patriots are coming up. Couple picks till the Patriots pick. Wonder if they take Jeremy Deering, someone like that. But we're going into the 6th round. Only 2 rounds. The NFL draft left. Only 2 rounds left. Yeah, it's exciting. Let's do it. Houston has 3 6th-round picks and 2 7th-round picks. So, lots of depth here for the Texans if they want it. Yeah, does this mean Boykin is kind of on the outs? We'll see. But Houston at 177, they took Tom Savage with their last pick. They're going to take a potential pass rusher, Jeffrey Pagan, defensive end, from Alabama. And, Pagan's a player that's, we've seen in Alabama stand up a little bit, but he's 290 pounds, so he's probably going to play that other 3-4 defensive end spot for the Houston Texans. Not going to give you too much else. He's kind of a younger, more raw version of Ed Stinson, essentially. And the nice thing with him is they have used him a little bit differently. As I said, he's had some plays where he stood up and tried to rush the passer. He's not a big pass rusher, but has forced some fumbles. Very good against the run with this big hole for the Texans on the defensive line. I think that's where Pagan fills in and may have a chance to compete for a job. So I like that pick. It's a big need for them, and probably the best 3-4 end on the board there with Pagan. Redskins. The Titans have moved up to the Redskins pick. What could Tennessee be doing here? Who could they move up for? And they have 2 6s. They have a 6th and a 7th. We'll see what this trade is, but they took Avery Williamson and Marqueston Huff and Daquan Jones. So really addressing the defense. Could this be an offensive pick? Their first 2 picks were both offensive picks, Bishop Sankey and Taylor Lewan. So maybe we see more of another secondary pick, more defense for the Titans. I don't know. What could the Titans do here? Who are they moving up for? Could it be for a quarterback? We haven't seen them address the QB yet. I'm trying to squeeze 3 running backs, I guess, but okay, yeah, I'm trying to. Could they take Dre Hall, a local corner, or? Alex the Bomb. Who are they taking, Alex the Bomb? Alex. The Tennessee Titans trading up for this pick. What they gonna do at 178? We're gonna find out in 30 seconds. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. If anyone finds out the details of the pick too, feel free to let me know. They haven't really gotten a pass rusher yet. Maybe James Gale out of Virginia Tech. Maybe Michael Sam. Ethan Westbrooks out of West Texas A&M. I thought my song was pretty good. Ray Horton going to Tennessee. What were people telling me about Jimmy Staten? He doesn't exist or something? I don't know. So this is the last pick for the Titans. The Titans trade the rest of their picks to move up here for the Redskins. Titans draft pick song was phenomenal. You're the only one that complained, WMD. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I just wanted this pick to come in. He's taking his good old time going to the podium. Derp, derp, derp. Outside linebacker or QB. What's it going to be? Probably a quarterback because they're showing it. It was Zach Mettenberger. Anytime they show the podium, you know it's a quarterback. Or Michael Sam, I guess. But Mettenberger to the Tennessee Titans. I like his fit with Ken Whisenhunt. I know he's not a big mover. He has got the injury concerns, the off-the-field concerns. But if you want a developmental high-profile quarterback, I think Mettenberger gives you that. He has the height. He has the arm strength. He has the experience in the SEC. I think Whisenhunt could do some wonders with him. He's definitely helped some quarterbacks. We saw what Whisenhunt did with, even with Phillip Rivers, with a veteran, definitely improved his game a lot. And I think everywhere that Whisenhunt has gone, he's improved the quarterback play from poor to below average to good, from good to great. So you gotta wait till I announce it that Alex, till you post it. Boom. I'm behind. I don't want to see it. You wait. Though we know when ESPN shows a podium, it's gonna be a quarterback. Though I guess all the quarterbacks are done for ESPN to care anymore. Patriots at 179. They don't waste any time with their selection. They pick John Halpio, offensive guard from Florida. The Patriots can't get away from taking offensive guards, or taking Florida players, I should say, more specifically. So, the Patriots attacking the offensive line a little bit, getting some future offensive linemen. Cameron Fleming, Halapio is tough. I mean, Halapio is boom, a punch you in the mouth, knock you around. I think he's one of the most physical offensive guards that I've seen. He pectoral tear from him. He's had some injuries because of that. He fits with the Patriots. He fits really well. Patriots, what do you want me to say? You've had a good draft, 3 offensive linemen and a running back so far today, but I like it, so I can't complain. Patriots. Good drafting. I mean, Halapio, I was impressed with at the Senior Bowl. Wasn't outstanding, but man, he got his hands under guys' chins, and he made them mad. He was starting some fights over there. Best wide receivers on the board at this point. Brandon Coleman out of Rutgers. Michael Campagnaro out of Wake Forest. Cody Hoffman out of BYU. Mike Davis out of Texas. Jeff Janis out of Saginaw Valley State. Torrance Allen out of West Texas A&M. Jeremy Gowan, Michigan. Quincy Enua, Nebraska. And Albert Wilson from Georgia State. Yeah, they'll go to the podium when Michael Sam is picked, if Michael Sam is picked. Hey, I mean, look, I gotta respect the Patriots. They have a good team. They've done really well. Schumacher's back in the house. Got out of class so he could watch the draft. The Detroit Lions, I think they've had a pretty good day. Nevin Lawson, a little smaller corner, physical corner out of Utah State. Larry Webster, the defensive end out of Bloomsburg, very high upside, good athletic profile. I think he has some real potential at defensive end, maybe even a tight end, to be a phenomenal pass rusher. So, and then Karan Reed out of Princeton, one of my favorites. Talked to him for a long time at the Senior Bowl. Good 3 technique, can back up Nick Fairley. Maybe can trade him up to take over. And something about football, good call on Robert Huron. I didn't write him down on my third day list because I did not expect him to be available on the third day. So I'm actually very surprised that he's available and would be my second best wide receiver available. Kane Coulter, I have him in the 7th round. He actually had a pretty good Senior Bowl, but I think the injury and the union stuff will take Kane Coulter out of contention here. There's a lot of little kids on stage. Look, yeah, if Mettenberger had played the way he did last year and he didn't have the off-the-field concerns or injuries, I think he could have been a first-round pick. When you have that size and that arm strength, that's going to sell you. But he played very poorly early in his career, multiple injuries, the ACL, the back injury, all this stuff. The off-the-field concerns just way too much. So 49ers pick 180. Is Kenneth Acker, cornerback out of SMU. That's not a player that I had a draftable grade on in Kenneth Acker, but SMU has definitely turned out a couple of prospects here in the past couple of years, mostly at receiver, not much so much cornerback. And Acker is a kind of a safety cornerback tweener. I think he's played some safety at SMU. Good tackler, physical player. Not much of a pass coverage guy at corner, but at free safety, he could have the athletic profile to do it. Just under 200 pounds, just over 6 feet tall, so it's solid size. Kind of a cover two, I thought, type of cornerback. Poor man's Dante Johnson, I guess, a little smaller than Dante Johnson, but they play very similarly, so. Oh, of course, this is a real Superman shirt right here. Houston with another pick. Houston Texans. I like Houston's draft so far. They got their quarterback in Savage that they really wanted. I think Fedorowicz is a potential starting tight end. Suafilo, Clowney, of course. Lewis Nix. I mean, they're getting starters out of this draft for Houston. So, yeah, the quarterback situation not ideal. You're going to have to really train it up. I think a running back would be a nice pick here for them. Get someone behind Arian Foster. I think Lake Seastrunk would be a great dynamic weapon for them right here. He should be off the board by now. Within Texas, Baylor to Houston, that'd be nice. Yeah, I think Nix was well worth the trade up for them, too. Let's go on, Dimitri. Yeah. You gonna do some draft analysis? Who's Houston gonna take? All right, so I guess no one. No draft analysis from Dimitri. Here, we'll put you on camera just in case you want to change it up. I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick isn't that bad. I think he's gonna find spot starter for a year, and then see if Tom Savage is ready to go. Texas, pick 181. They select Alfred Blue, so they do take a running back, not one that I expected. I was never really impressed with Alfred Blue at LSU. I thought he was a little bit overrated. Had the ACL tear a couple years ago. A bigger running back, over 220 pounds. Really a plotter. I thought he was more of a short yardage back there. I know he had a couple good years, but he really has never been the starter. He's always been someone better than Alfred Blue. So I think he's kind of a third running back, maybe a practice squad type guy. He's just kind of your bigger short yardage type player. Maybe could play fullback. So if they wanted a big running back, I think there are bigger running backs on the board. Isaiah Crowell, Antonio Andrews, I think would be a better pick. Capri Bibbs, J.C. Copeland, so James Wilder even. But yeah, I don't think Blue has much upside, so. That was a nice sound. I don't like that pick. Yeah, I think Dennis Johnson. I had Dennis Johnson rated higher last year than Alfred Blue this year, so. Minnesota, pick 182 coming up here. I mean, Minnesota's only had one pick today. Now they have 5 more, including this one here. But their one pick was really good. David Yankee, the offensive guard out of Stanford, got selected. So let's see the pick at 182. And it is Anton Exum, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech, probably going to have to take a redshirt year. Had the big injury this year. Cornerback, safety, tweener. I think that's great value. He's a very physical player. I actually kind of like him at corner still. I know a lot of people have him making that move, potentially to safety, but I think, especially in Minnesota's system, 6 feet tall, over 210 pounds, really good arm length, but he had a really nasty ACL tear. His meniscus was torn up. So, in playing in January of last year, and then he really hasn't come back from that very effectively. So, a really bad knee injury, but he has some really good tape. I think he's starting to get back into it. Had the big ankle injury this year, so multiple leg injuries for Antoine Exum, and that's been kind of his problem. So he's not very fast, but good muscle, good tackler, good physical at the line of scrimmage. I think it's a safe pick. Yeah, Dimitri's affectionate. He likes attention. He digs the attention. Chicago's up with 183. Who's going to be the pick? Nah, I'm not going to pick. Some of my best players available. Lake Seastrunk, Brandon Coleman, Robert Huron, Antonio Richardson. All four I thought would be gone yesterday, still here today. I think Exum's a very good value pick. I agree. Guys that had round 4 grades. David Fales, the quarterback, I think would be a solid pick. No running backs. Michael Campagnaro out of Wake Forest. Joe Don Duncan out of Dixie State. Charles Leno out of Boise State. Gabe Icard, the center out of Oklahoma. On the defensive side, my day 2 picks were Daniel McCullers out of Tennessee, big body. Christian Jones out of Florida State, the linebacker. And Deion Bailey, the safety out of USC, still out there. But I also like my other round 4 grades, James Gale, the defensive end outside linebacker out of Virginia Tech. Anthony Johnson out of LSU. And I'll get to some of the other linebackers, but the Chicago Bears take my boy David Fales there as a backup quarterback to Jay Cutler. A very, very good fit in the Mark Trestman offense. David Fales has a lot of technical issues with him, but definitely is a good, accurate quarterback. I thought he would have a better year than he had this year, personally. And I think that was kind of a big problem, but David Fales' weak arm, he's going to have problems getting it to the outside. But if you have to have someone fill in for Jay Cutler, I think David Fales actually compares very favorably to Josh McCown. I actually think he's pretty close in terms of athletic profile to Josh McCown. So you bring him in, you get to take him with a 6th-round pick, you get Josh McCown 2.0. If Jay Cutler goes down again, you have someone that can fill in. I love Trestman getting a backup quarterback here. You like the pick? Yeah, I guess you do. So other 4th-round grades I had on guys, Adrian Hubbard, the linebacker out of Alabama, Trevor Riley, linebacker out of Utah, Terrence Mitchell, cornerback out of Oregon, Marcus Roberson, corner out of Florida, E.J. Gaines, still there, corner out of Missouri, Rashad Reynolds, cornerback out of Oregon State, Ahmad Dixon, safety of Baylor, Craig Loston, safety of LSU. So still a lot of players on the board. I think would be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think Fales is ever going to be a starter, but that's fine. You need that backup quarterback for a 6th-round pick. If he sticks on the roster, that's good. All right, Minnesota on the clock. They have a lot of picks here coming up pretty soon. They took Anton Exum just 2 picks ago. Back on the clock again. I like to see someone take another receiver here, taking upside shots at a receiver, Minnesota. If you got your member of the secondary. You can always count on that Cutler injury, so. All right. Yeah, the Vikings, I think have done pretty well. They taken a linebacker yet? Yeah, Anthony Barr, obviously. I wonder if they take an inside linebacker at some point. Vikings pick is Kendall James, cornerback out of Maine. And Kendall James, a small school player with a lot of upside, had some very, very good workouts that put him in the draftable range as well. He was kind of out of it. A little on smaller side, 180 pounds, but he's a playmaker. I mean, he can catch the football, make interceptions happen, a very athletic cover cornerback. So Kendall James with Anton Exum, I think you just get kind of your physical corner, your playmaking corner, maybe either one. Both have a shot at playing safety. So I like that. I like building up the secondary depth for Minnesota. I'm very fine with that. Yeah, good pick. Isaiah Crowell is one of the more talented running backs in this draft. Now, he didn't have a very good year at Alabama State. There's a lot of character concerns, off-the-field concerns. So I think he could go undrafted. One of my bold predictions. I think someone will take him soon. But Tampa Bay at 185, their pick is in. They take Robert Huron, wide receiver from Wyoming, a phenomenal selection by Tampa Bay. And this Buccaneers offense, how many new weapons do they have there in Tampa Bay? You have Vincent Jackson, Mike Evans, Robert Huron, probably going to play the slot. Very quick player. His foot speed is phenomenal. Watching that at the Senior Bowl, I was super impressed. I think third round would have been a great value pick for him there. You get him in the sixth round. He can play the slot. He's very tough, willing to go over the middle. He can drop some passes. Sometimes he lets the ball sink into his body a little bit. Can drop some passes, but usually some pretty solid hands, as long as his technique is good and he's expecting the ball to be there. So I love that pick for them. They got Austin Safarian-Jenkins. They got Charles Sims. I mean, the Buccaneers, Josh McCown could have a field day for them. And maybe they do need a quarterback, but yeah, at this point, you got to roll with Mike Glennon, and if that's a guy that Lovie Smith likes, then that's a guy you stick with. Don't clean yourself on camera. That's offensive, Dimitri. You go do that. You go do that alone. There you go. Get him out of here. Lovie sounded pretty sold on Mike Glennon yesterday, so we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. 186, the Washington Redskins are up on the clock. Inappropriate. Pick 186 for the Redskins. Redskins today taking Bashad Breeland, cornerback / safety out of Clemson, which I thought was a steal there. Ryan Grant out of Tulane, a very good player. So, yeah, still no Texas players drafted, right? Hey, Garrett Gilbert might get drafted before any Texas player. Oh. Redskins. What are you gonna do? I think they could use a running back too, depending on what they have. Roy Hallam. Jalapeno, I had a 4th round grade on him, so I thought he was very good value. I love the toughness that he brought to the table, and I think even though he's not a super good athlete, Jalapeno could develop into a starting guard. The Redskins at 186 select Lake Seastrunk, running back out of Baylor. There you go. Lake Seastrunk finally off the board. And, that is, let's take a look at the Washington Redskins and their new coaching staff. Lake Seastrunk could still have a shot, to do pretty well because Jake Gruden generally has used one of the smaller, kind of shiftier backs and a bigger back. You have Alfred Morris there. I think Lake Seastrunk could compete with Roy Hallam for that number 2 spot and actually be able to make some impact there. Very explosive, gets the top speed very quickly. My number 2 running back in this class because of the upside, and I really think Seastrunk can win that number 2 job. He didn't catch a whole lot of balls at Baylor. It's scary, but at the combine and his pro day looked phenomenal catching the football. So there's some development that needs to go along with it for the Redskins, but there's a ton of upside with Lake Seastrunk, a home run hitter with a pretty good body for his size. I mean, I think he has some built-up legs and built-up arm strength, so it's not like he's a thin as a pole type of player. So I don't know what the deal is, why he went in the 6th round, but I love it. I love it. I mean, just because C. Strong didn't catch the football at Baylor doesn't mean he can't catch the football at Baylor. Go back and watch the combine. Go watch the tape of his pro days online, and you'll see him catch the ball extremely well. The Giants take Bennett Jackson, cornerback out of Notre Dame. And kind of a reserve cornerback, not a big playmaker, but Bennett Jackson in that medium size for corner, 6 feet tall, just under 200 pounds, a good physical player, a kickoff returner as well, potentially for the Giants if they wanted to use him at that. I think that's something he's very, very good at. So I would say a dime to number 5 cornerback with some kick return potential for the Giants. And I think Bennett Jackson, right around the 6th round, is about his value. Let me see. I put him in the 6th. Yeah, I had him right here in the 6th round. So makes a lot of sense. So yeah, a lot of Notre Dame players getting drafted. I mean, they didn't have a great year this year, but yeah, no running back caught a pass at Baylor last year. That just wasn't their offense. But I think he showed that he can do it. Showed that he can do it in this offseason. And if that's what knocked him down boards, then I think the Redskins got to steal. Absolutely got to steal. St. Louis up at 188 here in the 6th round of the draft. I mean, Antonio Richardson didn't have a great year last year, hasn't carried his weight all that well. I still think the upside in his tape 2 years ago warranted a second-day pick. But, yeah, this is interesting. He's still sitting there on the board. Sometimes those big guys, him and McCullers, those Tennessee players falling down, someone's got to snatch him up at some point. I mean, yeah, I don't know why Lake Season fell down the board. I had him as a 3rd rounder, and would have easily liked to see him go in the 2nd, but I mean, Scott, you can keep criticizing him on Twitter, but you got to actually watch him, buddy. You can't just take those stats and run with it. Rams selection at 188 is E.J. Gaines, cornerback out of Missouri. There goes Gaines, a big physical corner, very, very good at the college level. And I really think this has the potential to be a steal. Gaines with had a lot of playmaking ability this past year, got a lot of interceptions, and he was physical at the line of scrimmage. You know, he's a little bit short. You know, he came in a little bit shorter than I would have liked to see, but he faced a lot of top competition and shut them down very, very well. Not overly physical at the line of scrimmage. I wonder if he can press, but he reminds me actually a little bit of Janoris Jenkins. Not quite as fast. You know, that I think there's just some fear about the upside there, but I think he proved it. Really good player. Really good player. All right, here we go. Lions are up at 189. And the Lions took some defensive linemen today. Larry Webster, Karan Reed, Nevin Lawson, the corner, out of Utah State. So gone heavy defense today after a couple offensive picks in Eric Ebron and Travis Swanson. Yeah, I'm surprised the Lions haven't taken a receiver. This could be a decent spot for Brandon Coleman. Perhaps. So Lions at 189. Select T.J. Jones. There's your receiver. T.J. Jones, another Notre Dame player. And T.J. Jones, not a flashy player whatsoever. Reminds me a lot of of a Doug Baldwin, where he's not very flashy but can make the team, catches everything thrown his way, probably a number 3, a number 4 wide receiver. And he had a ton of receptions at Notre Dame, was a very reliable option for them. Maybe even has some return potential. I think watching him, I could see that being a strength of his if he tried for it. Can get down the field pretty well, has some speed to his game. So I like TJ Jones. Dolphins are on the clock, pick 190. Today we've seen the Dolphins take Walt Aikens, the big corner out of Liberty, Arthur Lynch, tight end / H-back out of Georgia, Jordy Tripp, linebacker out of Montana. I think 3 very solid picks, 2 small school. They've actually taken 3 small school players in this draft if you include Billy Turner yesterday out of North Dakota State. No kickers taken yet. I think we're going to see 1 or 2 in the 7th round. Chris Boswell and perhaps Nate Freese. I think we definitely see a punter taken, Kirby Vanderkamp out of Iowa State. But I shouldn't say definitely, you never know. I think Chris Boswell out of Rice is the best punter out there. Or best kicker out there, Kirby Vanderkamp, the best punter. Miami Dolphins, 190. Do they take a running back? At some point. I gotta update my boys. Your best receiver available. I have Brandon Coleman out of Rutgers, Michael Campagnaro out of Wake Forest, Cody Hoffman out of BYU, Mike Davis out of Texas, Jeff Janis out of Saginaw Valley State, Torrance Allen out of West Texas A&M for best wide receivers available. Fales is gone. My best quarterback available right now is Connor Shaw, quarterback out of South Carolina. Look for him to be coming up here pretty soon. Enowa, out of Nebraska, pretty good blocking wide receiver. Winsley's gone. Let's see if I missed anyone. Urschel's gone. Best corners available. Terrence Mitchell out of Oregon. Marcus Roberson out of Florida. Rashad Reynolds out of Oregon State. Brandon Dixon out of Northwest Missouri State. Purifoy out of Florida. Let's see. Why doesn't James Sims get more love? He's just not a very good player. He's not very fast. He's not very physical. I know he's very productive at Kansas, but I'm not really that big of a fan. Miami takes Matt Hazel, the wide receiver out of Coastal Carolina. So Coastal Carolina with 2 offensive players taken today. That's 2 more than the University of Texas, by the way. And Hazel's a big-bodied receiver, 6'3". He's a little thin, 190 pounds, but very fast. So you kind of get this big, fast receiver. A lot of production at Coastal Carolina. One of the best receivers that they've ever had on their team. And he can go up for jump balls. I think he's kind of a red zone target with a little bit of upside. So I like the pick. Let me see. I think I had him rated as a 7th round pick. Yeah, a 7th rounder. So about right value wise. Thoughts on Keith Wenning out of Ball State? I think Keith Wenning has a shot to get drafted in the 7th round. I think he doesn't have too much upside, kind of a number 3 quarterback. I really wonder, with his play at Ball State, I think he had some trouble reading defenses at times, but very productive, found the open receiver. He did well with what he was given. So, yeah, Titans I think could take Nate Freese. Jordan Lynch, not getting drafted. Better kicker, Hunter or Walshaw? I'd probably take take Blair Walsh there. The Bears at pick 191 select Pat O'Donnell. There's your first punter, not Kirby Vanderkamp, but Pat O'Donnell, the punter out of Miami. Big-legged, played both kicker and punter at Miami, Florida. So he actually has some versatility. Came in from Cincinnati. So Miami gets getting a player on the board there. There's your punter pick by the Bears. A big leg, not someone that always could pin it inside the 20. He had a lot fall into the end zone, but I thought he had an NFL leg. I think he was my number 2 punter in this class. Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock at pick 192. Chicago, 2 future starters in the 6th round. That'd be nice. I'm sure Fales might start a game if Cutler keeps getting hurt. I don't know when the last time the first Miami player drafted was a punter, but yeah, Pat O'Donnell can run, man. He's big and he can run down the field. I want to say he played defense at some point, not in college, but in high school. I thought he played defense along with punting, along with kicking. So kind of interesting. Steelers pick at 192, and they select Jordan Zumwalt, a linebacker out of UCLA, an inside linebacker in the 3-4 scheme. I love this pick. I love Jordan Zumwalt. He is tenacious. He hit his head in the Senior Bowl, started bleeding out of his forehead. He kept playing. They're like, dude, you got to stop playing. And he does not let up. Zumwalt is relentless, a relentless player. One of the best linebackers left on my board. I think I had him in the 3rd round, actually. No, I had him in the 5th round, Jordan Zumwalt. But not super athletic, more of a thumper type. I think he's someone that can be rotated in with Ryan Shazier if they need to, and not going to give you much of a pass rush, but he's going to attack and give you the tenacity. There's no one that's going to work harder. So I love that pick. I love Jordan Zumwalt. Great selection by the Steelers. So Kansas City is up. Kansas City Chiefs. Who's going to be the Chiefs pick, everyone? Yes, I guess that's what McCarron can bring to the table. The Chiefs, they took Aaron Murray today, potential developmental future quarterback. Took DeAnthony Thomas in the 4th round. So a lot of high-profile players for the Chiefs right now. DeAnthony Thomas and Aaron Murray. Where's the Gator? Gator Hoskins. I don't think Gator's going to get drafted. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if Michael Sam goes pretty soon. Some of my second-day players still on the board. McCullers, Christian Jones, Deion Bailey, Brandon Coleman, and Antonio Richardson. Still sitting out there. And yeah, Chiefs with 2 6-rounders, and then that's it. I think Logan Thomas can be fixed. I think he's a perfect fit for the Bruce Arians system. I'm glad you're here, Phoenix. And I think that big arm, if Virginia Tech doesn't know how to develop quarterbacks, let's be honest, they'll really develop anyone on the offensive side of the ball. They've done very poorly at that. So, I mean, I think with an actual quarterback coach, with actually getting him in there, it seems like Logan Thomas is willing to learn and wants to get better. He's a great fit. I really like that pick. I mean, I think it's worth a shot. The Chiefs pick 193 of the 6th round, their second to last pick of the draft. They select Zach Fulton, offensive guard from Tennessee. So Zach Fulton goes above Tiny Richardson in Tennessee. And Fulton is a very good, big body offensive guard. Right guard, 320-some pounds. He's kind of a mauling offensive guard, fits that Andy Reid type of profile. Ton of experience, did very well in the East-West Shrine game, and Fulton is a very solid 6th rounder. So this fits the Chiefs to the T. This is the type of player that they usually draft, so I like it. Is Storm Johnson going to be drafted? I hope so. I think he should be here pretty soon. I haven't rated this a 6th round pick, though I really like him above that round grade. Yeah, Tennessee's offensive line was huge. Too bad they couldn't pass at all. Ravens pick 194. I mean, yeah, the Ravens take a wide receiver at some point? Right, I'm going to try and get the Chiefs to do it. Can we get the Ravens to do it, perhaps, too? Took Lorenzo Taliaferro and Crockett Gilmore, but the rest of their picks have been defense, John Urschel, the super student athlete. Tennessee actually had a pretty decent running back in Rajon Neal, and okay receivers, but no quarterback. Kind of hurts. No defense, too. That kind of hurts, too. Yeah, I mean, look, I think whoever takes Brandon Coleman's gonna get a pretty good developmental player here. Let's go Ravens. On the clock. And this is, let's see, is this Baltimore's final pick? This is Baltimore's last pick of the draft, so no more picks, Ravens, once you're done here. Ozzie Newsome. I don't think Cohen failed a drug test, not to my knowledge, at least. I don't know. All right, Ravens pick at 194. Final pick of their draft is a quarterback. Keith Wenning, quarterback out of Ball State, goes here for the Baltimore Ravens. I talked about him before. I think he's a solid player, pretty similar to David Fales. He doesn't have a huge arm, has some trouble sometimes reading defenses, but he does what the play is meant to do. Been fairly accurate with the football. And I think Keith Wenning's a nice backup number 2 quarterback and a good fit for the Baltimore Ravens. So I like that pick. I think that was a position they definitely wanted to address at some point. Strictly based on his football skills, I think Michael Sam in the 5th to 6th round, I think would have been solid for me. I know some teams have him much lower, but that's me. Jeremy Gallen, I think, should be drafted. I don't know if he will be because of this receiver class, but I think Jeremy Gallen's a solid possession slot receiver. So I like him. Yeah, I think the coaches have like bashed on Tyrod Taylor plenty. So Jets are on the clock. The Jets have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6-round picks to go. And 3 6-round compensatory picks. Marion Grice could get drafted here 6th to 7th round, but I think the injury really knocked Marion Grice down, so we'll see where he ends up. But, running back is kind of tailored off, and I think there's a lot of different directions teams can go with running back. So the Jets, 4 6th-round picks and a 7th. Experto guaranteed us that Taj Boyd would go here, so we'll see. Guarantee by Experto. Experto, you going to bet timeout on that? You going to make this bet? I'm ready for it. I mean, Marion Grice is a good player. I like him a lot. I think as a pass catcher, he's one of the best in this draft. But I think the late injury really hurt him. So, hurt him a ton, and that knocked him down about 3 rounds and maybe out of the draft, which sucks. And I'll be right back. All right, Jets pick at 195 is Brandon Dixon, cornerback of Northwest Missouri State. I actually had a identical twin brother at Northwest Missouri State, so you might actually be getting two Dixon cornerbacks for one here with that pick if the other one goes undrafted. But I really like Brandon Dixon. He has a lot of good functional speed. He's a very raw in terms of how to use his arms and how to use his body against a wide receiver, but a really good player. And I think there's a high potential for him. Looking at the Jets draft, I actually like him better than I like Dexter McDougle. So I think Dexter McDougal's a little more physical, but I think the coverage and flexibility of Brandon Dixon is far superior to Dexter McDougal. So that's my prediction. Brandon Dixon's going to be the better pick 3 rounds later than Dexter McDougal will be. Where do I rank Bryce Brown versus these crop of running backs? I think Bryce Brown probably is, above everyone else that's left for sure. So, Cardinals are on the clock. I didn't get Experto to confirm that bet. I want to put him in timeout for that. See, Arizona today. Solid day. Logan Thomas and Ed Stinson. This will be the Cardinals' last pick of the draft. So, I think Thomas gives them a really good developmental quarterback. I think Ed Stinson has some potential to be just a solid starter, nothing flashy. Storm Johnson, running back would be nice here. Storm Johnson, Isaiah Crowell, Marion Grice. I think any one of those guys would actually be a real nice pick for them. Do you think they take an offensive lineman? Get some offensive line depth, perhaps? I have not eaten anything in the last 4.5 hours. I haven't eaten anything since before the draft started. Probably won't until after it's over. I'm cooking up some barbecue chicken for afterwards, so. No food for me. Don't have time for that. And I always feel weird eating on camera, so. Cardinals pick at 196 is in. And they select Walter Powell, wide receiver out of Murray State. I watched Walter Powell kind of late in the process, graded him as a priority free agent, not a player that I thought would get drafted. So two small school wide receivers, and Powell has a little bit more size to him than John Brown does. He's a little under 6 feet tall, in the mid 180 pounds, and another good kind of return man, good punt returner. And I thought that's where he kind of excelled. Kind of a slower, little bit bigger version of John Brown. I think they're actually pretty similar. Now, Murray State, wasn't a great football team, so they really fed Walter Powell a lot. He had a ton of catches and has pretty good hands for his size and athletic ability. But, I feel like you kind of took him a couple rounds ago with John Brown. So I'm a little bit surprised by that pick, but that's going to end the Cardinals draft. I guess they took him just to make sure they got him. Once your last pick, you got to take the guy that you might not be able to sign in undrafted free agency. So Packers are on the clock. Two picks left for the Packers, 197 and 236. Took Jared Abbrederis with their last pick. I really like all the players the Packers have taken today. Carl Bradford has a great motor, lots of athletic ability. Corey Linsley has a good swing backup offensive lineman. Jared Abbrederis, I thought should have went two rounds ago. If he didn't have the concussion issues, I mean, he could have went in the second day for sure. So the Packers have had a really solid draft, getting a lot of value, a lot of good fits at their positions so far. Hey, if you want to bring me some five guys, I would be very happy to take it, but Packers, the Green Bay Packers. Go, Packers, go. They got Linsley, so they got an offensive lineman. They got Clinton Dix for the secondary. Kyrie Thorne defensive line. They've really spread their picks around pretty well in Green Bay. Let's get this pick going. Yeah, I mean, the Packers have not had great first rounds recently. It shows you how important the quarterback position is because they're still very good. Jones, Perry, Sherrod, Balaga, Raji. And Raji, I think, had his time and played pretty well, but don't get me hungry here, guys, because I got a good, 2.5 hours to go before the darn draft's over. All right, Packers pick at 197 is Dimitri Goodson, cornerback out of Baylor, high upside physical cornerback with good measurables. Dimitri Goodson is kind of your measurable, over 200 pounds, just under 6 feet tall, very fast, very athletic, gets beat a lot. He is a former basketball player, so you can kind of see that athleticism, former point guard, and, he did get beat a lot. I feel like the bigger, more physical wide receivers kind of took it to him, even though he's supposed to be big and physical. He played a little more finesse. He got caught flat-footed a lot, just didn't get turned around. So I thought his games were very up and down. Kind of a workout warrior, some good workouts from him. So a high upside corner that you can put in there. Yeah, my cat got drafted 6th round of the Packers. He's licking his butt, so that's his celebration. Patriots are up on the clock. New England has 3 picks left, 2 in the 6th. This one from the Eagles, and then one more in the 6th round, their original one, and then one in the 7th round. So we are halfway through the 6th round. We have 39 picks in the 6th. Bump, bump. I think Brandon Coleman's a great player. I had him rated as a 3rd-round pick. I'm surprised that he's fallen this far. So I'm actually very surprised he's fallen this far. I think it's time for someone to pull that trigger. Maybe the Patriots. We know they like their Rutgers players, but you know what? I bet they would take Jeremy Deering, the safety out of Rutgers, over him, over Brandon Coleman probably. So maybe we see that here. I've also heard they like Corey Washington, the wide receiver out of Newberry. Bump, 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 Patriots. Patriots, Patriots, Patriots. I thought the Patriots had a really good draft today. John Halapio, Cameron Fleming, Brian Stork. 3 offensive linemen. Boom, 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 boom. James White, running back out of Wisconsin, I think fits them very well. Could definitely fill a role, have an impact. Whew. Yeah. I think Deering's going to get picked by them at some point. I love James White. I think James White, if Stephen Ridley isn't ready, if he's not ready to step up to the plate, James White can fill that role. I think sooner rather than later, maybe before the year is over. So I think he could kind of play what LeGarrette Blount did. They could plug him in. You know how the Patriots running backs work. It's craziness. So Patriots at 198 select Zach Moore, defensive end out of Concordia University, St. Paul. Zach Moore is a very talented player. I was actually really impressed with him when I got the chance to see a little bit of Concordia. Big player, just under 270 pounds. Good athletic profile. Stood up a little bit for them at Concordia. Very long arms. The length stands out. You see this guy, and he's so much more physically gifted than everyone else. And got into the backfield very, very often. Really nice, first step. And I think he plays a little bit upright. I don't know if he necessarily has the flexibility to be a starter in the NFL. Some character concerns with him. He couldn't get to a higher level because of grades. So a lot of physical upside. I like it. I would like it. Seattle with pick 199. They select Garrett Scott, offensive tackle out of Marshall. And Garrett Scott is another upside type of tackle, who is big, strong, and fast. He's 295 pounds and one of the more athletic offensive tackles of this class. I thought he would fit more of a zone blocking scheme. He's played left guard. He's played left tackle for them. He's had multiple injuries throughout his career, so that knocked him down a peg. But a very solid and strong player for his athletic ability. So when you combine the functional strength, the upper body strength that he has in the run game with very quick feet, very athletic feet, then you say, hey, this is someone's good in run protection and pass protection. Now it's the injuries, it's what position does he play, is being under 300 pounds enough to play offensive tackle? So I wonder where they're going to play him and how they're going to fit. So Garrett Scott out of Marshall, kind of an intriguing player with a lot of upside. Yeah, Concordia, right near Scott Wright up there, so he just know all about it. Last Chiefs pick. Last Chiefs pick of the draft. Let's kick this out. Hopefully I answered your question, Jake, on Garrett Scott. So he could kick inside to guard. Probably more of a swing reserve, if anything. I'm getting a spa commercial right now, which is nice. Kenny Britt is not involved. Ugh. Yeah, see what you get. I mean, I know Scott had a couple visits. Sure, not a problem, not a problem. Good to go. Dun, 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 dun. Pick 200. Here we go. Here we go. Woo! Going Johnny Manziel talk. Hooray. So I do have some like prospect that I have like 68th on my cornerback board keeps direct messaging me asking if he's going to get a tryout, be a free agent. So I'm like, sure, maybe, I don't know. Like if you have to talk to me, then you're probably in some trouble. I see our chat room has degraded here pretty hard for the third day of the draft. I like it. All right, let's get the Chiefs pick here at pick 200. Lauren Duvernay Tardif, the Scott Wright special, Adam McGill from Canada, and if you want an upside offensive tackle, then this is the guy for you. Very athletic, absolutely dominant at McGill, and he has a big athletic profile. He's big, a lot of functional strength. He had an excellent pro day that really rivaled a lot of the combine numbers by some of the bigger offensive linemen. He's over 315 pounds and 6'5", and moves very light on his feet. Very good broad jump, bench press, strong, athletic. Just a very good 6th-round pick for upside. Maybe you can spend some time on the practice squad, develop him into a potential starter. I think that we've seen a lot of offensive linemen go late in the draft and be very good. So LDT, good pick in my book by the Chiefs to end this draft. No receivers for the Chiefs. So Dwayne Bowe, good luck. Maybe the Anthony Thomas will help you out. Jamal Charles still going to get all the PPR points for Kansas City at this point. Chargers up with pick 201. San Diego took their nose tackle with their only pick today, Ryan Carruthers. Chargers select Marion Grice, running back out of Arizona State, and the Chargers kind of filled up on the running back position right now. They have Ryan Matthews, they have Danny Woodhead, they have Donald Brown, and Kerwin Williams, one of the old favorites of people that didn't really watch him play. Marion Grice, a very good pass catcher. I think if he comes back healthy, probably a redshirt year this year for him with San Diego. And then you could see Ryan Matthews move on, Danny Woodhead move on. Maybe Grice could get that type of Danny Woodhead role, I think would be where he would excel at as a little bit of a bigger player. He's not a great north-south runner. He dances behind the line a lot, but he breaks tackles pretty well. So I like that pick. I think in a year you really could see his value go up when Matthews and Woodhead move on. I think Duvernay Tardif compares favorably to Jared Veldheer. I think Veldheer was a little bit stronger of an athlete, if you will, but and obviously, Jared Veldheer had a little bit more of experience, played a little better competition, a little bit more dominant in the run game than Duvernay Tardif was. Canadian universities, more draft picks than Texas. Good call, wide receiving. University of Texas, where you at here? McGill beating you. Let's see. Mike Davis, maybe he'll go pretty soon, and we can see some success. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Pick 202. Yeah, it will be a lot of upside, but we'll see. Maybe Jackson Jeffcoat goes pretty soon. We'll see what happens. So far for the Saints, they've taken all defense, back seven, Kyrie Fort from Cal, Vinny Sinceri, a strong safety from Alabama, and Ronald Powell, the linebacker from Florida. So a lot of upside with that group. Will they go with the offensive side of the ball? Will they take a running back? Will they take a quarterback? This is the Saints' last pick. A quarterback has seemed to be a focus for them. Could we see them pull the trigger on Connor Shaw right here, the quarterback out of South Carolina, or Taj Boyd? Maybe they go with one of the small school QBs. Let's see what the Saints pick. QB. Maybe take some O-line. Yeah, I think Anthony Steen, the offensive guard from Alabama, should be off the board pretty soon. I had him rated as a 5th-round pick, along with Ryan Grohl from Wisconsin and Matt Fielder from Bloomsburg. He's my second-best offensive guard left on the board right now. Anthony Steen. Grohl, Steen, Filer, Bofelli, and Brian Clark. Storm Johnson be a real nice fit with Jacksonville. I would like that pick a lot, actually. What makes Murray better than Shaw? Shaw's gotten a lot more nicks and bruises. I know Murray has a big injury. And Murray's, played much better. The Saints select Tavon Rooks, offensive tackle from Kansas State. Not even my highest rated offensive tackle from Kansas State. Actually, is Tavon Rooks. I actually had Luke Lucas rated higher. Tavon Rooks very light in the pants for an offensive tackle. He was a community college transfer, junior college guy that transferred over to Kansas State, like Kansas State usually has. And he played pretty well. He's more of a zone blocker. Maybe could kick inside the guard. I just think he's way too light for me to evaluate. I evaluate him as a reject. I didn't think he would make it in the NFL. He's not even on my draft board. So there you go. Tiny Richardson is still available. Antonio Richardson still on the board. So that's an interesting pick by the Saints, and that's going to end their draft. So the Colts are up. Light in the pants, Jay. Come on now. Well, his real name is Cornelius Lucas, but he goes by Luke Lucas. So, that's it. Colts are on the clock. Colts haven't had too many picks in the draft. Jack Mewhort, Dante Moncrief, Jonathan Newsom. They have this pick and one in the 7th from the Ravens. And then the Jets have 57 picks coming up in a row. Yes, he is. Tiny Richardson on the board. I have two guys I had rated as second-day picks still left, Brandon Coleman and Antonio Richardson. My 4th-round pick still left, Michael Campagnaro, wide receiver from Wake Forest, Jodon Duncan, tight end from Dixie State, Charles Leno, offensive lineman from Boise State, Gabe Icard, center from Oklahoma, James Gale, defensive end from Virginia Tech, Anthony Johnson, defensive tackle from LSU, Adrian Hubbard, linebacker Alabama, Trevor Riley, linebacker Utah, Terrence Mitchell, cornerback Oregon, Marcus Roberson, cornerback Florida, Rashad Reynolds, cornerback Oregon State, Ahmad Dixon, safety Baylor, and Craig Loston, safety of LSU, as well as Dion Bailey and Daniel McCullers. Colts are up. They select Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory. We have our first president, dead president, drafted into the NFL draft, Andrew Jackson from Western Kentucky. A very solid all-around prospect. I thought before the season he could be a top 100 pick. Not very dynamic, an inside linebacker thumper. Not going to do much in coverage, not going to do much rushing the passer, but he's tough and he tackles extremely well. I think he has some of the best tackling technique of any linebacker in this draft. So I'm a big fan of his. I think he can be a special teams player, a rotational fill-in starter if someone gets hurt. So Old Hickory, Andrew Jackson. I guess none of you take your history classes here. Carolina Panthers are up on the clock. A sleeper who's still on the board, Scott. I think Jodon Duncan, the tight end out of Dixie State, is very, very good. I think he's a really good player. He moves in short space extremely well, has a ton of upside at tight end. I think he could be a steal this late, absolutely. Yeah, Christian Jones also I had as a second-day prospect. Daniel McCullers, Christian Jones, and Dion Bailey, but Jones, I don't know if it's the failed drug test, what the deal is with him, but he is falling down the board. We had a president in the United States named Andrew Jackson back in the 19th century. His nickname was Old Hickory. So Andrew Jackson I nicknamed, Old Hickory. Panthers at 204 take Tyler Gaffney, running back out of Stanford, had a very, very good combine. And this, Tyler Gaffney could be an intriguing player down the line. I don't think D'Angelo Williams or Jonathan Stewart are going to stand up very well. Over 226 pounds, very big, very fast for Tyler Gaffney. He ran what in the 4.4s, I think, at 226 pounds. So you have a lot of upside. A tougher player. Professional baseball drafted him. One of those type of guys. So that's the Panthers' last pick, and a very good pick at a potential future at the running back position. I don't think the Rams did draft any linebackers today. Let's see. St. Louis Rams, nope. Their 2 picks today were secondary, Mo Alexander and E.J. Gaines. Yeah, maybe it can take Barner and Gaffney and kind of turn them into something else. I'm watching ESPN. That's tradition. So, and the stream has like a 30-second lag. I don't know. Hey, at least Telvin Smith got drafted. All right, Jacksonville on the clock. Jacksonville Jaguars. 2 picks left for them, including this one, pick 205, which is Luke Belanco, center out of Virginia. I was asked about him before. They brought him in for a visit. I kind of graded him as a priority free agent. Didn't think he was going to be a very good player, but solid all-around center. A very tall. I think he's over 6'6", 300 some pounds, and he played guard. He played tackle at Virginia. So it looks like he got worked out at center for the Jaguars. Played a little bit of center at the end of the year this year for Virginia. So a versatile offensive lineman. Another player that's a little bit has a kind of a poor anchor. He got pushed back a lot, especially playing center. It took a while to adjust to the position. So I wonder how good he's going to be in the run game. I don't think he's a starter, but maybe a swing backup type. Man, I'm getting hungry. I didn't know. I'm good friends with Austin Pastor. That's interesting. Patriots pick at 206 is Jamia Thomas, safety out of Georgia Tech. I think he was at the East-West Shrine game, had a very good Shrine game, kind of a cornerback and safety tweener, played corner at Georgia Tech. Under 200 pounds, he's short. So I think that kind of precludes him from playing corner, but he ran in the 4.5s, a good pass defender, and not going to do much in terms of tackling. So I think Jamia Thomas is more of a reserve defensive back. So Colt Ayerla is still undrafted. Let's see, what do I have Jamia Thomas on here? Top of the 7th round. And Luke Blanco put as a priority free agent. So Ayerla, Isaiah Crowell still on the board. Brandon Coleman, Antonio Richardson, Daniel McCullers, Christian Jones, Deion Bailey, still on the board. The Broncos at 207 take Matt Paradis, center out of Boise State. So now you start seeing a lot of prospects that came into these teams for visits get picked by them. So Matt Paradis, a Bronco at Boise State, becomes a Bronco in Denver. And I liked what I saw from Paradis better than, say, Belanco. Paradis was was a walk-on player. He's not super physically gifted. You're not going to see a ton of athletic ability from him, but you can tell he's really built up strength. He has a good push in the run game. Doesn't give you too much in terms of pass pro, but I don't think that's really what the Broncos need. You know, they just need someone that's functionally strong, intelligent, and that's what Paradis brings to the table. So Paradis off the board. Gabe Icard, Tyler Larson still out there. Seahawks on the clock. And this is the last pick before our compensatory picks. The Jets have 2 in a row after this. So we'll see what happens. The Seahawks gone all over the place with their draft. 2 receivers, Paul Richardson and Kevin Norwood, 2 that I like a lot. 2 offensive linemen, Justin Britt and Garrett Scott, 2 I don't like a lot. And then defensive line, Cassius Marsh, Jimmy Staten, and Kevin Pierre-Louis is pretty good too. I really like that pick as well. Probably Jake, but Seattle 208 selects Eric Pinkins, safety out of San Diego State. And, you know, Eric Pinkins, a player that I graded out as a reject. He's a free safety, and I just did not think that he would be strong enough to kind of function in the NFL game. That was my big issue with him. He's a big kind of free safety. So he's not very good at tackling, but he has the big size, 6'3", over 210 pounds, but not really a good tackler. He seems to just try to take people's heads off and doesn't know how to wrap up. He's a little bit better in coverage, but he just plays a little bit too stiff and upright. When he played better competition, he got beat down the field. I graded him out as a reject. I didn't even put him on my draft board, so. Let's see. I think this might be the first player that actually wasn't on my draft board. Let's see. Did I? I don't think I ever added him. Nope. No, first player drafted, not on my draft board. So I mean, he fits with size profile from what the Seahawks do, but. So the Jets up with 2 picks. Eric Pinkins, 6'3", 220, free safety. It's just kind of a weird situation. Like, he was a headhunter, you know. It depends, because I don't know who's a priority free agent until I watch them. So, a lot of times I'll watch these players and be like, oh, this guy's very good. Or if I start watching games, I tried this year just to write down a lot of seniors to at least get some type of notes on them. But it's tough to do, and it takes a lot of time that I don't always have. So, Crockett wasn't on my value board. He should have been. I think that was a mistake by me. I mean, I like him a heck of a lot more than I like Mike Flacco, for God's sakes. But on my draft board, I mean at the website, in terms of rankings, Pinkins is the first one that's not on there. Usually I'll watch 2 to 3 games if I can. If it's a big school, I usually watch 2 to 3 games and make that evaluation and move on. If it's a player that I like, I'll keep watching. So, hey, I guess NFL Network's getting the jump in the gun. I've already started work on the 2015 class. I already have a good amount of names. Really the last month or so, I've actually been starting in 2015 as I'm waiting for some small school tape. I was pretty much done except for some small schoolers 2014. So I got the jump, started on my 2015 class. I should have 2015 rankings I would guess by the end of next week, I should have 2015 rankings out on my website. And then I should have 2014 fantasy rankings out on my website by the end of next week as well. So that's kind of my goal, is to get a full 2015 initial board, about 300 prospects or so up, including underclassmen. Now, some of them all have watched very briefly, but you know what? I've applied for media credentials a bit. Haven't gotten authorized yet, but I'm gonna keep trying. And I don't really like to go though. To be honest with you, I'd rather sit here and watch, because then I get behind. If I go to a game, I watch one game instead of 5 games, and I get behind. So I don't often do that. 2 Jets picks in a row here. The New York Jets took Brandon Dixon. I love that pick, their last 6th-round pick. I'll tape it off the TV myself or on the computer, because I have a Sling box. I have ESPN3, and so I have programs that will capture that and save that to external hard drives. So I'll actually have 2 or 3 different laptops going and recording games at the same time. I have a TiVo that can record up to 4 games at once. So I can usually get 6 to 7 games at the same time if I'm home. So, Shalik Calhoun, the Michigan State defensive end. I like what I've seen from him. I'm not maybe as high on him as some people are. I'll say that. So you might not be quite as high up my board as some people are, but the Jets take Quincy Enunwa, wide receiver out of Nebraska, maybe one of the best blocking wide receivers in the draft. Very productive for Nebraska, and he's a violent run blocker, I'll tell you that. So, I mean, with 3 different wide receivers for the Jets. You have Jalen Saunders, go down the field. You have Shaq Evans, do it all, kind of outside receiver. You have Quincy Enunwa, the blocking big possession type. So lots of weapons. They're getting Jason Morrow, very different and very interesting. Yeah, hey, I'd love to do a monthly Q&A draft stream. I wonder how many people I would get. Yeah, I definitely use Noon Kick if there's a game that I missed, but I like to try to get it myself so I can get on it before they start up. Video capture software, I've kind of gone through some different ones. There's just like a Mac screen recording software. I don't know. I think that's what it's called. It's like Mac screen recording or something is what I use. So, well, thank you, WMD. Maybe I'll have to start doing that. Actually, I kind of did that playing NCAA Madden last year. It was kind of fun, and I'd do it. The Jets. Experto, you told me Boyd was going to go around to go to the Jets. He hasn't gone yet. I bet you he doesn't go here to the Jets. Want to make that bet? I bet he doesn't go with their other compensatory pick either. Best beard of the draft, by far, Morgan Moses. I mean, that's not even a question, right? I don't think anyone's come close to Morgan Moses. Wonderful beard. Or me. Pretty good, huh? Ooh, yeah. Take my bet, Experto. Timeout bet. Experto's taking my bet. All right, I'll give you the next 2 picks of the Jets. Yeah, you can always send me questions by email, shane@drafttv.com or shanephallam@gmail.com. Oh, outbeard me. Yeah, sometimes it just gets a little too much, but that's what we do. I'm going to try to get on this undrafted free agent stuff after. I'm so hungry. I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's move these rounds on. Don't go commercial. Don't do it. Pick Jets now. Wow, that's a long time. If you haven't shaved since 1995, that would be pretty impressive. Now, I mean, I have food being made here. It's just it takes all the attention to really hop on it. I wish I could do an Arnold Schwarzenegger. I definitely would. The Jets are on the clock. The pick is in. Who will they take? It could be anyone. It could be you. The Jets have picked 210. Select I.K. Enemkapali from Louisiana Tech. He was a late comer to the Senior Bowl and is kind of a solid base end. I'll be interested to see what his role will be in the 3-4 defense, kind of hybrid that the Jets run. I think he can play a base end. Maybe he could stand up a little bit. He's over 270 pounds and was fairly productive at Louisiana Tech. They had Justin Ellis in the middle, and Enemkapali was the guy that really went after the quarterback and got into the backfield. So a lot of tackles, very productive from the defensive end spot. He's short. He's under 6'1", but is 6'7". So I.K. Enemkapali. Deion Bailey is still on the board. All right, Daddy Shelton, good luck. Snap those long snappers. That's kind of creepy, Cathal, if you want to watch me eat barbecue chicken, but thank you, I guess. I wish we had good barbecue around here. We really don't, so. Texans are on the clock. Is this Houston's last pick? Nah, they got 2 7th-rounders. They're set. I don't know what a Jets is, but Deion Bailey's still on the board. Brandon Coleman's still on the board. Antonio Richardson's still on the board. Daniel McCullers, Christian Jones, James Gale, Anthony Johnson, Trevor Riley, Adrian Hubbard, Terrence Mitchell, Marcus Roberson, Rashad Reynolds, Ahmad Dixon, Craig Loston. All these players. You want Smallwood, Shane Scoff. Jeez Louise. The Texans select Jay Prosh, the first tight end to go off the board. First fullback, to go off the board. Tight end / fullback, Jay Prosh, kind of an H-back type player. 6'1", 256 from Auburn. There was a run blocking specialist in front of Trey Mason for the Houston Texans, and very punishing type of player. So, he good strength. I'm pretty surprised he was the first fullback off the board. I like what he did at Senior Bowl. Had some soft hands, which can catch the ball, soft hands as well. So Jay Prosh is a decent late 6th-round pick if you want a fullback that could catch. Jay Prosh. I mean, Taliaferro, I guess you can count as a fullback. We'll see, but I don't even know what Jets Pizza is. I don't think we have one of those here. Bengals are on the clock. 4 picks left of the 6th round. I like Steak and Shake. I do like Steak and Shake. Get a little Frisco melt. Get a shake with that. Pretty good. Yeah, I like Copeland too, man. I like Copeland, like short yardage fullback from LSU. Very productive. I do like him. It's a pretty good fullback class. Got Copeland and Taliaferro and Prosh, Hewitt out of Stanford. Not a problem, Shelton. The Dimitri can be a little stinker sometimes too. He's been pretty good though. Bengals 212 select Marquise Flowers, outside linebacker from Arizona. Another high athletic player, Marquise Flowers, is pretty good. He's a little bit on the smaller side, under 234 pounds, 6'3", and he flies around the field. He's a strong side linebacker that's really good at playing the run. Gets into the backfield often. He played safety for a while, then moved to linebacker. So he's, I think 2 years ago. So he's still kind of learning the position. But I like him. I think he's a good special teams type of player. So here come the Jets pick. My bet with Experto is that it will not be Taj Boyd. Or else he gets a timeout. I mean, Texas couldn't have no players drafted. Mike Davis, Jackson Jeffcoat, Carrington Bindum. I don't think any are guaranteed. Yeah, San Francisco has like 50 bajillion picks in the 7th round. Isaiah Crowell, I know a lot of people like or bashing me for saying he could go undrafted. Jeffcoat was a former number one recruit. He doesn't play very well, but Jets are on the clock, then the Rams, and the Steelers. Rams have not drafted any linebackers. They've drafted some members of the secondary, but no linebackers yet. All their picks today were secondary. Mo Alexander, strong safety. E.J. Gaines, the corner out of Missouri. Aaron Lynch got drafted, Experto. The 49ers took him a round or two ago. I've never been to the draft. I really don't have much desire. I kind of enjoy doing this and watching from home a little bit more. But someday I guess I have to go. Sometime. The 49ers took Aaron Lynch. That's going to come up later than someone just typing it to him, so. Let's not talk about Ray Armstrong, so. Oh, man. How many picks is the 7th round? $41 picks in the 7th round. All right. You can do that. Sounds good, Daddy Shelton. I mean, that's the problem. It's like to get in, you got to wait all that time. I mean, I could probably get credentialed to go to the draft, I imagine. What's up, Neil? 41 picks in the 7th round, 39 in this round. I always wondered that, Spin. Like, what if you went up to announce a pick and you just announced the different guy? Like, what would happen? Like, all the media outlets already have it ready. And they're like, wait, what? Ultimate smokescreen. Announce the wrong player. Be like, oh, is that the wrong card? And then you switch it up. Just didn't really want him at all. I'm here till it's over, so whatever. Thanks, Kiwi Jag. Have a good one, man. Thanks for staying up with us. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks, Shelton. Much appreciated. We'll still see what happens. Maybe they'll move this draft around. Jets, Jets, announced the pick. Jets, Jets, announced the pick. I'll do a little like cheerleader cheer. Here we go. So it's gonna be someone big because they're showing it. So Michael Sam maybe? Is it Taj Boyd? Let's see. Oh wow, Experto was right. I can't put him in timeout because Experto got it correct, which is the first thing Experto has gotten correct ever. Oh gosh, Taj Boyd gets drafted by the Jets to back up Michael Vick and Geno Smith. And look, I like the pick. I still like Taj Boyd in the 6th round. I like that. I mean, I like that selection. I think he fell off. He obviously didn't have a great year. He's undersized, doesn't have a huge arm, but has been very productive. Has made his receivers better and has commanded that offense pretty well. I think he's a fine number 3 developmental quarterback. I think it's a good pick by the Jets when you have a young quarterback in Geno Smith, and Vic's not going to be there too long. So Experto got something right. I can't put him in timeouts. I should make him a moderator at this point. So good work. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. That's unbelievable. Oh man. Matt Sims' NFL career, yeah. I think this is the end of Matt Sims' NFL career. The Rams at 214 have selected. Their pick is Garrett Gilbert, quarterback out of SMU. He doesn't get the publicity. Can that be your first Texas player off the board? I guess that doesn't count. So the Rams take their quarterback, high upside, Garrett Gilbert, a big arm, very tall. Man, I think Garrett Gilbert has a lot of potential. I'm surprised that, that he got taken in the 6th round. I liked some quarterbacks better. I thought he had a shot at getting drafted, but a very good pick by the Rams to develop maybe Sam Bradford's replacement. I don't know. He has upside. Very bad at Texas. Had a really good year at SMU, when all's said and done. So I like Gilbert in the 6th round. I think you could do a lot worse in terms of upside. So he transferred away from Texas. Dimitri's here. What do you think, Garrett Gilbert, Dimitri? All right. Good choice. Steelers are on the clock. Yeah, Garrett Gilbert drafted before any Longhorns were drafted. Any Texas players were drafted. Come on, Experto, you can go higher than that. You think Taj Boyd's the next Steve Young, Joe Montana. I'm kidding. Steelers pick at 215. Is Daniel McCullers, nose tackle out of Tennessee. McCullers finally comes off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They needed a nose tackle pretty badly, and McCullers can maybe compete and develop. They get the big mammoth of a man. Daniel McCullers, way too big for his own good. Didn't have a great year this year. He obviously isn't moving anything, but you know what? That size ate up space very effectively. I think it's a great pick. I think McCullers, I thought, could go in the 3rd round as a big nose tackle. You don't find those big guys too often. And the Steelers take a big old sloppy nose tackle, see if you can develop him physically, see if he turns into something. I think it's well worth a risk with the last pick in the 6th round. So here we go into the 7th round of the draft now, the final round of the draft. Where do you want to sit? There you go. Thank you. So Houston is up on the clock. I don't think McCullers is the next Casey Hampton here. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. But McCullers just kind of sits down, eats a sandwich, then I think you can eat up 2 gaps. So I guess that's fine. That's all that you need. Houston, I think they have this pick and then Mr. Irrelevant, right? They have this pick and then Mr. Irrelevant. That'll be their last picks. And I stick around because I will have a prize if someone gets Mr. Irrelevant correct. Where is Aaron Smith? We already have him. His name's Casey Hayward. Okay, Casey Hayward. Cameron Hayward. I'm getting all the Packers players. I want them on the Steelers too. All the Haywards. Cameron Hayward. That's our Aaron Smith. McCullers probably could eat Casey Hampton. Maybe not anymore. Casey Hampton's like 400 pounds or something. Trey Wingo's voice is gone. I'm doing better than Trey Wingo this year. Which team's drafted the most players so far? The Jets have to be up there. San Francisco has to be close too. Houston, the Texans have Mr. Irrelevant this year. So if someone gets it right in the chat, we'll get there. I'll have an official contest. I'll send you $25 or something. Maybe. I mean, Aaron Smith was pretty dynamic in his day, back in the day. Texans pick at 216 is Dre Hall, cornerback out of Vanderbilt. And, Dre Hall playing in the SEC was very productive. He's not too dissimilar, say, to E.J. Gaines. Andre Hall out of Vandy, a little undersized. He's under 6 feet tall, under 190 pounds. Very athletic, but started a lot. A captain of that Vanderbilt team, but not very physical. He got beat by bigger wide receivers, boxed out very easily. So, kind of a special teamer, maybe with a little bit of upside. Number 1 pick next year, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. Gonna be a battle, I think. Tim Toon, right, for Detroit. Mr. Irrelevant with the dreadlocks. Yeah, don't worry, I won't take entries till it gets here. So the entries will come right before. I'll have to tweet out. We'll have this contest. Washington is up in the draft, pick 217. Still got some day 2 guys left. Dimitri's ready for this pick. Brandon Coleman's still out there. Antonio Richardson's still out there. Deion Bailey. How about Deion Bailey? Like, get off the Petty bandwagon now, Daddy Sean. Petty kind of sucks. So. Well, you don't like Andre Hall? I don't know. Redskins pick at 217. They select Ted Bolser, tight end out of Indiana. Very productive tight end, kind of H-back type from Indiana. I think he might be a nice third tight end. He could back up Jordan Reed, perhaps. So, Ted Bolser, not very athletic, a little bit kind of a dumpy player, not a good athlete, especially in short space. I don't think he moves around pretty well. But Bolser, kind of mediocre, very productive. I don't know if he makes the team. I don't know if he makes the team. 260 pounds. So maybe you're going to use him as a blocker, even though that wasn't really his game in Indiana. Probably what he profiles at a little bit more. I'll take the evil supervillain look, Scott Fish. Yes. Me and the kitty. Cleveland's on the clock. Pick 218. I get a little evil in me. We're good with that. So the Ravens have traded up to pick 218 with the Browns. Wow. I wonder what that deal was. Maybe a future pick. Who do the Ravens want that they weren't going to get? Right, they're out of picks. Here they took Keith Wenning with their last pick, so they must have jumped in with a future pick, something else. Trade in the 7th. I mean, hey, the Ravens didn't have another pick. They have one more player they really want here, I guess. Dimitri is not like this trade. Womp womp. Got to be some receiver, right? I mean, Brandon Coleman's sitting there. Is that a guy you can move up for? I mean, ESPN was like trying to focus on the picks for a while. Then they just gave up. Then they just gave up at one point. It's the Ravens pick. Michael Campanaro, good pick, wide receiver out of Wake Forest. I understand that trade. Campanaro, great combine, smaller receiver, kind of a slot receiver, very reliable, has had a ton of injuries in his past. I think that's really what knocked him down. I mean, he's a really good football player, who very productive, but he's had a lot of lower body issues throughout his career, and it's kind of lasted throughout his career. Almost every year, something was wrong with him. So it cost him a 2015 6th-round pick, and you know Cleveland will take those future picks in a second. So I think it's a good pick. That's kind of what the Ravens needed. When you have Torrey Smith, you have Steve Smith, you get Campanaro. So. Yeah, Rams City guy tipping a pick over there before I announced it. I saw you, don't worry. I'll take Campanaro if he's healthy over Marlon Brown, though I like Brown as well. So, I'll take that. So the Raiders are on the clock. Raiders had an awesome draft, man. I love this Raiders draft so far. I think we all know who the Wake Forest wide receiver is, though. So, all right, the Raiders pick Travis Carey, cornerback out of Ohio. Very solid player. I know he had a lot of, I know he had a lot of visits in this draft. I didn't love him. Travis Carey, TJ Carey, a good punt returner, who was very productive in that realm. Not a big playmaker, and I didn't feel like, even with his size, being over 200 pounds, usually you'll see someone play a little, really physical. I don't think that was him. I think this is more kind of a special teams depth pick. Yeah, I mean, they addressed the lines. They got Khalil Mack. I think it's pretty solid. Good job. 4.5% of the country says Matt Sims should start for the Jets. I like it. They could have used a wide receiver, but I'm surprised. Guess we'll see James Jones be that number one, eh? Minnesota Vikings are up. This pick from the Falcons. Jodon Duncan, yeah, Scott Fish, he still has to go here. At some point, I hope he gets drafted. I thought he'd be gone by now. I'm a little surprised. I guess maybe I misevaluated there. So, well, at least going this late, I can pick him up in rookie drafts pretty late, right? Vikings pick 220. They select Shamar Stephen, defensive tackle out of UConn. A very, very strong and powerful defensive lineman in Shamar Stephen. I mean, excellent player. He has a lot of he's over 300 pounds, has huge mitts, long length, good size. Not not a very productive player, pretty inexperienced, and probably not more than just a run stuffer. I don't think he adds anything for pass rush, but I'm surprised that he fell this far. I thought he could have went in the third or fourth round and been, and done pretty well. All right, Iyer. I really like the Packers picks today. Carl Bradford, inside linebacker from Arizona State, very athletic. I think he can drop back into coverage. Gives you a very different player from A.J. Hawk. Corey Linsley, I think, is a solid backup swing center guard. May compete for a starting center job, perhaps, but he's very strong at the point of attack. He's not going to give you much in pass protection. Maybe not quite as athletic as you'd want for a player in that scheme. Abradaris, phenomenal hands catcher if he's healthy, if the concussions aren't an issue. I think he's going to be a very, very good player for them. I think you can find a spot for him. Tough. Knows football really well. A very complex breakdown of the game. Dimitri Goodson out of Baylor, the corner, kind of an upside player who has a long athletic profile, long arms, got beat a lot, out-physicalized even despite his size. When you have the size and speed correlation, that's when you get picked in the draft. Buffalo on the clock at 2:21 here. Yeah, I think Carl Bradford definitely has enough speed to play inside linebacker, to go sideline to sideline. I mean, that's kind of his game. That's kind of what he excels at. He's a solid tackler, not a great tackler, but I think he has the athletic profile to do it. You grab my arm for. NFL Network, grading everyone A's and B's. I usually do that too, because everyone had a talent, Yeah, not everyone's going to win the draft afterwards, but. Yeah, well, I'm sure Phil would have liked to have a couple more Senior Bowl players drafted here, but they're doing fairly well, Yeah, this is just a really good draft. Bills pick 221. They select Randall Johnson, outside linebacker, another Florida Atlantic player. And Randall Johnson was a player, I watched a little bit of Florida Atlantic, mostly for Keith Reiser, was a player that I evaluated as someone, hey, he could be worth it. Randall Johnson, decent size for an outside linebacker. He's 6'4", 250 pounds or so, and he even played kind of defensive end. He's a little bit of a tweener, defensive end linebacker. Good pass rush artist, and not super fast or super athletic, so I think that kind of knocked him down a peg, but he's very productive for them. From the Miami area, I know the Dolphins were looking at him, so interesting pick. Yeah, Brandon Coleman, Tiny Richardson, Dan McCullers is gone. Christian Jones from Florida State is still out there. Deion Bailey. So, very interesting. Kind of surprised. Yeah, you wonder if Deion Bailey want to go back to school at this point. Oh, man. Hey, we'll have our Mr. Relevant contest down the line here, but we'll get there. Jaguars are on the clock. Pick 222. What do you got? 256. 256. Yeah, Storm Johnson would be a real nice pick here. I had a late second to early third round grade on Jawan James. I thought it was a reach at the time. Thought they could have traded down for that third round pick from the Saints and been just fine. But Ahmad Dixon is still available. The safety out of Baylor is still available in the draft. Gabe Icard. Shane Scoff still on the board. Other big names still on the board. Yohan Smallwood out of UConn is still on the board. Adrian Hubbard out of Alabama, Trevor Riley, Michael Sam, Ethan Westbrooks out of West Texas A&M, Jeff Janis, Xavier Grimble, Colt Ierla, Seantrell Henderson. So the Jaguars pick at 222. Anthony Johnson still out there too. Thank you, Ram City. The Jags do pick Storm Johnson. What a pick that is. I love that pick. I mean, a 7th round pick. Storm Johnson, kind of a weird gait. Catches the ball really well. Very explosive. Gets up to top gear very quickly. And, Toby Gerhardt isn't exactly the flashiest player. So Storm Johnson, a former Miami recruit, goes to UCF. I thought he had a very successful year this year. And I love that selection. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets some playing time sooner rather than later for a 7th round pick. I think he's going to be one of those fantasy players to be very highly debated because you have a pretty good situation where you can get up to to playing time very quickly. But excellent, good job, guys. Bortles and Storm Johnson staying together in Jacksonville, bringing Central Florida to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Vikings pick at 223 is in, and they select Brandon Watts, outside linebacker out of Georgia Tech. Evaluated Watts as more of a special teams type of player, maybe a reserve linebacker. Not someone I had in the draftable range. Now, he had a little bit of a pass rush grade to him, very undersized, under 230 pounds, plays a little finesse. He's not as tough. He doesn't get off blocks very well, but has a lot of speed. So he's someone that can run around and probably more of a special teams player. Really good, pro day workout. So maybe can cover a little bit. I don't know. I don't think Fish did coach Storm Johnson, but I don't know. Yeah, a couple of you guys called that Storm Johnson pick. Pretty good. Eagles are up. Pick 224. This is the Eagles' last selection in the draft. All right, we're up. All right, the Eagles select Bo Allen, defensive tackle out of Wisconsin, and he is in that 3-4 defense, probably a player that's going to play nose tackle for you, big, over 320 pounds, and was high academics, played the nose tackle position for Wisconsin, very healthy, he always stood up to the run, not very dynamic, but definitely fits that defense as a nose tackle type prospect, so that's nose tackle there for the Philadelphia Eagles. Glad you got to see it all. How's a cat sleeping on your head, Daddy Shelton? Vikings are on the clock. The Vikings, with their last pick, their 10th pick in the draft, final pick of the draft, Bo Allen, If you want to couch something about football, I got one for you. You can have it. Yeah. I mean, nose tackle was definitely a need for the Eagles, so McCullers getting picked up right before is interesting. The Vikings here pick 225. Their selection is Jabari Price, cornerback out of North Carolina, getting a couple of these North Carolina defensive backs drafted. And Jabari Price, you know, he really didn't stand out to me. I know that he had a good chunk of tackles, never really made big plays, seemed to make the tackle when it was in front of him, but gave up a lot of easy passes. I always felt like he was playing a little too far off, so he was kind of a tough evaluation for me. I didn't see anything that I really liked a ton out of him either, so I don't know. I don't know, maybe a special teams type of player for me. That's about it. But Jabari Price for the Vikings. And this is the time. You got to draft these guys if you don't want them to be free agents, if you don't want them to make a choice. St. Louis Rams on the clock. Man, I love Storm Johnson. Yeah, Hubbard's still on the board, Mr. CJ. I'm surprised. Very athletic, long player with some good experience. Mr. Schneider. Well, the Rams take a linebacker here. That's a pretty big need for them. Yeah, a lot of good players still on the board. Him and Christian Jones, two linebackers, I'm very surprised are still out there. For sure. Even some of these receivers, I mean, we got to see what happens. Connor Shaw should be drafted pretty soon, too. Roberson, the other Florida corner, still out there. How about Sean Henderson? No one going to take him, I guess. Man. You need a kicker to get taken here pretty soon. I don't even think the Titans have a pick left. Maybe the Lions will take one. Yeah, Roberson Purefoy still on the board. Jackson Jeffcoat. Mike Davis. AC Leonard still out there. Yeah, Kane Coulter. I don't know. Michael Sam, obviously, hearing about him. We'll see if he gets drafted. Anthony Steen, still out there. The Rams pick 226 is Mitchell Van Dyke, offensive lineman from Portland State. And this is the guy I got to watch late in the process. And actually came away pretty impressed with him, for an offensive tackle at a Portland State. I didn't really come in with major expectations, but he's definitely a kind of a zone blocking offensive lineman. Very, very tall. I mean, I think he's almost 6'9", offensive lineman, but under 300 pounds. So he kind of has this big frame, very athletic player that can move around, and it seemed like he was just a man amongst boys. You watch a lot of these games, and Portland State's a pretty big football program for where they're at. Played right tackle for them. He was just dominating and looked so much bigger than everyone else. So some upside with that. The Seattle Seahawks take Hero Small, fullback out of Arkansas, who was a junior college transfer, kind of an H-back type, who I think I don't think I ever saw him run the football, ever, but, he started for Arkansas and, got injured in 2012, and then 2013 started a fullback for them, and he's a blocker. I mean, he's a blocker, 240 some pounds, a big blocker. Didn't expect him to get drafted. I didn't really grade him as much of anything, so. Well, Gator Hoskins catches passes and doesn't block. Hero Small blocks and doesn't catch passes, so. Redskins on the clock. I heard the Lions also like the Boston College kicker, so. All right, I'm going to tweet about this contest here. See if we get some people in here. Want to win $25. Yeah, almost 6'9", Mitchell Van Dyke. I mean, he was just towering over everyone. And so, I mean, there was one time he was, I swear the defensive end had to be like 6 feet tall. So he was like 9 inches on him, and he just held him down. Like, he just used his length and just held the guy down the whole game. It was crazy. It was crazy to see. Sometimes that can work against you, but it worked out. So the Redskins pick at 228 is Zach Hawker. There's our first kicker off the board. Kicker / punter out of Arkansas. Hawker can do both and has done both. And really one of the most pronounced kickers and punters in college football. He's very good at extra points. Doesn't have a whole lot of length on his field goals, but he's very, very accurate. So that's an interesting pick. For the Redskins, you get an accurate kicker. I wish I could say more, but. So we'll see if people come in for the Mr. Irrelevant contest. You get $25. People sign up to the chat room. You gotta log in the link above my head and then refresh to get in the chat, and I'll be taking the picks. I'll be taking the picks people have up until after the Falcons pick at 255 up through 256. I didn't whiff on a kicker and punter. It's a kicker and punter. I don't know what you want me to say. Like Zach Hawker, he has an accurate leg. I don't think he's going to be kicking from 55 to 60 anytime soon. Experto, I'm not taking Mr. Relevant picks till the end. Richardson has his lower body. There might be some major medical issues, especially with his size. So. I like the Giants draft. I mean, I don't love it, but it's okay. Lions on the clock. I think they might take a kicker here. Oh, I got it. My predictions for first kicker and punter. Yeah, we're not very good. Yeah, man, Experto is on fire. Experto, who the Jets going to pick at 233? You got to get this one right. Joint, man. I can't type, I guess. Not Mr. Relevant, Experto. I want your Jets pick for the 7th round. So, yeah, if you're here for the Mr. Relevant contest, sign up to log into the chat. Above my head, there should be a link to that, and then a refresh in the drafttv.com. And then when we get to that pick right before it, I'll be taking the picks in the chat room. And if anyone gets it right with their first guess in the chat, then they will win. I love Brandon Coleman. I think Brandon Coleman's a phenomenal athlete. I think with a better quarterback, he would have played really well. I don't know if there's a character thing or a medical thing. If there's not, I think he should be long gone by now. Absolutely. Lions pick at 229. Nate Freese, kicker out of Boston College. See, did I say that, Daddy Shelton, or what? Did I said, hey, I bet the Lions like that kicker out of Boston College, and I was right. That's who I had him taken in my mock draft. And they drafted him right here. Nate Freese going to the Lions, their starting kicker. Boom! This is dragging on a little bit. I'm ready. Got that one right. Pittsburgh is on the clock. Pick 230. The Steelers. We are the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their last pick of the draft. Let's see who could the Steelers pick here. They've made some nice value picks in the draft. I mean, McCullers was not a pick I would have expected them to make. But Jackson Jeffcoat, I think, could be a possibility for them. Maybe Rob Blanchflower. One of those two, perhaps. I would love if we took Brandon Coleman, but just a comment, Nate Freese, the kicker out of Boston College, has a big leg, not super accurate, so I think he's kind of an upside type kicker. I don't have too much more than that on him. Not a punter. I like Kyrie Thorne. I think Kyrie Thorne was going to go early in the 4th round. I had him rated as a 4th round pick. Good defensive end for the Packers scheme. Can get some penetration. Not super athletic and not super strong, but he definitely fits as a reserve. You can rotate in and out. I'll take Ridley and Vereen. Scott Fish. What do you want for him? I'll give you trying to think of someone crappy that I drafted in the college drafts. Rob Blanchflower, all right, I got it right. I put out 2 choices out there and got one. Blanchflower, the tight end from UMass. I really like Rob Blanchflower. I think he has really nice soft hands. He's not very fast, not much of a deep threat. He needs to learn how to block. He didn't do that a whole lot at UMass, so I like him. I think he's a good kind of second tight end. If you can teach him how to block, he can make some red zone catches. Kind of a good number 2 in the NFL. All right, Experto's going with Max Buck. Yeah, so Blanchflower is kind of a pass catching specialist without the athletic ability. He is good. Good catching radius. He can jump for balls. He has a little bit of athletic ability. He's coming off of I want to say it's a broken foot he had training. So, a nice compliment to Heath Miller. Not going to replace Heath Miller or anything. And I'm sure they'll bring him along slowly, in a year or 2 maybe, if they like what they see after Heath Miller's gone in 2 years. Dallas, the Cowboys are on the clock. I feel like the Cowboys have been kind of moving around the draft. Now they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in the 7th round, and they've been moving up. Moved up for Devin Street, moved up for DeMarcus Lawrence. So they're going to take a lot here. That's true. I do have James White, don't I? Might as well collect all the Patriots running backs. I'll take them. I'll take them all. You want Marcus Davis? I still have Marcus Davis. I don't think he's even on an NFL team. Cowboys at 231 select Ben Gardner, defensive end from Stanford. So another defensive end. And Ben Gardner's a little bit more of kind of a base-ish defensive end. So I don't think he would play the same position, say, that DeMarcus Lawrence did. I was surprised when Gardner did not get an invite to the combine, but 260 pounds, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. He's not very athletic, not very fast. I don't think he's standing up anytime soon, but he's kind of your base D end that, hey, maybe you could even kick inside to a 3 technique every once in a while. So, Ben Gardner, pretty good pick by the Cowboys. I like him there. I forget where I had him rated. I think I had him in the 6th round, so that's pretty good. The Colts are up. People are yelling at the camera. It's Radio City Music Hall. The Colts. I feel like they haven't had too many picks, but they took Old Hickory Andrew Jackson and Jonathan Newsom today, 2 defensive players. Jack Mewhort, the 2nd round. Philadelphia Moncrief for the 3rd round. Any secondary players? Does the Colts want any secondary players here? We shall see. It actually happens fairly often, Daddy Shelton, because a lot of times with the compensatory selections, you'll have about 1 extra pick to get 256, and so the top team gets it. So it actually happens fairly often. I like Taj Boyd. I think Taj Boyd is a good leader at Clemson. Not very big, doesn't have a strong arm, but we saw him. We saw him be effective in big games. And sometimes it was because of his receivers that he was so effective. So, I questioned him. I thought he was a potential 1st-round pick coming into the year. Watching him more, I kind of soured on him, like a lot of the media did. The NFL teams didn't have him rated that great in preseason. So, yeah, Freese 2020 for last year. What did he do 2 years ago? I want to say that's where I thought he had a lot of trouble. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong here, which is quite possible as it's getting late. He missed two field goals. He missed an extra point, I bet. I bet that's what I was thinking about. Oh well. Nate Freese, off on my kicker scouting report. Yeah, Colts had 1, took Luck and Harnish. Everyone struggled against LSU. LSU's defense was very, very good. So that's what happened. Taj Boyd did too. Colts pick 232. And the Colts select offensive guard Ulrich John from Georgia State. Ulrich John, a player that I went back and took a look at, offensive tackle / offensive guard. And he's another kind of tall, kind of light in the pants offensive lineman, under 300 pounds, almost 6'8", but pretty athletic. Played left tackle at Georgia State. I imagine he's going to kick inside to guard, and he can pull. I think he's going to be a pulling guard at the next level. When you have that big body and athletic profile, then that's kind of what you get. So the Colts actually addressing get some athleticism on the interior of their line. I think he's a nice swing backup at tackle or guard. So Ulrich John is his name. Not John Ulrich. Ulrich John. And the Jets are on the clock. What's up, UK fan? Welcome. What, light in the pants is a pretty good, it's a good term. I think it makes you understand. I don't really see too many similarities between Ebron and Jermaine Gresham. I mean, Ebron's a lot more athletic. I think Gresham was a better blocker, even though he wasn't used that way at Oklahoma. So, I don't think they're very similar. Yeah, I mean, Lamar Miller looks like he'll still be the guy in Miami unless they, even if they take a running back here. No, Daddy Shut, not a single Chiefs pick, right? You're going with your heart, not your head. $233. 23 picks left in the draft. So I'm going to guess Antonio Richardson not getting drafted. I think I'll settle on that at this point. Trevor Riley, linebacker out of Utah, can play outside linebacker or inside linebacker. Probably outside in that 3'4", 245 pounds, 6'5". Dealt with a ton of injuries at Utah. A little bit older of a prospect, but extremely productive. Plays downhill, high motor. You know, he's a very, very good player. And I just wish he was healthy. I just wish he had some upside to him. I just don't think there's a lot of athletic upside to him, but could be a situational pass rusher that you develop a little bit, and maybe you can find a place on special teams, you know? Yeah, teams were lining up undrafted free agents before the draft started. We're sending things out and calling players and getting information and talking to them. So teams are already starting to call players that are still on the board that they like. And a lot of times it happens and the guy gets drafted soon after that, but that's how it goes. Even teams with picks are making calls, absolutely. You know, it depends on the player. Usually players will go in the place they have a good shot to make a roster, where it has a thin position or maybe a chance to start. All right, WMD, it was a pleasure having you in here, sir. Have a good one. Anytime, every year, we'll be back here doing the same thing. As you know, hopefully it's not in May next year, but we can always hope. All right, WMD, I'll let you slide because you've been here, so you get going for your Mr. Relevant pick. Have a good one. Dolphins at pick 234. Select Terrence Fedd, defensive end from Marist. This is another player that I got to watch late in the process. And I was another guy that we'll see how this works out, with him. He is athletic. He is an athletic player, but Marist not exactly a typical school that you think of. Uh, you think of an NFL player coming out of. Let me see if I had him as a priority free agent on my board. I can't say I exactly expected him to get drafted. A defensive end with set record after record. At Marist, he was one of the best players they've had in a while. He's a little bit bigger, 270 pounds, maybe can play inside. I don't know if he's much more than a practice squad type of candidate. He has some pass rush ability. I didn't know if he could really hold up against a run too well despite his size, or if he was athletic enough with that size to get things done. I don't have his pro day numbers handy, but I would. I remember them being pretty good for his size still. So he's not getting a starting position. I think he's a practice squad type of guy. Yeah, Terrence Fed, Marist College. So 270 pounder, pretty good. Pretty interesting. Nice. That's well, you know what? Some teams don't take chances on risk, guys. That's how it goes. You want to secure your guys for undrafted free agency and not take that risk. Look at Tyler Bray. Look at Vontaze Perfect, right? Those players don't get drafted in the 7th round. Yeah, I know I get too excited, Neil. Too excited about the draft, but these 7th rounders most of them won't even make the team. The Oakland Raiders pick 235 here. Yeah, lots of Christian Jones still out on the board. Very cool. Greg Decree out of Washington, the corners I got to be looking for here pretty soon, too. Rashad Reynolds is a guy I like a lot. I'm surprised. Well, half of them will make a team. That's good, right? To at least make a practice squad. I'm surprised they haven't expanded the draft to 8 rounds yet. I mean, might as well. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a player, you'd rather pick your team than have your team pick you. I think at this point, it's nice to get your name called, but going undrafted isn't the end of the world. Greg Decree, speed and size, man. I mean, I think he's gonna get drafted here pretty soon. We'll see. Ducray, my apologies. Got that now. It's a problem with watching games on mute. Like I don't get to hear the names, and then I gotta figure it out later. And I'm like, man, I probably shouldn't have listened to those, watched those on mute. But I'm listening to something else, and it's all crazy. It is part of the CBA, I know, but we'll see when the CBA goes up. Nope, don't think we're gonna hear Laerla or Chantrell or Tiny. I don't think my voice. I'm surprised my voice has held up this well. I thought I'd be talking like Trey Wingo by this point. I mean, I think it's very possible to expand to 4 days. However, I can't imagine teams would want that too much. I mean, even like now, like if you work for a team, goodbye Mother's Day. You know, you're working all day tomorrow trying to get these undrafted free agents. Like that sucks. Usually they have off on Mother's Day, like in May. You know, usually kind of done. Get a little vacation time in. All right, the Raiders select Shelby Harris, defensive end from Illinois State. Shelby Harris. I watched Illinois State. I think I took notes on him like once. He was from Wisconsin. And he actually played interior line defensive tackle, 3 technique at over 250 pounds. He's your typical 3 tech, you know, kind of undersized defensive tackle, could play defensive end, play defensive tackle, kind of a tweener. I really didn't expect him to get drafted. I don't think I even had him on my draft board. I did not, so I didn't expect to hear his name called. I think what they want to do is separate 1, 2, 1, day 1 will be round 1, day 2 will be round 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, Daddy Shelton, now, the NFL said it was because of Radio City Music Hall scheduling, and they also said next year there is still a problem with scheduling at Radio City Music Hall, so. There you go. Make a week-long draft and just knock it out. Let's do it. I like it. You guys are smart. Green Bay Packers pick 236. They select Jeff Janis, wide receiver, Saginaw Valley State. I think that's a good upside pick. Wow, how many receivers are the Packers going to draft? They said, hey, this is a deep receiver class. Let's take 3 of them, even though we already have a bunch. Devontae Adams, Fresno State, Jared Abbrederis, and Jeff Janis of Saginaw Valley State. Big hands, very fast, athletic player. Can't catch a ball. That's his big problem is he drops a ton of passes, loses a lot of focus, uses his body a lot. So, I'm kind of, I think it's about where he should have went. You know, there's a lot of upside there with being a long, big, fast wide receiver, 4.3 type of speed, but he can't catch the ball. You know, Jordy Nelson was a heck of a lot more polished. So Janis and Abbrederis are kind of polar opposites, where Abbrederis doesn't have the athletic profile, but can catch. Janis can't catch, but has the athletic profile. The Bills pick 237. Take Chantrell Henderson. We got Chantrell's name called. Chantrell has been picked. The Buffalo Bills say, we don't care about all your drugs and failed tests and continued drug use getting kicked off the team. I mean, I think it's a good pick. Like, I think, why not take a shot on Chantrell Henderson, one of the best players come out of high school in the past decade. When he was in the game, he was very effective, though he got taken out often, which was strange. He's a very quiet person. I thought he would be, maybe a little louder, a little boisterous. He was very quiet. Seemed very humble when I talked to him about the drug use. Then he failed the combine drug test, so which was a month later, but. Why not take a shot? You can cut him if something happens. He's going to have to go in entering in the drug program. But Henderson, Quanjo, here's your battle for the right tackle spot. See what happens. So I applaud the Bills for taking a chance. If someone takes Colt Ayerla, I would applaud them for taking a chance. Why not? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been weird. I think it's a good call. It's not like Chantrell's probably going to be lining up to go to Buffalo. You take him here, you get your shot. The Cowboys pick at 238. Will Smith, inside linebacker at Texas Tech, who's actually a pretty good player. Texas Tech has some a good linebacking core, and Will Smith was a part of that. Pretty athletic, very undersized. He's another JUCO player that went to Texas Tech. A lot of tackles. And he was kind of a pass rusher. And flying all over the field. I really thought he was too light for the NFL. I don't think he's going to hold up. I think he had some injuries in his past, if I'm not mistaken. So Will Smith, probably more of a special teams ace, but we'll see. He has some skills to him. But size and athleticism's good. I don't think his workout numbers were great. So. Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Pick 239. And the Bengals select James Wright, wide receiver out of LSU. So I know we expected to see Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham selected, but James Wright probably not on the profile of a lot of people. A senior slot receiver at LSU, and a lot of times, he actually played behind Jarvis Landry as the Z. So you see him play slot, and then when Landry would go out, James Wright would come in. Had some impressive games. Didn't start very much, but he's in that same profile as those guys, 6'2", 203 pounds, big mitts, can catch the football. So not overly productive. Didn't get a whole lot of chance. So I'm interested to see. I guess he had a good workout, something like that, but not a player that I knew he was a senior. Didn't get on the field all that much. Chargers pick at 240. Now these picks are flying off the board. Tevin Reese, wide receiver out of Baylor, a deep threat, who was very, very productive at Baylor. And I think in another draft he would have gone a little bit higher than this. Undersized, I think at one point played under 170 pounds, but very, very good at catching the ball and getting down the field. So he's very experienced. Went to the combine, pretty good workout numbers. Tevin Reese is a solid deep threat player for the Chargers, who, quite frankly, I think needs some more weapons. And they took Marion Grice, now Tevin Reese. Really haven't taken much past that. It's got to be the Keenan Allen show, maybe Ladarius Green show once again. St. Louis Rams up on the clock at pick 241. Well, or Tevin Reese helps with Bryce Petty's production. Bryce Petty, not very good. Don't believe the hype. Sean Trell. I mean, look, I do this for 11 months out of the year, and now it's going to be more than that, 11 and a half months. Usually I took May off, so yeah, I have like an index card just in front of me, like, oh, here's this guy from Marist. And the nice thing, especially for the 7th round, I have some notes, and I can always pull them. Tevin Reese. Right, St. Louis took Mitchell Van Dyke, the 6'9" offensive tackle. So remember, I'm giving away $25 if someone can predict Mr. Irrelevant. You have to say it in the chat room, and it'll have to be before that pick is announced, but after the previous pick. So between 255 and 256, your first guess is what will be in the books. So Is any player who's been drafted this year I've never heard of? Not that I've never heard of. Shelby Harris was one. The Illinois State defensive end was one I was very scarce on. I just kind of put reject on. James Wright as a player, I didn't have a whole lot right, an LSU player, so that's it. St. Louis Rams pick 241, make their selection, and it is C.B. Bryant, safety from Ohio State, the Ohio State University. You know, the Arizona Cardinal, or the St. Louis Rams here with C.B. Bryant, you're playing with some upside at safety. He's 192 pounds, definitely flies all over the football field. Christian Bryant, is a very solid player. He's been a starter contributor for Ohio State for a while, goes by CB now, and, he could do a little bit of everything. I think he's a good special teams player, tackler. He has a little bit of coverage ability, so I don't think he's great, but and he had the season-ending injury, so I think that knocked him down. I think he would have been a mid-round pick had it not been for that. So I like this pick. The Ohio State University, Christian Bryant. You know, about almost 200 pounds, so he could tackle. If you good practice squad, kind of red shirt type candidate. The Denver Broncos up at pick 242. Though, who else is excited to see who the Raiders take with the pick they got from Terrell Pryor? Who's pumped about that? This guy. This guy's pumped. Broncos at 242 make their selection. It's Corey Nelson, outside linebacker out of Oklahoma. So kind of another under-the-radar, big school linebacker. This is Corey Nelson actually was a player that wanted to go back to school this year. He applied for another year of eligibility, but ended up not going. He had a torn pectoral muscle through the season, and wanted to come back, but was a pretty good player before that. It was kind of a pretty nasty injury. Very small, very undersized linebacker that I really don't think can play on defense in the NFL, but had some special teams ability. So that's interesting that he got drafted. We're probably going to have to sit him and put him on IR. But he said he's back and healthy. He tried out for the draft and I guess got in. The NCAA denied him a fifth year. Don't be bashing on Columbus now. You do know where I went to college, don't you? No Mr. Relevant picks now. You got to make this even. San Francisco, New England, San Francisco. Thank you, Daddy Shelton. 49ers pick 243. They select Caleb Ramsey, defensive tackle out of Boston College. And I actually like Caleb Ramsey, especially in that 3-4 defense. I think could be very intriguing for San Francisco. Kind of a reserve 5 technique defensive end. He's actually from around here around Pittsburgh. Ended up going to Boston College and had a pretty successful high school career here. Not flashy, no pass rush for him, but he stands up. He's pretty firm, has a good anchor to himself, good against the run. I think he's a nice reserve defensive end. Patriots 2:44 are on the clock. Yeah, the 49ers traded one of their picks away to the Broncos, so that's why we didn't get it. Didn't get all the rapid-fire 49er picks. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go draft people right now. The Patriots are on the clock. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Patriots on the clock. Patriots on the clock. Woo! Tired now. We got undrafted free agency to go, man. It's gonna be nutsy go poopy in here. I think Braxton Miller will be an excellent arena football player. Oh, sorry, Braxton. I don't know. Like, what's he gonna do in the NFL? He's not gonna play quarterback. Braxton Miller. I like him. I love him. I'm glad he's the highest state QB, but good luck in the NFL. There you go. So was Tommy Maddox was the MVP of the XFL. He was awesome. We need the XFL back. Where's Vince McMahon when you need him? Come on. I love the coin toss where they just put the ball at center field and two guys just ran headfirst into each other. That's no concussions could ever come of that. Good job, XFL. It's a good choice. Patriots pick at 244. Here we go. And it is Jeremy Gallen, wide receiver out of Michigan. So WMD loses the Mr. Relevant contest. That's a great pick. I mean, Jeremy Gallen, for some reason I like all the Michigan players this year, and Jeremy Gallen was super productive. Caught almost 400 yards receiving against Indiana this year. Soft hands. He's very quick off the snap. Doesn't have super great deep speed or size. He'll take punishment. I think Gallen is a perfect fit for the Patriots, and then that's going to be an enticing player if he makes that roster. I'll tell you, I think he's going to compete to make that team. Michigan was awful this year. They were really bad, but I like all their prospects for the draft. I like Gallen. I like the offensive linemen. Their defense was pretty terrible. Yeah, where is Brandon Coleman can't get drafted. Just can't get drafted. What happened? What happened, man? Boom! San Francisco on the clock. Pick 245. San Francisco, is this their last pick? I think it is. San Francisco finally done after this. They picked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This will be the 12th player drafted. Yeah, Nebraska in the Big Ten. Rutgers coming to the Big Ten. It's going to be crazy. Here's the Patriots pick 245 is Trey Millard, fullback out of Oklahoma. Might be the best blocking fullback in this draft. Millard had the big injury towards the end of the year, so he might not be able to play this year. Another player that San Francisco takes, so they're basically going to have to redshirt, basically can put on IR and save the roster space. Another torn ACL player for the San Francisco 49ers. So, I think Millard is an excellent fullback. He's tough. He's hardcore. He'll go low. He'll knock you around. So I'm pretty impressed with him. I think he's a good value here and a good fit for the tough, hard-nosed style that San Francisco has. Don't worry, Scott. We'll pause it for you. Another redshirt pick. Patriots pick was Jeremy Gallon, receiver from Michigan. I love the pick, Midwest Pats fan. Jeremy Gallon, a perfect slot receiver. I think can have a little bit of competition to try and get in there. Maybe future after Edelman and Danny Amendola. You could potentially develop him if he makes that roster pretty good. Yeah, where's Deion Bailey? Where's Christian Jones? How about that? Brandon Coleman? What's happening? People falling out of this draft. Chantrell's already gone, for gosh sakes. What are the Bears? Bears haven't taken a receiver. Gabe Icard's still out there? Sure. Yeah, and Joe Don Duncan still out there. Tom tweeting. I think the Falcons could take him. I think it'll be a great pick if they do. So the Bears pick right here at 246 is Charles Leno, offensive lineman out of Boise State, one of my favorites. I actually had Leno rated as a 4th-round selection, a versatile offensive guard, offensive tackle type of player, a pretty solid, instinctual offensive lineman. And I don't think he's anything super special. He's not going to really knock you down the run game. I think he's pretty good in pass protection, though. I was pretty impressed. He was able to stand up and kind of punch around. Much better inside than outside for Charles Leno. He's over 300 pounds and moves around pretty well. So I think that could be a steal. A nice versatile backup potentially for the Chicago Bears. I like it. Yeah, maybe Joe Don Duncan's injury is just scaring people away, perhaps. Anthony Johnson, still out there. I mean, if the Bills somehow had an offensive line that started Cordy Glenn, Cyrus Kwanjos, Cheryl Richardson, and Chantrell Henderson, I'd pee my pants. I don't think Michael Sam coming out as gay is going to affect his draft stock. If he goes undrafted, he would have went undrafted anyway. I don't think teams are going to change that too much. So, I think he's a good football player. I think he can make it. I'm not saying he's going to be a stud, but I think he can make a team. And take a look at Mark Herslick, right? Mark Herslick didn't even get drafted, makes the Giants, starts an inside linebacker for them for a while. I mean, don't you feel stupid if you didn't draft the guy and you drafted some, crap player instead because he had cancer at one point and now he's fine and he's made the team and he's contributed. I think Michael Sam's going to do the same thing. And Sam's measurables might be bad, but I mean he knows how to abuse the offensive lineman in front of him. I mean he did really good at seeming to understand what their strengths and weaknesses were and how to go around them. I'm not saying Marcus looks good, but he made the team and he started. Like that is better than 97% of 7th round picks in the NFL. So that's worth a pick. And Sam's probably not going to be great, but I think he's going to make a team. I think he's going to contribute, and that's well worth a 7th rounder. The Raiders at pick 247 select Jonathan Dowling, safety out of Western Kentucky. I really don't think Dowling was drafted. He came out early, kind of a free safety. He has some good athletic skills at 190 pounds, a little bit light, but very fast, very good in coverage. Has some off the field issues and some character concerns. And I think that was got kicked off of Florida's football team. When you get kicked off of Florida's football team, you got to do something wrong, pretty badly. But he can make plays. He can make big plays and might be a decent reserve. I don't know if he's related to Ross I. Dowling or not. I'm not sure. All right, Dallas Cowboys pick 248. They select Ahmad Dixon, safety out of Baylor. I think that's a really good pick. I'm not the biggest Ahmad Dixon fan, but in the 7th round, you get a very productive safety, a good in-the-box hitter, special teams type of player. I mean, I think Ahmad Dixon is a very solid pick at this point in the draft from Texas. So I'm sure Dallas, I know, has some connections to that Baylor organization. Not going to make a whole lot of plays, so I like it. I like the pick. Great value by the Dallas Cowboys. You might as well take these productive players. So, I mean, I haven't seen it, so I would imagine not. But because what? I mean, Ross I. Dowling went to Virginia. Yeah, he was from Virginia. I don't think Jonathan Dowling was from Virginia, so I can't imagine that they're related. So we'll see what happens here. The Rams are on the clock. Pick 249. Yeah, my biggest surprise probably is Brandon Coleman, I guess, would be my biggest surprise that he's not drafted at all. I knew Antonio Richardson maybe had some medical issues, so that was a possibility of him falling pretty far. Christian Jones had a positive drug test. Deion Bailey's a little surprising as well. So, yeah, I mean that's pretty surprising to me. Colt Ayerla has not been drafted yet. We did get Chantrell at the very least, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. So the Rams pick 249. We're in the compensatory picks now. The final compensatory picks. So we're coming up on the Mr. Irrelevant contest after pick 255. If after pick 255, we'll all tweet out a guess. We'll put in the chat room a guess to who Mr. Irrelevant's going to be. And if you get one guess, and someone gets it right, you get $25. So if you're here and you want to join in on that, just join the chat room. There's a little login link above my head, and then refresh drafttv.com to get in the chat room. No, Scott, you don't get $25 regardless. Rams 249. Yeah, Rams have 2 picks in a row here. Yeah, could be. Why is Kane yelling? Oh, I guess we know who this is. They're showing the podium. I think we know who this is gonna be. Michael Sam gets drafted, final round by the hometown team, St. Louis Rams. Michael Sam out of Missouri goes to St. Louis. I think it's a great pick. I think he's going to be a productive player in the NFL. Unanimous All-American, SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He's leading the SEC in sacks for a while. So I think it's a great pick, and I think this is probably where he was supposed to go, around this area based on skill, and that's where he ends up going. So I think it's a great pick. And Kane, you can't make your Mr. Relevant pick till after pick 255. Maybe I'll do it after pick 254 so it doesn't get tipped out on Twitter or something. Someone wins. Now that's the place to go, Jaguars. Any Patriots draft is the place to go for the undrafted free agents. I'll try to tweet out what I can. We'll see how it goes. I will not stay for the 8th round. I'll be done. I got to do some work here to get these undrafted free agents out there. Yeah, that's a good pick. Good pick by the Rams, and very happy for Michael Sam. Absolutely. Go to anypatriotsdraft.com. I'm telling you, it's the place to go. They update it quick. They get good information. Rams pick at 250 is Demetrius Rainey, center out of Tennessee State. This is another player that I got to watch a little bit of late. Tennessee State had Kadeem Edwards, also Demetrius Rainey. A little bit short, a very solid profile, about 300 pounds. I think he's a solid reserve swing center offensive guard type of player. So, I like that pick. Worth a shot. Has some upside from a small school. Hey, I don't know my predictions on the last 7 picks. I'll make my guess for the Texans' last pick, but we'll see. Dallas back on the clock, pick 251 here. And Dallas selects Ken Bishop, defensive tackle out of Northern Illinois, who's a player they brought in for a visit, and definitely fits that cover two scheme pretty well. He's big. He's not going to get much move. Probably more of a one technique in their system. Over 310 pounds for Ken Bishop, and kind of a space eater, if you will. He was good against the run. Didn't give you much pass rush. So I like that pick. I think I had him as priority free agent. I think I had him on my sheet. Nope, didn't put him on there. Oh well. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Sam can make that team. Cincinnati Bengals up 252. So we'll see. Only a couple picks left. 5 picks left. Probably after the Cowboys pick, 254, I'll start taking Mr. Relevance. Oh, Religion of the Hidden Temple, Silver Snakes, and Green Monkeys all day long. I go Silver Snakes, so I got to pick one. But absolutely. Religion of the Hidden Temple was awesome. The Bengals, Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals 252, select Lavelle Westbrooks, cornerback out of Georgia Southern. Lavelle Westbrooks is a player I got to see down at the Senior Bowl. Was kind of mediocre. He got beat a lot, but he had to practice a lot actually. Their team went down with like 3 corner injuries in one day, so he had to play almost every single rep. A little bit light, 186 pounds, but has a pretty good athletic profile, good arm length, pretty strong. So not a super great athlete, but might be someone that can play some special teams for the Bengals. I don't remember that TV show, Kane. I have 2 shirts from that TV show if you go back to last year's coverage. 4 picks left. Falcons, Cowboys, Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons. I don't think that's actually his nickname. I think Scott's just spewing some bad jokes. Morgan Moses got drafted a while ago. He did. The Redskins took him. Absolutely, Jack. Thanks for being here. Stick around if you want to win some cash with Mr. Irrelevant contest. Thanks, Man Curry, as well. The Falcons select Yawin Smallwood, inside linebacker from UConn, declared early. Very productive linebacker for UConn, just very, very slow and small. And so when that happens, this is why you fall in the draft. But I think he's a very productive player, and is a good football player. And the same thing, doesn't quite have that athletic profile that you look for, but he was extremely productive, actually got to the quarterback plenty, so I think he's a nice reserve linebacker. See what you can get out of him. I like it. Craig Loston is still out there, Jaguars. Let me tweet this out. So after this Cowboys pick, I'll start taking the Mr. Relevant picks. So I'll make mine right before the Cowboys pick, and then we can start taking Mr. Irrelevant picks here. So Chris, it's Antonio Richardson's lower body has his knees and his lower body might have some medical issues, and that could cause him to go undrafted. Add that in to to a bad year, and that's how it goes. So if you want to very quickly register and log in the chat room, there's a link above my head to log in, and then refresh Draft TV to get in the chat room. After the Cowboys selection, you can start your Mr. Irrelevant guesses for Houston's pick. You want me to give my Mr. Irrelevant guess here? Yeah, it looks like it might have been that series for Tiny. So Oh man, if Antonio Richardson gets signed by the Bills, that'd be crazy. So my Mr. Relevant pick is Alan Hearns, a wide receiver from Miami. So you guys can start putting your Mr. Relevant picks in the chat room. Dallas takes Terrence Mitchell, one of my favorite corners out of Oregon. I had him rated as a third-round pick. Very athletic, a pretty good profile, long arms. So I'm a big fan of Terrence Mitchell. I think he has a shot to make that Cowboys team. So go ahead and post your Mr. Relevant picks in the chat room. If someone posts who you want before you, then you're gonna have to pick someone else, and I'll save these up here. Let me pull up a Word document. And whoever you say first is who you get. Unless the Falcons pick them here, then I will let you repick. So I'm starting with Jeremy taking D.D. Lattimore at 702. And we'll see. All right, I got Jeremy, D.D. Lattimore, Jack, Tiny Richardson, Neil, Josh Morrow, Scott is Colt Lyerla, ER is Rashad Reynolds, Viday is Brandon Coleman, LT Giants is Colby Way, Eagle fans is Max Bullock, Jaguars James Morris, Samcree is Daniel Sorensen, Daddy Shelton Marcus Height, Adam is King Coulter, Bazoo is Anthony Steen, UK fan Dion Bailey, Nepk is Jackson Jeffcoat, Brandon Bigelow for Jake, Jodan Duncan for Schumacher, Luke Lucas for Spinward, Kenny Ladler for Mormon Rush, Colton Underwood for MJ Escher, Connor Bafali for Lagging Behind, Marcus Roberson for Phoenix. Z-Boy, you're going to have to repick. Brandon Coleman has already been taken. You don't have to say it twice. Kane takes Chris Whaley. Saf takes Christian Jones. Midwest Pats fan takes Kelsey Quarles. Chaz Sutton has not gotten drafted. So Z-Boy, you can pick again if you'd like, because Coleman is gone, but everyone else should be good. The Falcons selection here is Tyler Starr, outside linebacker, South Dakota. Really good player, really productive player. And Tyler Starr is he actually goes sideline to sideline pretty well. South Dakota. He was Conference Player of the Year. Was a pretty decent pass rusher. They don't think that's his role in the NFL. So Atlanta's really stocking up on these linebackers. And you know what? Tyler Starr can tout the rock. So Taylor Martinez for CM Martin. All right, anyone else? Last call here to guess Mr. Irrelevant, because if it comes out on Twitter or something, I'm not counting your pick. So I'm taking Alan Hearns. Let me see, Nick. I think Roberson's available. Oh no, Phoenix got him, so you have to take someone else. You can take Purifoy. Experto takes Corey Brown. Dowling has been drafted. So last call for the Mr. Irrelevant contest. You can take Jadeveon Clowney. Don't worry, I got you something about football. Don't worry, I have everyone's picks here. So, yeah, Zeeble and Chris, I guess, if you guys want to repick, and Nick as well, if you want to repick now or never. Zeeble's taking Crowell. Cone wasn't drafted, but he's picked in our contest. All right, Chris takes Ryan Grohl. All right, pick is in. So I still don't see it. So last call for Nick and all right, I got Grohl in. We're good to go. Here we go. Let's see. I think it's gonna be Hearns. Bets are closed. I think it's gonna be Hearns or Chaz Sutton. All right, I'll let Scott fish in with James Wilder, I guess. So here we go. Pick is in, Mr. Irrelevant, and then I'll shut it down. I think it's either going to be Hearns or Chaz Sutton. I'll be honest with you. Hearns is my official pick. Yep, they announced it at the podium. So here we go, Mr. Irrelevant. You got to root for your guys to get picked here. Oh, Lonnie Ballantyne. It was Lonnie Ballantyne the whole time out of Memphis. I actually thought about picking Lonnie Ballantyne, I'll be honest with you. But I didn't. I messed it up. So, Lonnie Ballantyne. No one had him. Good effort. Maybe next year we'll win. I like Lonnie Ballantyne though. He's actually a very good safety prospect, high upside. Get a pick, Mr. Irrelevant. Done and done. Lonnie Ballantyne. So, thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for coming in, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you, Bubblefish, for archiving everything. We'll try to get these up on YouTube for everyone, and I hope everyone has had a wonderful draft. Draft day's over. Undrafted free agency. Follow me on Twitter, anypatriotsdraft.com. Go there to get it. So let's start this up. Bye. Thank you, everyone. It was a lot of fun. I always enjoy it. I hope if you have any questions, feel free to tweet me. I'll try to get to them tonight or tomorrow.